stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 10 years. Student Fang, how long can you hold out? Outside the dark door, Nanguangzu leaned against the pitch-black wall, her pupils instantly turning vertical. With a hint of anticipation, she licked her lips with her tongue. Her tongue was a vibrant pink, forked at the end, and both ends were very flexible. 10 minutes later, the pitch-black door opened. Fang Xing emerged, a trace of fear on his face. That darkness. Moon Goddess. Well, ever since the Academy took in the Moon Goddess remains, the obelisk's methods have changed. Nanguangzu nodded seriously. Actually, I prefer the previous sea of blood. It was like a sauna. Every time I felt my bones lighten, if my bones felt several pounds lighter, I'd die, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, realizing the obelisk's true nature. As for what kind of evil deity contaminated and tempered his diamond physique, it didn't matter. What are you going to do next, Student Fang? Nanguangzu, already reverting to her usual earthy demeanor, asked timidly. Let's go up a few more floors. By the way, does the Academy have any training time requirements? Fang Xing asked. No, but for outside Vajra warriors, it's best not to train for more than a day for the first time. Also, don't go to the upper levels, Nanguangzu reminded him. For Vajra warriors from our academy, some of the requirements can be relaxed. Which floor do you want to go to? Her bespectacled face showed undisguised anticipation. The 5th floor, perhaps. Fang Xing reached the elevator and ascended with Nanguangzu. The elevator within the obelisk seemed to move through space, without a trace of weightlessness. After swiping the card, he entered a training room similar to the previous one. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, feeling the darkness surge towards him. This time, he directly closed his giant Dharma domain, allowing the infinite darkness to envelop his martial arts golden body. Crack! Crack! A teeth-grinding gnawing sound echoed. The darkness, which could have gnawed a low-level Vajra warrior to death, left no trace on his body. Even strings of sparks appeared. Refreshing, Fang Xing opened his eyes. It feels like a sauna massage. Switching to the 1st level, it's like scratching an itch. Through this all-round wearing away, he could easily discover the flaws and imperfections of his martial arts golden body, gradually polishing it to perfection. As his training time continued to increase, Fang Xing even felt an inexplicable pressure entering his body. Strands of it, faint and intermittent, were absorbed by the gate of all heavens in the attribute panel. Is this the power of the obelisk? I'm currently cultivating within the obelisk, and as expected, I'm slowly absorbing a bit of its source power. This feeling is somewhat similar to absorbing those sacrificial artifacts of the sects. Although the amount isn't large, the effect is long-lasting. Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly. If he could remain within the obelisk for a long time, absorbing this source power, combined with the several sacred artifacts and sacrificial artifacts he had already absorbed from the sects, perhaps, the 3rd world where the gate of all heavens opens is not far away. Of course, if I let go completely and swallowed the obelisk directly, I should be able to open it immediately, but I'd obviously be beaten into pig's head by the martial god Jiankyu. Martial god Jiankyu excelled at the star-destroying sword, a formidable figure who had once annihilated a star with a single strike. Fang Xing didn't want to provoke him until he reached the rank of martial god, even acquiring his own martial god mecha. Right now, this was perfect, like an ant-moving house, a steady stream of water. He could wait patiently until his gate of the heavens was fully charged. So persistent, outside the training room, Nanguangzu, who had been waiting for a long time, showed a hint of surprise, followed by a brilliant smile. Sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. In the world of immortal cultivation, time flies. 10 years have passed since the Mu family closed their doors. The acting head of the Mu family, Mu Wanxiang, the fake Danzhenren, stood in the ancestral hall, silently gazing at the soul lamp belonging to Mu Wanlong. Looking at the flame, now barely a flickering candle in the wind, he felt a complex emotion. The Grand Elder, he truly has dedicated himself to our Mu family and is still holding on. Well, ever since the soul lamps of Mu Wanlov, Mu Wandao, and the others extinguished one by one, the Mu family was left with only Mu Wanlong, a giant and true person. His generational status automatically rose, making him the family's sole Grand Elder. This was a deliberate addition by Xing. While it didn't do much, it did a bit to boost morale. He knew the family's grand elder was clinging on for dear life. As long as he survived, even if the Mu family closed the mountain, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they could hold out until a new giant cultivator emerged, perhaps there would be a chance for a resurgence. Xing checked on Mu Wanlong's soul lamp almost daily. He had even prepared himself. If the Grand Elder's soul lamp ever went out, he would be the first to rush into his cave, setting up every possible cover and blocking any news. At that moment, the spiritual energy of Beihou Mountain surged. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Spiritual energy surged in light clouds, forming a vast, multicolored vortex. The vortex continued to expand, shimmering and vibrant, instantly expanding by several miles. Is it the family's quasi-fourth-tier spiritual cave? Xing soared into the air and, upon seeing the vortex's landing point, a hint of joy crossed his face. Is King Shi preparing to form a core, as a giant stage family, and even a former nascent soul stage family? The Mu family's descendants had a high probability of producing spiritual roots. Furthermore, they possessed a wealth of heritage and a tiered system of talented cultivators. Although this generation had lost many giant and fake or true immortals, the next tier still contained giant seeds. This Mu King Shi, from the fifth branch of the Mu family, was a prodigy with earth-grade fire spiritual roots. Before the Mu family closed its doors, he had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. After the closure of the Mu family, with the loss of many senior members, the storehouses held a wealth of stored resources, as well as vacant high-level caves. Xing immediately made a decision, bestowing high-level spiritual vein caves upon the most accomplished foundation establishment cultivators. Mu King Shi lived up to expectations, advancing from the late foundation establishment stage to the great perfection stage in just 10 years. He then diligently advanced, even attempting to achieve the core formation. King Shi probably knew that after the family closed the mountain, it would be difficult to find core formation opportunities outside. Further diligent cultivation would be futile, since he's the first core formation seed to achieve perfection. The family's accumulated core formation opportunities will surely be prioritized for him. Otherwise, as the family's young foundation establishment cultivators gradually reached perfection, the stockpile of core formation spiritual artifacts would undoubtedly be insufficient. The more time went by, the more difficult it would become. This was the frustration of closing the mountain. No immortal cultivation force would choose this path unless it was absolutely necessary. Master, 2 streams of light flew over, both incredibly aged late foundation establishment cultivators who had given up on the idea of core formation. King Shi's dam forming this time. The clan has unearthed a sky fire cloud brocade, which can enhance the physiques of cultivators with fire spiritual roots. In addition, we've also bestowed upon him the last of our treasured golden core's treasures. It should be possible. A late-stage foundation establishment deacon consoled. Merely forming a dam-forming core isn't enough. It's not even enough for a lower-level true core. Xing shook his head, a bit bitter. This time, the clan has exhausted most of its dam-forming opportunities. I hope King Shi can condense an upper-level true core. Upper-level true core cultivators can easily break through the bottleneck of the middle-level dam-forming stage, and even have hope of reaching the late-level dam-forming stage. There's even a slim chance of condensing a nascent soul in the future. This is the true hope of the Mu family. As for a half-step golden core, or even an immortal golden core, Xing wouldn't even dare dream of such a possibility. The last half-step golden core cultivator of the Mu family, Mu Qinglin, not only formed a golden core but also prepared several top-level dam-forming spiritual objects. Combined with his immense talent, he barely managed to condense a half-step golden core. The family even invested vast resources in that one giant event, struggling for decades. Finally, after waiting for Mu Qinglin to reach the late giant stage, before he could dominate the Daijing cultivation world, he died in the Linlang Blessed Land. Upon hearing the news, several of the family elders, nearing death, either breathlessly or possessed, died together, a testament to the devastating blow dealt to the Mu family. Mu Qinglin's death seemed to mark the beginning of the Mu family's decline. An even darker period followed, with Jinden and Fakedan true persons falling one after another. Now, only one Jinden, nearing death, and an aging Fakedan were left to hold the fort. Xing's heart ached whenever he thought of this. Now, staring at the Jinden vision, he unconsciously clenched his fists. The range exceeds 3 miles, Qingxi is an Earth-grade spiritual root, and with Jinden and Jinden spiritual objects, fake Dan is certainly no problem. Even a lower-level true Dan shouldn't be able to be contained, an old Foundation establishment cultivator muttered. The lower true Dan, a vision of 3 miles. The upper true Dan, a vision of 6 miles. The immortal golden Dan, a vision of 10 miles, accompanied by the profound sound of the great Dao. Under the expectant gaze of the Mu family, the spiritual energy vortex continued to expand, exceeding 5-6 miles. The upper true Dan, Mu Wansang exclaimed in delight. The upper true Dan, my Mu family has hope. Even as everyone stared in disbelief, the vision of the dam formation continued to expand, albeit slowly, gradually reaching over 8 miles. Between heaven and earth, a faint celestial sound seemed to emerge. When Mu Kinglin formed the Dan, the celestial vision was 9 miles. 9 is the extreme number, the half-step golden Dan. The immortal golden Dan requires breaking through the limits, which is extremely difficult. But could the half-step golden Dan have hope? Mu Wansang's eyes burned. If it was the half-step golden Dan, then there might be a chance to reach the nascent soul stage in the future. If he succeeded, he, Mu Wansang, would undoubtedly be the patriarch of the Mu family's revival, and the family tree would have to open a new page to record this great achievement. Suddenly, just as the spiritual energy vortex was about to reach 9 miles, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became unstable and began to collapse in large quantities. A roar filled with pain emerged. Then, countless spiritual energy collapsed like an avalanche, with astonishing speed. From the original 8 miles, it shrank to 6 miles, then 3 miles. Finally, only 1 mile of spiritual energy remained, slowly falling into the quasi-4th-level cave dwelling. This failed to form the elixir. Forced to form a fake elixir? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An elderly Foundation establishment deacon, upon seeing this scene, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from mid-air, no longer able to breathe. Chapter 277 Demonic Pill. Inside the 4th-tier cave dwelling, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his mind focused on his danshin. He saw a platinum-colored sword elixir slowly rotating, each rotation absorbing and releasing vast quantities of celestial spiritual energy. This nearly liquid spiritual energy was transformed and concentrated by his natal flying sword, transforming into Jinden sword essence, even more powerful than Jinden true essence, which rapidly circulated along fixed pathways within his body. The Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic is worthy of being the flagship technique of a major nascent soul sect. After a long pause, Fang Xing opened his eyes. Late Jinden stage? Just a little closer to complete Jinden. I'm not even 50 yet. Such a cultivation speed would truly shock the entire world of immortal cultivation. After all, for ordinary cultivators to establish their foundation before the age of 60 was considered a great achievement. Even a direct descendant of a major nascent soul sect would be considered a prodigy if they could achieve Dan before the age of 60. But for a Fang Xing, he would likely reach the nascent soul stage before the age of 60. Of course, his cultivation speed was already quite unusual. It was not only due to his exceptional natural talent, but also the added bonus of a 4th-tier spiritual vein and cave dwelling. Even more important, was the abundant spiritual medicines from the Linlang Blessed Land and the miraculous effects of the One Hoding. To be frank, if Fang Xing were to condense his nascent soul in the future, the entire Daijing cultivation world, especially the righteous and evil sides, would be in the thick of it. Furthermore, the waste was enormous. Fang Xing secretly calculated the vast quantities of spiritual materials he had consumed in pursuit of rapid cultivation, and felt that cultivating a few late-stage Jinden cultivators would be enough. But breaking through from the middle Jinden stage to the late Jinden stage seems quite easy. For a true genius, isn't a bottleneck even a bottleneck? Previously, after reaching the peak of his mana at the middle Jinden stage, Fang Xing casually consumed some spiritual elixir seized from the storage bags of both righteous and evil sides, purified by the One Hoding, and said to be extremely effective in breaking through bottlenecks. He easily broke through to the late Jinden stage. The bottlenecks that often plagued Jinden cultivators for decades seemed non-existent to him. From then on, the road to Jinden perfection was smooth sailing, requiring only a continuous accumulation of mana. Furthermore, during his cultivation, Fang Xing never forgot to purify his mana and strengthen his foundation. At this point, even without resorting to other means, relying solely on his sword, he could confidently slay several masters like the 5 Sons of Righteousness and the 6 Heroes of Demonic Path. My alchemy skills have been honed to a near 4th level. I can prepare the nascent soul condensation pill. My requirements aren't high, as long as I can barely make a pill. I have plenty of the main ingredients anyway, so I can waste as much as I want. Finally, as long as one pill succeeds, we can use the one holding to save the situation. Of course, the best scenario would be to refine a genuine pill. This way, after being enhanced by the one holding, its efficacy would be unparalleled, further increasing the chances of nascent soul condensation. Fang Xing silently planned his own preparations for nascent soul condensation. To break through a major bottleneck, one generally faces 3 challenges: physical fitness, mana, and inner demons. The Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic I practice is a spirit transforming technique. My mana is pure and sharp, carrying the sharpness of gold attributed sword energy, and I have a top grade gold attributed spirit stone, so it shouldn't be a problem. As for the inner demons, I haven't even seen a Danjing stage. I wonder if I can witness one when I condense a nascent soul. As for the nascent soul thunder tribulation, I've already cultivated the myriad magic ghost infant and mastered the 2 spiritual treasures, the Qingyang magic lamp and the Jiaoyi lute. If I can't overcome it, no cultivator can. It seems that this immortal cultivator's clone has met all the requirements except for physical fitness. It would be absurd not to condense a nascent soul. Fang Xing sighed. The nascent soul condensing pill is incredibly effective, replenishing the essence, energy, and spirit of cultivators in the late Danjing stage. Like the golden pill, it can channel most of the medicinal power into the physical body, helping to break through the 3 barriers of essence, energy, and spirit. Simply put, it addresses deficiencies wherever they exist. Some cultivators possess strong physiques but weak mana. They can focus most of the elixir's power on their mana, accelerating its transformation. Others, however, lack spiritual awareness, and can instead focus the elixir's power on it, aiding its breakthrough. This is the fundamental principle of breakthrough elixirs. They replenish the innate strength of the cultivator. Of course, if a cultivator's spirit, energy, and spirit are all deficient, and the elixir's power isn't enough to compensate for the deficiencies, then failure is inevitable, and no one can help. While pondering, Fang Xing sensed fluctuations in the external spiritual energy and couldn't help but smile. Has anyone achieved it then? He didn't care a bit about the Mu family's situation. As long as the Mu family hadn't produced a nascent soul true lord, even if someone condensed an immortal golden elixir, as long as they didn't come to seize his cave, he wouldn't bother to care. However, when Fang Xing released his spiritual awareness, he discovered that the celestial phenomena of the dam formation were collapsing. In the end, the aura of the original upper-level true Dan was forcibly transformed into that of a false Dan. Is this greed, trying to reach the half-step golden core stage, only to fail and suffer the consequences? Or, perhaps, he fell during the heart demon tribulation and stole the core-forming elixir? Or even, was there some villain involved? Fang Xing took one look and knew where the unfortunate core-forming culprit had fallen. He's just too impatient. If he'd taken a steady approach, the upper true core wouldn't have been a problem. Besides, if he had an extra core-forming spiritual object, he could have maintained the core-forming elixir's potency to the end, consolidating his cultivation, and wouldn't have fallen back into a state of decline. As a quasi-4th-level alchemist, he had a lot to say on this matter. He glanced at it, then stopped paying attention and continued his retreat. It's time to prepare to refine the infant condensation pill. Thanks to nature's gift, the main ingredient is 5 divine infant fruits. Besides that, the auxiliary materials have almost all been collected from the storage bags of both the righteous and the evil. The previous recipe for the infant condensation pill came from Homoking of the 9 Infant sect. He had even thoughtfully prepared most of the auxiliary materials. Fang Xing intended to gather the remaining ingredients in Linlang Blessed Land. The magical golden elixir storage bags also contained similar supplies. Gathering the ingredients for 5 furnaces wouldn't be a problem. The key now is to refine at least one successful pill within 5 furnaces, even if it's just a low-grade one. Fang Xing pondered. Divine infant fruits cannot be divided, so each furnace is dedicated to refining a whole pill. If entrusted to a 4th-tier alchemist, a furnace of condensing infant pills would guarantee at least one successful pill, perhaps with 1 or 2 more low-grade pills. Condensing infant pills are no ordinary elixir. The highest record in the world of immortal cultivation is a 5th-tier alchemist achieving 5 successful pills in a single furnace. However, he was only a near 4th-tier alchemist, But with enough raw materials, he still had a good chance of success. However, most quasi-4th level alchemists who want to advance to 4th level alchemy and attempt to refine 4th level elixirs will definitely choose the cheapest ones. I'm using the Ningyin pill to practice, which is really a waste. Let's wait a bit. The Mu family is a family of immortal cultivators who have produced nascent souls. They must have 1 or 2 4th level elixir recipes or fragments. You can try it first, although collecting materials for 4th level elixirs is difficult. Fang Xing's current wealth give him some confidence. In recent years, besides cultivating, he has basically devoted all his time to alchemy. After I condense my nascent soul, I'll see if the pioneering war has any results. If not, I'll go to the vast sea immortal realm and pursue the techniques and texts beyond the nascent soul stage. For the average nascent soul true lord, the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic is sufficient for cultivation to the nascent soul stage. But for a Fang Xing, it's far from enough. His knowledge of martial arts is enough to allow him to cultivate to the martial god stage. But there's no way forward after that. Although the Blue Star Federation was developing, Fang Xing still had to prepare his own escape route, the path of immortal martial arts. Therefore, collecting manuals on cultivation techniques equivalent to those above the martial god realm, allowing his clone to ascend to the realm first, and then feeding back to the original master, could be a promising avenue for achieving the martial god stage. With a flash of light, Fang Xing's hand revealed the jade slip containing the formula for the Ningyin pill, and he began to carefully comprehend it. The divine infant falls into the furnace, 9 dragons soar, and a waterfall of emerald bamboo descends. The jade pot turns 3 times, then 9 times, quenched with vermilion fruit, contained in jade. What an utterly incompetent alchemist. He uses cryptic language and seeks rhyme. Cultivation has to be scientific too. What dosage, what temperature, can't it be stated directly? Fang Xing pondered for a moment, almost vomiting blood. These were the pitfalls of the immortal cultivation manuals. Even more elaborate ones concealed the key formulas, requiring only oral transmission from master to disciple. Fortunately, he had several copies of the Ningyin pill recipe to compare and reference. He was already a near 4th level alchemist, with extensive experience, and could barely deduce something. He could experiment with the divine infant fruit, and after a few furnaces, he might be able to figure out the secret. While he was contemplating, a sound transmission note flew into the cave. Fang Xing casually grasped it, a wave of magical power capturing it and placing it in his palm. He listened for a few words, then sighed, well, I have to see it eventually. Immediately, a cyan bead materialized in his hand, the 9 infant speed. With a thought, Fang Xing transformed into the form of Mu Wanlong, still very weak. A small flag materialized in his hand, and he waved it casually. Plumes of mist, adorned with the multicolored runes, enveloped areas he didn't want outsiders to see, such as the animal pens and the alchemy room. After completing this, Fang Xing flicked his fingers, and a sound transmission note flew out, simultaneously opening the formation outside the 4th level cave. Several streams of light immediately flew in, led by none other than Mu Wanshang. Besides him, there was a pale, handsome young man, and several Foundation establishment deacons. They arrived in the living room and saw Mu Wanlong lying on the cloud bed. Their eyes suddenly welled up. Grand Elder, Mu Wanlong's hair was now gray, devoid of vitality. His skin was wrinkled, his eyes were cloudy, and he even had a foul odor. He clearly looked like he was nearing death. Grandmaster, King Shi has failed to live up to your trust. I have wasted the family's wealth and only condensed a fake elixir. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. The handsome young man was Mu King Shi, kneeling and apologizing, his voice tinged with tears. Good boy, Fang Xing began, his voice hoarse, this is not your fault. What happened? He looked at Mu Wanshang. Mu Wanshang had no other choice. The family's elixir seeds had only produced fake elixirs, and the family was immediately unstable. Now, he could only visit the ancestor and spread the news of his well-being, a barely persuasive attempt to reassure people. He was surprised that the ancestor, who had always refused his previous requests for an audience, actually agreed this time. Bitterly, he spoke, King Shi has a resilient character, but he's too preoccupied. He had originally achieved the upper true core, but for the sake of his family, he strove for a half-step golden core. He never realized his inner demons hadn't yet been fully overcome. He thought he'd achieved the golden core, but in reality, he was trapped in a demonic illusion, losing the elixir of a core formation. The quality of his original true core plummeted, barely maintaining the status of a fake core. Mu Qingxi was overcome with shame and could only kneel in silence. Alice, this is fate, Fang Xing coughed, then looked at the cultivators present. But, there's a way to save the situation. The cultivator's expressions suddenly lit up. Grand Elder, once the elixir is achieved, there are no regrets. Mu Wanxiang, feeling a surge of emotion and hesitation, spoke this common sense in the world of immortal cultivation. Our generation of immortal cultivators is all about making the impossible possible. The immortal world has countless miraculous feats and secret techniques, and having no regrets after achieving the elixir is too absolute. Fang Xing shook his head. This time in Linlang Blessed Land, I killed a demon cultivator who had reached the Jinden stage, and seized a secret technique from his storage bag called the Heavenly Demonic Elixir Transformation Technique. It can dissolve the false elixir or even the real elixir in the cultivator's body without damaging the foundation, making it easier to form a new elixir. This kind of destruction and then reconstruction will naturally improve the quality of the elixir. He looked at Mu Qingxi. Qingxi, you are already the most outstanding among the elixir seeds. If you can't succeed, no one can. I have decided to sacrifice all my remaining essence to perform this secret technique for you, and then give you all the elixir spiritual objects in our family. You were only a step away from reaching the half-step golden elixir stage. If you can dissolve the false elixir and form the elixir again, you have a great chance of achieving the half-step golden elixir and become the pillar of our Mu family. At these words, Mu Qingxi's eyes immediately reddened. Ancestor, this secret technique. I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to perform. Grand Elder, your health. Mu Wanxiang hesitated. It doesn't matter. I don't have many years left to live anyway. I should sacrifice this broken body to pave the way for future generations, Fang Xing said calmly. Where the old leaves scatter, seeds will continue to grow. For a moment, many cultivators were deeply moved. Mu Wanxiang returned to his cave, his heart pounding even more. If my Mu family could produce a half-step golden core cultivator, and seal off the mountain for 100 years, perhaps they could break through to the middle core stage. A half-step golden core cultivator in the middle core stage is no less capable than an average late core cultivator. My Mu family finally has a glimmer of hope for revival. Just then, he heard a cough behind him, and his hair stood on end. Who? It's me, Fang Xing, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from the darkness. Grand Elder, didn't you say you were preparing to perform the Heavenly Demon Transformation Pill technique? Mu Wanxiang was startled. What alchemy technique? I lied to you. Fang Xing let out a strange smile. While such an alchemy technique did exist within the demonic realm, the prerequisites were not only complex and demanding, but crucially, it required the intervention of a nascent soul true lord and consumed a significant amount of vital energy. Regardless of whether he could perform it, even if he could use the myriad methods Ghost Infant, he wasn't Mu Qingxi's father and wouldn't have made such a sacrifice. Spreading this rumor was simply taking advantage of the ignorance of these fake alchemy and foundation-building cultivators. What? Mu Wanxiang's eyes widened. I suspect Qingxi's alchemy process was tampered with. Although the family has sealed off its territory, the remnants of evil within haven't yet been eradicated. I'm deliberately spreading this to lure them out, Fang Xing explained calmly. Those outside forces certainly didn't want to see another half-step golden core cultivator emerge from the Mu family. And since they'd attacked once before, they'd attack again. Fang Xing was deliberately baiting them. So that's how it is. Mu Wanxiang felt quite emotional. It turned out that old people are the wisest. No wonder the Supreme Elder was able to become the head of the family before. Chapter 278, Killing Traitors. Late at night, within a secret chamber, an elder at the Foundation establishment stage frantically stuffed pills into his mouth while pouring all his mana into a Cyan talisman. The talisman's skin was clearly the height of a high-level demon beast, its inscription depicting a vivid bluebird in Cyan cinnabar runes. It was a high-level talisman, the Bluebird Talisman. Its priceless value was far beyond the reach of even a Foundation establishment cultivator. A moment later, as the elder muttered to himself, his face paling from exhaustion, the Bluebird Talisman finally activated. The bluebird on the talisman seemed to come alive, suddenly flying off the paper and transforming into a Cyan mirror of profound light. 2 Bluebird Talismans were used for communication. Because of their high rank, even a quasi-4th level formation would struggle to stop them. In reality, if it were a high-level offensive talisman, even draining the elder's mana would be useless, and might even kill him. However, the requirements for the communication talisman had been significantly lowered. A cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, aided by the power of elixirs, he was finally able to activate it. A shimmering azure mirror suddenly revealed a cultivator in the late core formation stage, white eyebrows draped in a crane cloak. It was none other than the White Crane Sex Grand Elder. The unfortunate individual who had plotted an ambush against the Mu family cultivators, only to have his third-grade, superior-grade natal crane slaughtered by Fang Xing Mu King Bei. The White Crane Sex Grand Elder frowned. The Bluebird talisman is expensive and in short supply. We only have a few in stock. You rashly activated it. Could it be that the old man is already dead? For the White Crane Sex Grand Elder, Mu Wanlong was a blood feud. Whether it was the loss of his natal beast or the immense profits of the Mu family, he wished he would die immediately, so he could avenge his grievances. Not really, Mu King Bei said. I, the younger generation, would like to see my own children and grandchildren. He had previously been loyal to the Mu family, but later, while away, he met a confidant, who even gave birth to a son. Forced into marriage by the Mu family, he married a fierce woman from a prominent immortal family. He dared not bring his confidant back with him, and instead kept her in secrecy in the immortal city. Little did he know that this secret would be discovered by the White Crane sect, who had even seized control of the entire family. Mu King Bei had no choice but to act as an insider. Haha. Your children and grandchildren are quite talented. I have decided to accept one of them as my disciple. The White Crane Sex Grand Elder chuckled. I hope you won't make a mistake. Of course not, Mu King Bei sighed. Mu King she failed to form a pill today and ended up forming a fake one. I used the reputation goo to secretly influence him. Isn't that enough to prove my loyalty? Oh? That kid failed to form a pill. The White Crane Sex Grand Elder laughed heartily. Good, good, to a giant and true person, a fake pill barely counts as a giant and cultivator, especially a late giant and cultivator. Even an early giant and cultivator wouldn't be considered a good one. The White Crane Sex Grand Elder wanted to next Behu Mountain, so he was naturally extremely concerned about the Mu family's future. A mere fake pill is no longer a threat. Haha. You did a great job, especially knowing how to use the little goo worm technique. The reputation goo is a rare goo worm that is not only harmless to cultivators but can even improve family morale. Mu King Bei secretly used the reputation goo, frequently expressing his concern for the family in front of Mu King Shi, secretly stimulating his resentment and fostering a desire to take risks for the family. Core formation is inherently a matter of life and death. Taking such a risk would easily lead to failure. Furthermore, he had done it so effortlessly, leaving no trace. Even 100 inspections of the cave and the core formation spiritual objects would reveal nothing. Even if you were caught, Mu King Bei would have a point. Is loyalty to the family even wrong? Sure enough, this time, his attack had betrayed Mu King Shi, completely undoing all his previous efforts. This time, we also visited the Grand Elder. Mu King Bei continued. I used the bloodline disc to secretly sense. It was indeed Mu Wanlong in that cave. Your previous assumptions were somewhat biased. The Grand Elder of the White Crane sect had been waiting for Mu Wanlong to pass away. After all, according to his late giant experience, a forbidden technique capable of instantly boosting one's cultivation by a small realm would be a literal death warrant for a severely injured giant and cultivator. Yet, he waited and waited, a decade in the making, with no sign of Mu Wanlong's passing. He immediately suspected Mu Wanzhang of conspiracy, believing he had already passed away, but his soul lamp had been replaced, and someone else had impersonated him. It was for this reason that the White Crane Sex Grand Elder instructed Mu King Bei to secretly spread the rumor of Mu Wanlong's passing, while also using his blood relatives to secretly refine a bloodline disc. This magical artifact, typically used to exterminate a clan, could locate the location of a close bloodline. While the detection was somewhat vague, it could still be confirmed within the confines of a cave. That old bastard isn't even dead yet. The White Crane Sex Grand Elder's hair rose in fury, then turned to a sneer. He's probably using some secret technique or elixir, clinging to a shred of life. I'm afraid he won't be able to strike again. The world of immortal cultivation is full of secret techniques, and such forced survival methods are not uncommon. With the Mu family's wealth, possessing one or two such treasures is not uncommon. But this made the White Crane Sex Grand Elder quite uncomfortable. After all, he didn't dare gamble. If he lost, his life would be at stake. Therefore, even though they had gathered some formation-breaking treasures, The White Crane sect didn't dare launch a large-scale attack on the Mu family's Beihou Mountain until Mu Wanlong was confirmed to have passed away. Although he's not dead, he's almost dead. Mu Wanlong summoned us today, saying he wants to use the Heavenly Demon Transformation Pill technique to petrify Mu Qingbei's fake elixir and rebuild his foundation. Mu Qingbei thought for a moment before speaking up. He knew that revealing this information would be a complete betrayal of the Mu family. After all, Mu Qingshi was the Mu family's greatest hope. But what could he do? He'd already offended Mu Qingshi deeply by using the goo before. Now, even if the Mu family weakened even further, he would destroy Mu Qingshi once and for all. The Heavenly Demonic Pill Transformation Technique. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder was startled, then said, I have heard of the fame of this demonic secret technique, but it requires a Yuanying true lord to practice. Even with subsequent improvements, I'm afraid it still requires a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage. How can a mere dying Mu Wanlong be qualified? This is bad. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder finally showed some insight. I'm afraid this is that old man's plan. You're about to be exposed. What? Mu Qingbei was horrified. Just as he was about to say something, a ray of light pierced the secret chamber. A 5-element aurora descended, transforming into multicolored chains that bound him tightly. All the 5-element radiances emanated from a small mirror. The one wielding this magical weapon was, of course, Mu Wanxiang, the fake pill master. With his fake pill mana, coupled with a powerful magical weapon passed down from his clan, dealing with a mere foundation establishment cultivator was a piece of cake. Fang Xing coughed and emerged from behind Mu Wanxiang. Patriarch. Grand Elder. Mu Qingbei's face paled at the sight. Ahem. I originally thought that with Qingshi's spiritual talent and the ability to form a golden elixir, even if something went wrong during the formation, the consequences wouldn't be so disastrous. So I just used a little trick. I didn't expect someone to be playing tricks on me. Fang Xing coughed, looking emaciated. He looked at the azure Zhuangguang mirror again. Old Ghost Bei, Old Ghost Mu. The White Crane sect's Grand Elder was no longer as carefree as before. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to bite Fang Xing off. You won this round today, but there's still a long way to go. Let's play slowly. But Old Ghost Mu, you might not have a future. As he finished speaking, the azure Zhuangguang mirror dissipated with a bang, transforming into a green talisman that quickly burned again. What happened? By this time, the commotion had attracted more and more Mu family cultivators. Even Mu Qingshi, who was in seclusion, was startled. Mu Qingbei, you colluded with the White Crane sect, assassinated my Mu family's prodigy, and betrayed family intelligence. Death penalty. Mu Wanxiang announced Mu Qingbei's crimes. Not only will you die, but your direct descendants will also be banished and never employed again. In a family of immortal cultivators, it's common for one person's betrayal to implicate the entire family. Of course, only 3 generations of direct descendants would be implicated. The entire clan wouldn't be implicated unless everyone wanted to commit suicide together. Mu Qingbei, you truly deserve to die. In the end, Mu Qingshi personally carried out the execution, beating Mu Qingbei to pulp with a single spell. In fact, he was the one who suffered the most in this incident. Not only had he been tricked by Mu Qingbei, turning his elixir from genuine to fake, but Fang Xing had also made a huge promise. And then he told him that the magic elixir transforming technique was fake. This undoubtedly left Mu Qingshi extremely depressed. Unable to argue with the Grand Elder, he could only vent his anger on Mu Qingbei. He'd even risk the infamy of seeing his opponent's body destroyed, just for the sheer satisfaction of it. Once a fake pill is formed, the future is bleak, indeed. Once personality changes, Fang Xing took a few glances, completely disinclined to bother with such trivial matters. Instead of returning directly to his cave dwelling, he went to the Mu family vault, retrieved 3 4th-tier pill recipes, and packed up a portion of the herbs he needed to take away. He hadn't helped the Mu family uncover the traitor in vain. Taking a little something as a reward for his hard work was perfectly reasonable. This time, I'll practice with a 4th-tier pill recipe, then, I'll cultivate fully, and once the pill is formed, I'll immediately refine the Ningying pill. I won't come out of seclusion until I've formed the nascent soul. Although the Mu family is in dire straits now, thanks to their family heritage, they can slowly deplete it over decades or even centuries. If Mu Wanxiang suddenly became ambitious and took radical risks, he could lose everything overnight. Therefore, Sometimes it is beneficial to the family if the head of the family is a mediocre and conservative person, or even a mediocre person. Chapter 279, Great Vajra Realm. The Main Universe. Nine Swords Academy, the ninth floor of the obelisk. Crackling. Horrifying explosions echoed from the training room. Two figures, resembling golden arhats, clashed relentlessly in the darkness. Dots of golden light emanated from their bodies, battling the dense, almost impenetrable darkness. Fang Xing's golden body, operating to its fullest potential, had reached the 8th level. His skin shone with a crimson golden glow, and every punch and palm seemed to carry the force of a destructive diamond. Opposite him was Nangongzu. Now, this once rustic young woman had undone her pigtails and removed her round-framed glasses, her features appearing remarkably mature and alluring. She seemed to have instantly ascended from country girl to urban beauty. Furthermore, she shimmered with the golden light, a remarkably 8th-level golden body. Unlike Fang Xing's, however, hers was thinner, its light dimmed by the darkness. Suddenly, snap! Fang Xing's mind erupted in enlightenment, and he unleashed a powerful punch. At this moment, he had finally polished his golden body to perfection, transforming it into true great Vajra physique. This was the pinnacle of the Vajra realm. In the world of immortal cultivation, it was equivalent to a quasi-4th-level physical cultivator. He had already begun to cross the chasm between the core formation and the nascent soul stages. Bang! With a single punch, Nangongzu was instantly sent flying backwards, falling into thick darkness. Countless gnawing sounds could be heard, as if a swarm of ants and insects were frantically devouring Nangongzu's body. Fang Xing's immortal matter circulated throughout his body, and he launched a powerful punch, dispelling the darkness. From the darkness emerged Nangongzu's somewhat disheveled figure, her jade-like arms marked with bite marks resembling those of a baby's mouth. Let's go! Fang Xing opened a door to the training room and led Nangongzu out. Today's fight was truly exhilarating. He had initially assumed Nangongzu had some ulterior motive. But after 10 years, Fang Xing finally understood, this woman was after his body. No, she coveted the knowledge of the evil god within his mind. Beyond that, Nangongzu was a martial arts genius. Both sides promoted each other, progressing together. After 10 years of hard work, aided by Han Chunfeng's subsequent generous financial support, he finally broke through his own limits within the obelisk, ascending to the great Vajra realm today and earning the title of Little Martial Saint. Forget it. The title of Little Martial Saint isn't very appealing. I even killed the last one, Fang Xing muttered inwardly, clenching his fists. He could sense a completely different sensation between the great Vajra realm and his previous golden body. At this point, the golden body was completely flawless, his bones and blood seemed to radiate a faint golden hue. From the inside out, his entire being exuded a sense of perfection and completeness. With my current strength, if I add the wings of the sun god Mecha and the power of the triple secret patterns, even without using the great sun Tathagata divine palm, I should be able to hold my own against a true lord in the early nascent soul stage. Fang Xing bid farewell to his target, Nangongzu, and then went to take a shower. Half an hour later, he was wearing a loose bathrobe and drying his hair while scanning the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 45. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 7th Realm, Vajra. 9 Revolutions, Martial Arts Will Secret Pattern. 15/200, Proficient, Dragon Tiger Posture. 800 Grandmaster, 6 Wonders of Star Martial Arts. 996/1000, Grandmaster, Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Magical Power. 800/800, Grandmaster, Mahavakana Mantra. 225/400, Master, Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 1/400, Master, Mahavakana Palm. 99 out of 100, Beginner, Gate of the Heavens, Charging. The Will Secret Pattern has entered the Mastery level and has entered the Exotic Beast diagram. The full power of the wings of the Sun God can be fully utilized. After Fang Xing saw it, he felt quite satisfied. The Gate of All Heavens, however, had steadily stolen the obelisk's essence for 10 years but still hadn't unlocked the third world. But Fang Xing had a feeling it should be soon. 10 years to reach the great Vajra realm? Not bad, huh? With the help of the obelisk, Fang Xing had steadily built a solid foundation. He even felt that if he were to encounter Wei Shentong in his prime, he could beat him to death with just a pair of iron fists. After a quick tidying up, Fang Xing changed into casual clothes and arrived at Han Chunfeng's design studio. Not bad. Great Vajra. Han Chunfeng looked up at Fang Xing, who was no longer hiding his true abilities, and nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were a bit of a secretive kid. How could an ordinary student defeat Wei Shentuang in college? Even if he's half crippled, he's still a great Vajra after all. The talent you've shown is even greater than Nan Guangzu's. Han Chunfeng wasn't surprised. People are prone to self-protection, especially since he'd come across so many geniuses. He knew that some geniuses didn't shine brightly from the start, but instead constantly advanced, each step steadily forward. In fact, the further they progressed, the harder it became to conceal their peerless brilliance. Without a doubt, Fang Xing was such a genius. Professor Han, you're too kind, Fang Xing said modestly. With your great Vajra realm physique, you have a high chance of breaking through to martial saint status, even without refining the spiritual essence, Han Chunfeng said, but breakthroughs like these are not easy to predict. Historically, some great Vajra realm warriors have achieved martial saint status in a flash. Others have toiled in this realm, unable to find the opportunity to break through. Still others have forced their way through with the help of refining the spiritual essence. He offered some guidance and then performed a series of tests on Fang Xing. Very good. Your physical data matches my theoretical curve. So it seems this mecha design is finally complete. Did it work? Fang Xing said excitedly. In recent years, he had used the excuse of visiting Whitebird Star to smuggle large quantities of materials from the immortal realm, providing a large amount of inhibitors for the Nine Swords Academy. The reward for 10 years of hard work and the completed biomecha design sketches was a reward. Master, a large amount of documents have been received, Ziolan's reminder echoed in Fang Xing's ears. Biomechas, also known as evil god mechas, are considered the cheapest type of mecha. And only we warriors can operate them. Han Chunfeng produced a master plan. Fang Xing glanced over and found it empty except for a strange fleshy ball. If it were a regular sci-fi mecha, it would have to use eternal crystals as its energy source. The lesser eternal crystals of those 7th realm mechas are simply no match for that, Han Chunfeng said. Besides that, there's also a whole host of auxiliary equipment like armor and life support pods. It would cost trillions. However, a biological mecha is different. It's more like a seed of flesh and blood. You just need to plant it, invest a lot of resources, and then watch it gradually grow, flourish, and bear fruit. As he spoke, Han Chunfeng took out a silver white box. Most of us warriors are so egocentric, we'd love to design, build, and maintain the mecha ourselves, but that's simply impossible. The one I've designed for you is already tailored to your exact needs. I'll also give you a seed. As for the wreckage of the evil god's offspring, inhibitors, armor, all the other modules, you'll have to assemble yourself. Fang Xing took the silver white box, feeling it was incredibly heavy. Furthermore, a scarlet X mark was etched on the silver white surface, giving it a sense of taboo. Thank you, he thanked her sincerely. Although these benefits were earned through his new inhibitors, Han Chunfeng hadn't made things difficult for him in any way, instead giving him the green light. Time to go back. Leaving the design studio, Fang Xing arrived at the Academy's spaceship docking station. He soared into the air and landed outside a docking bay. Master, Xiaolin is at your service at all times, a sweet voice emanated from a private blue spaceship within the docking bay. While it wasn't as impressive as the Kunpeng, it was completely Fang Xing's. I've got everything I could get. By the time I get here again, I might have achieved martial saint status. He flew into the cabin and ordered Xiaolin to take off. Whoosh! The azure spaceship formed a smooth arc and soared into the atmosphere. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. A figure suddenly stood in the universe, blocking the spaceship's path. I say, Fang Xing, you're leaving just like that? You didn't even say goodbye. Nan Guangzu still looked like a beautiful urban woman, her tone tinged with resentment. At first, she just thought Fang Xing was interesting, maybe even connected to the followers of the evil god. But after 10 years, Nan Guangzu realized that she had overestimated her opinion. She was actually attracted by his interesting soul. Too bad, this Fang Xing was a stickler for words, a complete jerk. He even loved visiting the entertainment planet. Now, after achieving the Great Vajra realm with the help of the Nine Swords Academy's resources, he actually wanted to run away. It's Nan Guangzu. I'm so sorry to bother you to come and see me off. Fang Xing turned on the holographic projection and greeted him with a smile. Is the wound on your arm healed? It's healed, Nanguangzu looked resentful. Have a safe trip to you. Well, didn't we leave our virtual universe numbers? We'll contact each other then, Fang Xing said with a smile. Nowadays, virtual universe technology is developing at a faster pace. Even a lifelong homeless person on a single planet can, through the interstellar network, learn about all things happening in the Blue Star Federation and gather with friends and family from all over the world. Back at Nine Swords Academy, he often entertained former friends like Gu Yun and Song Jinggang in virtual space. You bastard, Nanguangzu finally lost her patience. A pitch-black python suddenly emerged from the atmosphere, lashing its tail at the Azure spaceship, pulling it out of the atmosphere and soaring into the depths of space. This wasn't a Dharmakaya, but a special ability acquired by the Sword Saint class from the Herodic God component. In Nanguangzu's hands, it was incredibly powerful. Even Fang Xing, now a little wary of it. Chapter 280 Help. Dragon Star. Wormhole. Against the backdrop of the boundless cosmic sky, a multitude of spaceships, like ants, darted in and out of the elliptical light hole. A single azure ship blended in among them, unnoticeable. Fang Xing sat on the sofa, communicating with Na Ying. Yes, instructor, thanks to the Nine Swords Academy's obelisk, and a bit of luck, I was able to successfully break through to the Vajra level. With the obelisk as an excuse, his breakthrough to the Vajra physique wouldn't seem so out of place. As for mechas, the Nine Swords Academy has already drawn up the master plan. After Fang Xing finished explaining this, Na Ying's projection, sitting across from him, was speechless. You're so lucky, kid. Big companies are all working on inhibitors, so many labs, and you're the only one who's done it. Haha, it's all just luck. Luck. Whitebird Planet has a good environment, perfect for breeding new species. Fang Xing rubbed his head. So I plan to stay on Whitebird Planet permanently, and build a new inhibitor factory to save money for mecha construction. Na Ying's expression grew even more speechless. Back then, I signed a centuries-long indenture to be able to customize mechas. Never mind. It's a good thing you've made it now. How's your secret pattern of will going? Within Fang Xing's sea of consciousness, his martial will stirred, sketching a pattern in midair. Unfortunately, the lines were so blurry that it was hard to tell whether it was human or beastly. Even the beast diagram has been mastered. Na Ying's eyes widened. Not bad, not bad. Even at the peak of his power, the Starry Sky diagram is perfect. That kid lacks talent, and his character is a bit shady. No wonder he's not as good as you. For us martial artists, the practice of righteousness and sincerity is essential. He gave a few more pointers on the cultivation of the secret marks of will before hanging up the call. Across from Fang Xing, the projection on the sofa instantly vanished. Me, righteousness and sincerity, Fang Xing rubbed his face. Never mind. I follow the path of immortal martial arts, which is different from traditional martial arts. He sighed, picked up a tome the size of a dictionary, and began to peruse it. It was a book on mecha construction, designed by Han Chunfeng himself. If printed out in its entirety, it would easily fill several buildings. He was holding only the catalog. Fortunately, I have a photographic memory. But reading it all is still a bit difficult. Take your time. Fang Xing immersed himself in his studies. An unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, an urgent communication came through. Fang Xing raised his eyes and saw Xiao Lan's anxious face. Master, I've detected a Federation emergency distress signal. He immediately glanced at the message. The secret realm has descended. The level of danger. Suspected spawn of the evil god? No wonder they need help. No, what's the point of the imaginary space defense forces? They let a spawn of the evil god through. The defenses of the imaginary space are like a fishing net. The bigger the fish, the harder it is to get through. Especially in recent decades, after the Federation's technological leap, even simple servant-level incidents have become rare. There was only a peak 10 years ago, when the Creator sect sent people to cause trouble. But after Fang Xing secretly sold out a group of evil god followers, things immediately quieted down. Now, facing the major event of the spawn of the evil god, Fang Xing was caught off guard. I'm still a nominal Federation security advisor, he thought for a moment and gave an order. Xiao Lan, connect to the combat channel. Soon, a virtual operations room was projected. In the center of the operations room, a space image unfolded. Amidst the galaxy, a massive transport ship loomed. A capable woman in a military uniform spoke. This secret realm's arrival occurred aboard the transport ship Davies 19012, Its current cosmic coordinates are, Fang Xing suddenly understood. Such bad luck, no wonder. Attacks by evil gods from imaginary space typically target planets, locations with the strongest life magnetic fields. This is because the evil gods' followers enjoy killing and devouring life, to promote their evolution. If launched into space, what destructive power would there be? It would also likely attract the attention of the Federation fleet. I am the commander-in-chief of this operation, Marshal St. Joe Yehua. A projection of a middle-aged man in a black suit emerged, his features straight and serious. What cargo is this transport ship carrying? With these words, the entire operations room seemed to fall silent. Finally, a chubby business elite spoke up. Well, that transport ship is carrying immigrants, around 340,000, all the formalities are in place. A transport ship from the AOE group, Joe Yehua's eyes flashed. The nearest Federation fleet will arrive within 3 cosmic hours. I'm already on my way, piloting the swarm mechanical mech, the 8-armed evil dragon beast. All support will gather at this coordinate point and wait for me to rendezvous. Our goal is to contain the sign of the evil god until the Federation fleet arrives. Quickly, missions were assigned one after another. Fang Xing observed his flight path. It was calculated by the omniscient brain to be the fastest and most energy-saving route his ship could handle. He also ensured that he would arrive at his destination at the same time as the others, and they had already begun organizing into groups and assigning responsibilities. It could be said that these highly qualified Federation professionals, if assembled at random, could become an elite space army. The offspring of the evil god, suspected to be from the Lord of Entropy, it's this extraterritorial evil god who loves to cause chaos. I thought it was sent by the creator to continue the trouble. Fang Xing fell into deep thought. Among the evil god's followers, the higher-ranking ones are comparable to ordinary 7th-level professionals. But the evil god's offspring are more difficult to say. They are at least 8th-level professionals, and those slightly higher are 9th-level professionals. The most outstanding among them can even rival 10th-level professionals, entering the realm of lower rulers. Of course, such offspring of the evil god are extremely rare, perhaps even rarer than the extraterritorial evil gods. Even for a higher-ranking ruler, to give birth to such a powerful offspring would have to pay a huge price, even splitting their own authority. Since the capture of the 3 of Hearts 10 years ago, the Federation should have a better understanding of the evil god, and they should not directly target the dream gods. As long as the creator doesn't awaken, everything else is a piece of cake. The Blue Star Federation is more than capable of handling it. After all, the Federation has vanquished several extraterritorial evil gods before. Fang Xing let out a deep breath, and a pair of golden angel wings appeared behind him. Master, 1 minute and 12 seconds to reach the designated location, Xiao Lan's voice echoed. I'll go directly there. You adopt free cruise mode and be careful not to get caught. Fang Xing, completely clad in a golden mecha, gave the order. This was his personal spaceship. If it were to be destroyed, it would be a disastrous loss. Whoosh! Fang Xing, a spacefaring being, could easily survive in space. With the wings of the sun god, he looked like a space god. Furthermore, the strange beast diagram in his sea of consciousness unfolded, and his once solidified martial arts will surged forth, merging with every aspect of his mecha, imbuing the golden armor with a layer of complex and profound patterns. He had almost fully exploited the potential of the 7th realm mecha, the wings of the sun god, and controlled it with exquisite precision. Soon, he arrived at a meteorite belt and encountered an immensely majestic 8-armed evil dragon. Group mecha, 8-armed evil dragon beast. Fang Xing felt the oppressive pressure from the colossal mecha and let out a long breath. The wings of the sun god was merely the pinnacle of the 7th realm mecha. The 8-armed evil dragon beast, on the other hand, was a true 9th realm mecha. Controlled by a martial saint and 8 Vajra realm masters, it could unleash the power of a martial god. Theoretically, this level of combat power is enough to deal with ordinary descendants of the evil god, but it's not guaranteed. Fang Xing landed on a massive meteorite and met a dozen or so people who had arrived with him. The weakest of these people were all 6th realm professionals. Of course, there were no martial saints. Therefore, his great Vajra realm strength was why the all-seeing brain appointed him as a team leader. At that moment, a sudden flash of red light emanated from the 8-armed evil dragon beast's enormous dragon eyes. In a flash, everyone arrived at a square, presumably the interior of the mecha. Joe Yehua, dressed in a black suit, stood with his hands behind his back. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. I'll contain the spawn of the evil god. Your mission is to break into that transport ship, rescue the important hostages, and transfer vital supplies. The professionals present frowned at these words. A gruff voice emanated from a black, humanoid mecha. Once the spawn of the evil god descends, hundreds of thousands will be sacrificed. Are there any survivors on that transport ship? Yes, there are the Federation's highest grade life support chambers inside that transport ship. Even against an alien evil god, they can sustain it for over half an hour. A secretary, seemingly a white-collar woman, spoke, transmitting maps to everyone's computers. Fang Xing glanced at them and saw they were ship blueprints, their internal structure clearly visible. HMPH. There must be someone important trapped on board. I wonder which tycoon's daughter it is, a voice tinged with sarcasm sang. Alright, 30 seconds from now, immediate action. Joyeho gave the order without further ado. Beyond the starry sky, Fang Xing was shrouded in a golden mecha, even his face covered by a golden mask. Behind him, the professionals remained silent, all gazing at a spaceship, powerless and adrift in the distance. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, roar. The moment the countdown reached 0, an unimaginably massive dragon beast mecha emerged. Each of its arms could grasp a planet, making the once enormous spaceship a mere speck of dust to it. The next moment, the 8-armed dragon shrank in size. Though still immense, it was roughly the size of the spaceship. Its 8 arms extended, firmly securing the spaceship. Woo a. The next moment, the cry of a baby echoed from within the spaceship. From the deck, through the windows, and even through the cracks in the steel, countless dark liquids seeped out. They were as viscous as oil, yet tinged with an indescribable sense of chaos. The power of the evil god's offspring lies not merely in their sheer strength, but also in their ability to alter the environment and even influence the very laws of nature. The evil god's offspring of the Lord of Entropy will plunge everything around them into chaos. Joyeho's voice rang out one after another. We're neither lucky nor unlucky. This evil god's offspring is around the 9th realm, so it's not the most formidable of the bunch. I'll pull that chaos offspring into the imaginary space later. Try to eliminate its influence. Break into the ship and prepare for a rescue. Be careful, that spaceship has likely spawned a large number of servants and clan-level evil creatures. Before he could finish his words, Fang Xing saw the enormous dragon beast's 8 arms plunge directly into the spaceship. The thick deck, torn apart by its 8 arms like paper, was torn apart with ease. Woo-wah, the baby's cries suddenly became shrill. Each cry carried a powerful spiritual contamination, causing a stir among the 6th realm professionals. Be careful. We might be facing the true form of the sign of the evil god. Those with psychic protection and psychic potions should use them, Fang Xing commanded in a deep voice. Not every professional, like him, could condense a Vajra relic or even a Great Sun relic at a low level. Not every professional on Blue Star pursues the path of martial arts. However, the Federation had long since developed similar defensive measures for such situations. The most convenient, of course, was a mecha equipped with the appropriate psychic protection module. Other professionals could also use special potions and other methods. Woo a. The moment after Fang Xing's warning, the baby's cries intensified. Countless viscous, oil-like black liquid seeped out of the spaceship, attempting to completely envelop the 8 arms of the 8-armed evil dragon beast. Then, from within the black liquid, resembling an ocean or lake, a sign of chaos suddenly emerged. It seemed composed of countless pitch-black lines, devoid of a fixed form. Even its structures and organs displayed a chaotic and contradictory tendency. Chaos, disorder. A single glance would drive ordinary professionals mad. The 8-armed evil dragon beast mecha allowed its body to be soaked by the black liquid, and several arms grabbed the descendants of chaos. Then, the 2 huge figures disappeared at the same time. It's our turn. Fang Xing took a deep breath and flew first to the spaceship with a lot of black liquid remaining. He stretched out his right hand, and a phoenix-like wing of light flashed, breaking a big hole on the deck of the ship. Then the whole person rushed in, looking extremely brave. This scene surprised the professionals who followed Fang Xing. It's just a temporary captain. Why are you risking your life? I have a splitting headache, and tomorrow's update will be postponed. Chapter 281 Failure. Of course, Fang Xing wasn't risking his life. In fact, he hadn't even activated the first level of his mecha's secret pattern. He was simply too strong, giving the team the impression of a desperate 7th level professional. Crash! With ripped armor plates and a burst of flames, he landed in a cultivation plant. All he saw was a vast swarm of dead mealworms, their bodies shrunken, as if devoid of all nutrients. Such a large immigration ship must have a food recycling system. This mealworm factory should be used to produce nutrient blocks. Fang Xing's expression turned slightly grim. The smell of the nutrient blocks clearly brought back unpleasant memories. I heard that some luxury tourist spaceships have specially created an ecosystem within their cabins, cultivating all natural crops and foods like dairy cows, beef cattle, and barley. A professional following behind him glanced at the nearby fleshworm cultivation room and shook his head with a smile. It seems this ship is full of poor people, maybe even mostly cyborgs. I just don't know why there are important people here. What does an important person living in a luxury cabin have to do with these people? A female professional nearby scoffed and glanced at the map. According to the map, we need to go to the life support cabin. The route should be this way. She walked through a hatch and returned to her starting point. This spatial disorder, a hint of fear suddenly pierced her voice. The place where the children of chaos reside will actively radiate, causing chaos in all directions, including space. Fang Xing pondered, his giant and Dharma domain unfolding, dissecting a flesh worm. At this point, the professionals present also noticed something amiss. These mealworms and meatworms, why are some of them with their heads growing out of their butts? Their internal organs are all upside down. No wonder they're dead. This is the Chaos Child's chaos domain. Shit, the map doesn't work. Fang Xing, enveloped by his golden core domain, discovered more. The arrangement here is also problematic. The buildings are asymmetrical, like they've been forced together, yet the joints are seamless. Truly terrifying. If that Chaos Child were still here, this chaos would increase exponentially. He finally understood why Marshal St. Joyeho had wanted to take the Chaos Child away. Without it, their group would be completely useless. Be careful. Just then, several dangerous auras approached rapidly. Fang Xing issued a warning, striking out with a punch. Bang! Above the ground, the deck split open, revealing a giant, earthworm-like, dark creature. Its head split open, like a chrysanthemum, with a dense swirl of sharp teeth. Blazing. A terrifying Dao Qi suddenly ignited from Fang Xing's golden arm. The Dao Qi materialized, like a sharp sword, piercing through the mouth of the upper-level clan member, piercing its entire body. The upper-level clan member's incredibly tough skin was easily torn apart by the Dao Qi, and in an instant, it fell to the ground, twitching. Help me! A professional was ambushed by a pitch-black worm, having its arm bitten off. Fang Xing instantly hurled a golden feather. Puff! A flash of golden light, and the pitch-black worm's head exploded, its corpse falling to the ground, twitching. These are all upper-level clan-level evil creatures. 6th-level professionals, be careful. Fang Xing warned. The mecha in his hand flashed with light, transforming into golden bow. He drew his bow and drew his arrow, and golden lasers condensed into an arrow. Boom! A huge hole instantly shattered in the steel wall ahead, and countless pitch-black worms within were instantly vaporized, revealing a vast chamber. Under his martial will, a crack finally opened in the chaotic space. He entered the cabin and saw human corpses strewn across the floor. These should be the original immigrants, right? How did they become like this? A professional observed one corpse, noting its peculiar appearance. Slanted eyes, a flat nose, one hand with 7 fingers, the other with 8. The other corpses had similarly undergone horrific deformities, their features seemingly haphazardly molded from mud, their limbs grotesquely twisted. Clearly, they were all once normal people, but after being exposed to the radiation from the chaos field, they became like this. Most of the living on this ship are probably dead. Fang Xing sighed, then said, be cautious. The fleshworm factory had previously bred pitch-black worms of the highest clan level. What kind of terrifying evil could possibly exist within this cabin, filled with the aura of human death? I don't want to stay here. We're just high-level professionals nearby, temporarily conscripted here. Being conscripted by the Federation is fine, but why are we working for a jebel? A female professional screamed, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Something's wrong with you. Is your spiritual amulet charged? Fang Xing glanced at her, the great sun relic between his brows slowly activating as he frowned. You're all bad people, the female professional screamed, and countless pitch-black veins suddenly appeared near her eye sockets. With a swish, the armor on her back opened, allowing her to claw out her own spine, transforming it into a great sword of bone. It's a sword saint. The people around her were startled and stepped away. Xiling, what are you doing? Kill! 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 Xiling's eyes darkened, and she swung the great sword in her hand. A sword field descended, a storm of countless blades sweeping through it. Normally, she was just an ordinary 6th level professional. Facing a team of 6th and 7th level elites, she wouldn't have much chance of fighting back. But this time, it was different. A 7th realm mecha master screamed as his mecha was ripped apart by the blade storm, sending streams of blood spurting out. She's a 7th realm? The professional snapped to attention. No, she's possessed by the psychic shadow. Fang Xing's eyes blazed with twin flames. The psychic shadow is a disembodied, superior clan that specializes in lurking in the darkness of professionals' minds. Clearly, the oppressive environment here had stirred up negative emotions like fear, anger, and dread within Xiling, creating favorable conditions for the psychic shadow to infest. If it were a pure martial artist, armed with martial will and a spiritual amulet, the problem wouldn't be too serious, at least they could detect it in advance. But the opponent was a sword saint, already sealed within himself a portion of the evil god's corruption. Now, with a complete eruption, she was completely corrupted. So fast that no one could react. HMPH, Fang Xing snorted, and the golden core domain descended. A flash of golden light instantly crushed the blade storm's domain. Bang! He pressed his 5 fingers together, exerted a slight force, and a punch emerged. Crack! The giant bone sword in midair froze, then shattered piece by piece from its tip. Fang Xing took a step forward, appearing before Xiling as if leaping through space, and struck her forward with a fist. Boom! In that instant, he shone like the sun, radiating brilliantly. Captain, is this the Great Light Fist? A team member's eyes lit up at the sight. The next moment, Xiling collapsed, and behind her, a dark shadow was swept away by the gust of the fist, emitting a piercing scream. Fang Xing transformed his fist into palm and flipped his hand. A blanket of shadows descended, encompassing all directions, leaving a sense of inescapability and no escape, heaven-covering hand. Bang! The shadow screamed, then vanished into nothingness beneath the mighty power of his fist. After condensing the secret pattern of martial will, it seems that the lethality against the evil god's followers has also increased. Fang Xing couldn't help but ponder this scene. Captain, Xiling's eyes rolled back, and then she fainted. She's been severely contaminated and is in poor health. A female professional came up to check on her, her face grim. There might be more than one psychic shadow here. Retreat! Fang Xing's martial will surged like a blazing sun, breaking through the surrounding spatial chaos and leading the team back to the fleshworm factory. Zzzz. Team A has been attacked, suffering heavy casualties. We are retreating. Team C has discovered the aconite nest, too many followers. We have decided to retreat. The previously jammed communicator suddenly resumed, relaying news from several other teams. Retreat! Fang Xing waved his hand, leading the team back along the same route they had come. After leaving the ship, which seemed completely corrupted by the black fluid, every professional breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a fleet of spaceships slowly approached from the galaxy. They appeared slow, but in reality, their speed was astonishing. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, they all vanished into imaginary space. Through this ripped void, Fang Xing vaguely caught sight of the 8-armed evil dragon beast and its entangled chaos children. As the fleet entered, countless artillery fire instantly engulfed the chaos children. Star Destroyer, Dark Matter Bomb. Fang Xing averted his gaze. He had finally seen the tip of the iceberg of the Federation's technological prowess, and the might of its massive fleet capable of engaging the extraterritorial evil gods on the front lines. Let's go to the asteroid belt and reunite with the other teams. This mission has failed. He waved his hand, transformed into a streak of golden light, and departed first. Fang Xing truly had no intention of risking his life for some tycoon. He could just fool around and it would pass. Even his earlier performance as the Vanguard seemed almost staged. Shortly after arriving at the asteroid belt, Fang Xing saw an 8-armed evil dragon beast emerge from the universe. Compared to the previous mech, this one was not only covered in numerous black marks, but also had lost 3 arms. Mission accomplished. Let's go back. Marshal St. Joyeho's voice rang out, a hint of fatigue in it. Chapter 282 Alchemy. A few days later. Whitebird Planet. Galaxy Island, Villa. Fang Xing sat on the sofa, legs crossed, a glass of juice in hand. The juice came from a gourmet planet cultivated by the Federation. Like a rainbow, it featured 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple, black, and white. 9-color juice. It tastes really good. He took another sip before opening an email. Master, Xiolan was nearby, seemingly dressed in a teacher's uniform, gold-rimmed glasses, and a pointer in hand. Your contribution has been recorded and recognized by the Federation. Also, according to Marshal St. Joyeho's promise, you can exchange it for some rare resources, such as the flesh and blood of this Chaos Spawn. The Chaos Spawn was enormous, and its carcass could be used in many ways. It could even be extracted to yield several spirit-refining essences that could aid in the breakthrough to martial sainthood. Of course, Fang Xing's contribution wasn't enough to redeem that. Then let's exchange it all for the flesh and blood of Chaos Spawns. My mecha is desperately short of that kind of material, Fang Xing decided. In reality, the meager amount of flesh and blood he could exchange for wouldn't even be enough to complete 1,000th of his own biomech. But it was a good start nonetheless. I haven't fully understood the design yet, so I'm not in a rush to start working. Besides, a mecha factory isn't just a breeding field or a laboratory. The investment is enormous. I need to sell more inhibitors to accumulate funds and recruit talent. He pondered for a moment, then flipped through his other emails and found one, from a female professional from his last team. Fang Xing took a look and dialed the number. Captain, the screen opposite him showed a hospital ward. Xiling lay in a repair chamber, her eyes closed. You were the one who took Xiling to the hospital? You're so thoughtful. Fang Xing glanced at a tall, leggy white woman in a black bodysuit next to him and smiled. They'd all been wearing mechas before, so they weren't familiar with each other. Now, the female professional had a slender figure, long legs, and burgundy curly hair, a striking sight. But at this moment, a trace of worry crossed his distinct features. Captain, I just got word that the AOE group has secretly spread word that they're very unhappy with us. Is it because the hostage rescue ultimately failed? Fang Xing smiled, seemingly unconcerned. We were only volunteering. Since when did failure become a crime? Officially, that's the way it is. Therefore, our rewards and contributions haven't changed. It's said that Marshal St. Joyeho fought for it, but privately, a young princess from the AOE group died there. The female professional opposite her looked a little aggrieved. We tried hard too. Xiling almost died there, and other teams also suffered casualties. Well, I'm just reminding you, Captain, to be careful. Don't worry, I'm a doctoral student at Blue Star University, and I have several martial saints behind me. Fang Xing laughed heartily. Besides, he was ready to lay low and relax. How could the AOE group suppress him? In fact, this situation only made him feel that his previous lack of effort was right. If the poor people on a spaceship died, shouldn't the Jebel be allowed to die too? That doesn't make sense. In the face of death, no matter how high or low, all are equal. Although the Federation's elite have access to cutting-edge genetic surgeries and various other means, allowing them to live much longer than ordinary people, they still have to die, when even death is no longer equal. That's true despair. Captain, you're awesome. The female professional opposite was speechless for a moment, then said, I want to work for you. She was a smart person, knowing that she was only a 6th-level professional with a modest background. She couldn't stop the AOE group, so she hoped to find a patron to support her. Okay, send your resume to Xinghai Company on Binary Star. I'll hire you if I see no problem. Fang Xing took another look at her, noting that she bore a striking resemblance to the Black Widow from his previous life. He smiled and asked, by the way, what's your name? The professional on the other side was speechless, vaguely. Boss, sure. The other party moved quickly. Fang Xing glanced over the resume and said, congratulations on getting the position. Come join the company and be my secretary for a while. Also, Xiling is actually a very nice person, Vigili said. She's in very poor condition right now and might need a Source C-level treatment chamber. I'm sure she'll be very grateful to you once she's cured. Well, someone from Nine Swords Academy is indeed quite good. I'll apply for treatment for her, and she'll work with you later to pay off her debts. Fang Xing agreed indifferently, considering it a good deed. After all, he had previously been living off the fat of the land at Nine Swords Academy, so of course he had to show some leniency and care for a Nine Swords graduate. The Immortal Cultivation Realm. Beihua Mountain, a 4th-tier cave dwelling. Fang Xing gazed at the one-ho cauldron before him, his eyes blazing as he waved his hands and occasionally chanted magical spells. Within the cauldron, numerous medicinal ingredients were instantly refined. Countless strange powders and liquids, barely mingled under the breath of 9 fire dragons, transformed into several peels with jagged surfaces. This was because the medicinal power hadn't yet fully settled, undergoing its final, drastic transformation. Another half-hour passed, and Fang Xing clasped his hands together, channeling the immense nascent soul mana into the one-hook cauldron. Bang! The one-hook cauldron exploded, and 4 pills flew out, each imbued with unimaginable energy. A strange, medicinal fragrance emanated from the air. A golden, magical hand descended, scooping up the 4 pills and placing them in Fang Xing's palm. 4th-grade flesh-bone pills, our excellent healing elixirs for uniting true lords. 1 furnace of materials can produce a maximum of 8 pills. I've only managed 4, 2 inferior and 2 genuine. Not bad, huh? While the one hoodling contributed greatly to this, Fang Xing felt that with a better furnace, he should be able to refine a successful pill. Generally speaking, the skill requirements in the world of immortal cultivation are quite low. As long as one can refine a 4th-grade pill, one can barely call themselves a 4th-grade alchemy master. I've used up all the materials for practice, so I can start refining the Ningying pill. Fang Xing had been practicing diligently lately, progressing from the late Jinden stage to the perfect Jinden stage without any bottlenecks. His progress was rapid. Besides that, he refined pills every day. While refining, he discovered that the one hoodling also worked on 4th-grade pills, which was a pleasant surprise. He put away the flesh-bone pills and rested for a few days, bathing, changing clothes, and burning incense to calm his mind. Then he went to the alchemy room to inspect the earth fire and the furnace. After briefly closing his eyes and contemplating for a moment, Fang Xing slapped his storage bag. Jade boxes emerged, filled with various rare spiritual herbs. Divine infant fruit, dragon Sephora japonica vine, green spirit bamboo heart, 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, and even the specially saved 10,000-year-old stone milk. There are only 5 divine infant fruits. I'll use a maximum of 4, with the last one as a backup. If I can't refine it, I'll just eat it raw. Fang Xing secretly made a plan. Eating the divine infant fruit raw would still have some effect in assisting with the formation of the nascent soul, though it was wasteful, a waste of natural resources, and not as great as the bonus provided by the nascent soul condensation pill. But if there was no other choice, eating it raw was the only option. If only one could be taken raw, and more would be ineffective, Fang Xing would even be tempted to eat all 5 divine infant fruits at once. After all, if one divine infant fruit wasn't as effective as the nascent soul condensation pill, then 5 should be enough, right? As for taking it to other 4th-level alchemists with confidence, this alchemist must belong to either the righteous or the evil side. It's tantamount to admitting one's identity as Fang Shengren, something no fool would do. Fang Xing gathered his thoughts and picked up a divine infant fruit. It resembled a ginseng fruit, white and tender, with an alluring aroma. When the divine infant falls into the furnace, 9 dragons soar. A green bamboo waterfall cascades down the stream. The jade pot turns 3 times, then 9 times, quench it with red fruit, and store it in jade. He silently recited the alchemy formula he had memorized countless times. A burst of mana flew out, enveloping the divine infant fruit and dropping it into the one hooding. The first step in refining the infant pill is to refine the main ingredients. Failure would mean nothing. 1 divine infant fruit can produce a maximum of 5 infant pills. This first furnace is not very reliable, it's purely for practice. Fang Xing's powerful spiritual sense surged, igniting the earth fire. Roar! The earth fire rose, transforming into 9 fiery dragons, which continuously spewed flames, consuming the divine infant fruit. Under the coils of 9 fire dragons, the divine infant fruit didn't burn black. Instead, it began to slowly melt according to the controlled temperature. Good. This first step of controlling the firepower finally worked. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He had practiced this fire control technique several times with a previous 4th-tier elixir recipe, so at least he didn't stumble right from the start. The next moment, he took out the heart of the emerald green bamboo and dropped it into the alchemy furnace. Quick, with a chant, a gentle breeze emerged, continuously grinding the emerald green bamboo heart. This raw material can't be refined with fire, it needs wind. Fang Xing gestured with his hands, and the miraculous power of the myriad transformations cauldron descended, further purifying the powder. It resembled a turquoise waterfall cascading from the sky. Turn! 3 fire dragons flew up, catching the turquoise waterfall and swirling continuously. The liquid medicine from the divine infant fruit landed at the center of the vortex. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. After 9 turns, the turquoise waterfall had completely melted into the liquid medicine, emitting a pale turquoise hue. Fang Xing immediately added the dragon locust vine and 1,000-year-old red fruit. The fire in the one holding was blazing. Suddenly, the cauldron trembled slightly, and a cloud of charred black smoke emerged. Fang Xing, who was taking out the 10,000-year-old stone milk, paused, failed. But I managed to persist to the last step. It seems that I have a talent for alchemy. It was the right decision to practice with other 4th-level pills before. The first batch of Ningying pill persisted to the last step before failing. Fang Xing immediately became full of confidence in the remaining 3 batches. 2 updates today. Chapter 283, Infant Formation. 6 months later. Inside the cave, Fang Xing gazed at the 4 Ningying pills lined up before him, pondering silently. After failing once, his second batch of furnaces was a divine intervention, effortlessly refining a low-grade Ningying pill. While not as good as those 4th-tier alchemists, who guaranteed a genuine Ningying pill, it was still quite impressive. If this inferior Ningying pill were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause untold bloodshed and lead to the deaths of countless late-stage Jinden cultivators. Even the Wantha master, who had achieved perfect Jinden, never had the chance to witness an inferior Ningying pill. Alternatively, if he could obtain a low-grade Ningying pill, with a Wanhoding in hand, he might even be able to break through to the Yuanying stage and become a Wantha's Henjin. With a Wanhoding, he could elevate a low-grade Ningying pill to a genuine one. But Fang Xing, now ambitious, wanted to strive for a top-grade one, so he didn't hesitate to start refining a 3rd batch while he had the chance. The 3rd furnace lived up to expectations, yielding a genuine Ningying pill. Fang Xing pressed on with his victory, firing a 4th furnace of Ningying pills. This time, his luck was exceptional, yielding 1 genuine and 1 inferior. It could be said that, at least in terms of Ningying pill refining, he had already matched the 4th-tier alchemists of the Daijing Immortal Realm. This left Fang Xing speechless, but on reflection, he understood. How many chances did even a 4th-tier alchemist have in their lifetime to refine Ningying pills? Even a nascent soul true lord, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, would likely only encounter the opening of the Linlang Blessed Land twice, allowing him to refine a few furnaces. A true 4th-tier alchemist guaranteed the success rate of Ningying pills by refining other 4th-tier elixirs, applying this knowledge to other similar recipes. While he might have refined fewer other 4th-tier elixirs, the number of Ningying pill furnaces he had open was likely comparable to, or even greater than, those 4th-tier alchemists. Coupled with the Wanhoding's ability to increase pill success rates, this outcome led to this. 4 divine infant fruits, 2 genuine and 2 inferior. Between the forces of good and evil, the alchemist would be beaten to death, but for me, it's okay. Fang Xing put away the 5th divine infant fruit, not planning to open the furnace again. The effects of multiple doses of Ningying pills don't stack, so 1 is enough. The remaining divine infant fruit would be very useful, whether for exchange or for future use in other 4th or even 5th-tier pill recipes. Fang Xing picked up a Ningying pill. This pill was quite unique, azure in color, with a faint image of a baby within. However, the image of the inferior pill was very blurry, while that of the genuine pill was clearer. Furthermore, each pill was sealed within a milky white, translucent crystal. This shell was crafted from millennia-old stone milk combined with the essence of other spiritual herbs, effectively locking in the pill's power, preventing any leakage. Furthermore, the sealed Ningying pill maintains its effectiveness for at least 500 years. I wonder how many goodies I can exchange for the remaining 3 Ningying pills. Fang Xing sealed all 4 Ningying pills into the Wanho cauldron, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Everything is almost ready. Once I complete my Dan condensation, I can then attempt to condense my nascent soul. To my surprise, it's my Xiuxin clone who's the first to truly enter the 8th realm. Years later, outside Beihou Mountain, atop a peak, is Muan Long, dead. The white crane sex grand elder twisted his graying eyebrows, gazing at the Wanhokai formation with a hint of helplessness. Although he had planted some people within the Mu family, they had survived 2 catastrophes and were mostly dead. The few remaining ones, with the Mu family now sealed off, made it difficult to get any information out. It was practically impossible to get any information out after Mu King Bei's death. It was practically impossible to get any information about the Mu family without knowing it. Old Bei, I heard your precious heir died at the hands of Mu Wanlong. No wonder you harbor such deep resentment. A large-headed, strange-looking figure in a black robe let out a few eerie laughs. No wonder you're joining forces with us. Otherwise, in 100 years, with your lifespan, you might even be dead. The White Crane Sect's Grand Elder's expression darkened. Originally, the White Crane Sect's primary strategy was to rely on the Kyankan Dao, destroy the Mu family, and seize this rare fourth-tier spiritual vein, allowing for gradual development and the accumulation of nascent soul resources. Unexpectedly, that damned Mu Wanlong derailed this smooth plan. If they continued to fight, Old Bei feared he'd be dead first. Therefore, they had to take the risky step of joining forces with a demonic path. This time, there's no need to trouble you. Just sell me the fourth-tier vein-breaking pearl as agreed, the White Crane Sect's Grand Elder sighed. Fourth-tier vein-breaking pearls were extremely rare, even among the major nascent soul sects, and were truly top-tier strategic resources. Even if his granddaughter became Wu Xingzi's concubine, the White Crane Sect had no access to such spiritual artifacts. Even the Kyankan Dao might not have any in stock. A single fourth-tier vein-breaking bead would be enough to destabilize a fourth-tier spiritual vein, severely damaging the quasi-fourth-tier myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation. At that point, Taoist Bei believed he could kill Mu Wanlong, even if he still had a breath left. His previous fear was that he would leverage the power of the quasi-fourth-tier formation to destroy him and himself. Without the formation's protection, Taoist Bei wasn't too terrified of a dying man, even if he could still perform forbidden techniques. Don't worry, since we want you, the White Crane Sect, as our insider within the righteous path, will naturally protect you. Everything has been prepared. The fourth-tier vein-breaking bead will appear at the Yiling Immortal City auction in 6 months. The seller doesn't want spirit stones, but rather specific spiritual artifacts. The large-headed, black-robed figure explained the necessary details. Taoist Bei's expression eased slightly. Now, even if they discovered the fourth-rank vein-breaking orb originated from the demonic path, since he had won it through bidding, the problem wouldn't be too serious. I wonder if it's worth bearing such a huge price to destroy the Mu family, but this old man, don't have 100 years left. Taoist Bei gazed at Beihu Mountain and clenched his fists. This vengeance, Bei, will avenge. If his previous actions against the Mu family were simply about coveting the fourth-rank spiritual vein, then after Mu Wanlong killed his natal spiritual crane, the two sides had become a blood feud, a feud to the death. That alien spiritual crane was Taoist Bei's natal spirit beast. They had accompanied each other since the key condensation stage, protecting each other through countless tribulations. The spiritual crane had shielded Taoist Bei from fatal calamities 3 times. Even after Taoist Bei broke through to the late Jinden stage, he had expended immense effort and expense to cultivate the spiritual crane to the upper 3rd rank. Their relationship was closer than that of a Taoist partner and their own son. As a result, he died at the hands of Mu Wanlong. Taoist Bei was determined to destroy the Mu family, even if it meant forcing him to sacrifice the Beihu Mountain spiritual veins and collude with the demons, because this matter had almost become his inner demon. If he didn't kill Mu Wanlong with his own hands, he even felt that his magical power would never improve in this lifetime. As long as this formation is broken, the Mu family now only has 1 dying Jinden and 2 fake Danxianren. There's really no need for me to take action, then. The big-headed weirdo in black wanted to say something more, but his expression suddenly changed. Taoist Bei was also shocked and looked towards the direction of Beihu Mountain. He saw that the originally flying flowers in the sky had gradually stagnated and their movement was disturbed, and the spiritual vein hills appeared behind them one after another. Whoosh! A howling wind stirred the spiritual energy within 100 miles, emerging from the void, from the flowers and trees, from the famous mountains and rivers, gathering together and transforming into a multicolored ball of light that hovered near Beihu Mountain, shimmering with brilliance and carrying an indescribable spiritual pressure. Within Beihu Mountain, many Kigan cultivators near the 4th-level caves trembled with fear and knelt on the ground. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators felt their mana turbulent. Even the distant Taoist Bei and the large-headed, black-clothed strange man felt an indescribable pressure. This, Taoist Bei, he stared at the scene, his expression dazed. Impossible, spiritual energy is like clouds, spreading over 100 miles. This is a nascent soul celestial phenomenon. There's no mistaking it, The large-headed, black-clad figure glared at Taoist Baihe with his triangular eyes fixed. There's actually a giant and perfecting cultivator hidden within the Mu family, with the potential to achieve nascent soul. This I didn't know either. Taoist Baihe felt a bitter taste in his mouth, even a hint of sweetness. He wiped his hand, and a trace of blood appeared on it. Regardless, Taoist Baihe knew that with this nascent soul celestial phenomenon, all his previous plans had become a joke. He gazed at the celestial phenomenon, which spread over 100 miles, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. If the Mu family had such a strong foundation, how could they have been so badly cornered by the Baihe sect? Even the head of the family, along with several giant and true masters, had died in battle. But this nascent soul celestial phenomenon couldn't be faked. The immortal golden elixir's celestial phenomenon only had a range of about 10 miles. But once the nascent soul is condensed, the celestial phenomena will initially ripple across 100 miles. This is the chasm between the core formation and the nascent soul. How can we stop it? The Taoist white crane's expression instantly grew fierce. It's difficult. Right now, the battle for land reclamation is underway, and the Kyankan Dao ancestor has already appeared on the front lines at the Bibo Cave battlefield, dealing with that 4th-rank Bishu Frost Dragon. The black-clothed, large-headed strange man sighed. Aside from that nascent soul true lord, the other nascent soul cultivators are too far away, let alone being nearby. However, the nascent soul has many tribulations. Even if one manages to condense the nascent soul, there are still the heart demon tribulations and the thunder tribulations. He laughed strangely. Those with even the slightest lack of foundation risk perishing under these tribulations, saving you and me the trouble. No, the Taoist white crane's eyes glared. If the Mu family succeeds, our base sect will be annihilated. I can't gamble. A chilling white light enveloped him, and with a shrill crane cry, he charged towards Baihe Mountain. At this moment, the myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation was experiencing a moment of instability as the nascent soul celestial phenomena competed for spiritual energy. If a great cultivator in the late Giant stage, equipped with a third-tier forbidden breaking talisman or other forbidden treasures, could break into 100 Flowers Mountain, they would have absolutely no problem. He's really taken action. The black-clad, large-headed figure stood with his hands behind his back, silently observing the scene. Regardless, it's best not to produce any more nascent soul true lords in the righteous path. After all, our demonic path has fallen far behind. With the exception of Xiao Hao, all 6 former demonic heroes had perished. However, several of the 5 righteous disciples still survived. Even if the demonic path urgently cultivated additional nascent soul seeds, how could the immortal golden elixir be so easily achieved? It's conceivable that the demonic path's nascent souls will inevitably be inferior to those of the righteous path in the future. If the righteous path were to gain another nascent soul true lord at this point, it would be even more disadvantageous for the demonic path. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Raid. A moment ago, inside a 4th-tier spiritual cave, finally, the elixir has been completed. Fang Xing slowly concluded his practice, his consciousness gazing inward at his dantian. He saw that the platinum-colored immortal elixir had expanded to its fullest extent, and the natal flying sword lodi within it had even been elevated to the rank of a supreme-grade magical weapon. He went to the alchemy room to the side and casually executed a hand seal. The one-hook cauldron roared, and from it flew a cyan pill encased in milky white crystals. It was the Ningying pill. At this moment, the Ningying pill was as azure as water, and the infant within was crystal clear, even its features appearing lifelike. It was the upgraded, top-grade Ningying pill. Sword cultivators should strive for excellence. With the elixir completed and the supreme-grade Ningying pill and supreme-grade spirit stones in hand, what are we waiting for? Break through to the nascent soul stage directly. With a flash of silver light, Fang Xing's true form, dressed in casual clothes, appeared within the cave. Though he practiced diligently, he was no fool. At this critical juncture of the nascent soul, he needed someone to protect him. With his master in charge, even if a Yuaning's engine happened to be wandering nearby, or even attacked directly, he could kill him with a single blow. Inside the cave, Fang Xing's immortal clone sat cross-legged, silently adjusting his state. When his inner energy and spirit reached their peak, he swallowed a Ningyin pill without hesitation. Then, holding the top-grade gold spirit stone in his hand, he silently began to practice the breaking the pill to form an infant technique from the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic. Crack! Crack! As the secret technique began to operate, Fang Xing suddenly felt his internal mana reverse, rushing straight to his danshin. Terrible pain followed by a twisting of his meridians, almost as if possessed by a demon. Breaking the elixir to form an infant, if you fail, you will die. Once you fail, the golden elixir will be shattered, and the cultivator will die in 99% of cases. A crazy smile appeared on Fang Xing's mouth. Is this the true meaning of breaking the elixir to form an infant? The whole body's magic power is reversed, the meridians are twisted, and the danshin is overturned. The retrograde technique causes the golden elixir to shatter, and then, it gives birth to the infant. Sure enough, this step requires very high physical fitness of the cultivator. If you are a little weaker, you may die directly. Generally speaking, one must be at least at the third level of body refining to barely endure it. Of course, you can also use external objects, such as some spiritual objects for condensing the infant, which can make the cultivator's blood and ki as fast as a dragon in a short period of time, and they are also not afraid of this backlash. I haven't done much physical refining as a cultivator, until now. It is still the physique brought by the Yijing marrow cleansing when the elixir was formed. Even after several realm breakthroughs, now it is equivalent to a second-level upper-grade body refiner. It's not that Fang Xing doesn't know the benefits of body refining, but he needs to practice wholeheartedly to increase his magic power. If he also practiced a physical cultivation technique, it would inevitably squeeze his training time. How could he achieve perfect Dan by the age of 50? Furthermore, physical weakness is a common problem among sword cultivators, and other methods can compensate for it. There seems to be a secret talisman within the Heavenly Sword sect, called the 4th level Woodlife Talisman. Even if the body is severely injured, the heart is gouged out, or even the head is cut off, it can be restored to its original state in an instant. I left in a hurry before, so I didn't have time to plan, but it doesn't matter. Fang Xing sat cross-legged. Suddenly, a gentle force surged from his limbs and bones. It was dense and continuous, carrying a powerful emerald green vitality and energy, permeating every part of his body. The terrible backlash caused by the reversal technique was soothed by the powerful medicinal power of the Ningyin pill. Moreover, under the catalysis of the Ningyin pill, his body underwent a continuous process of destruction, recovery, destruction, and recovery again, destruction and reconstruction, gradually climbing to the level of the 3rd level body cultivation. Whoosh! Outside, a strange phenomenon unfolded within the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy within 100 miles was drawn together, pouring into the 4th-tier spiritual vein cave. Rich 4th-tier spiritual energy emerged from the spiritual vein, condensing into multicolored crystals, which Fang Xing absorbed completely. Within his body, a crack suddenly appeared on the platinum-colored golden elixir, cultivated to its limit. A strange vitality was brewing within the immortal golden elixir. Clang! The rotten iron sword roared, a clear sword cry resounding through the heavens and earth. According to the Great Freedom Mysterious Golden Sword Classic, sword cultivators condense sword elixirs. At the nascent soul stage, they naturally condense sword infant. My mana is that of the immortal golden elixir, having reached the golden elixir's perfect state, and imbued with the sharp sword aura. Combined with that golden, top-grade spirit stone, I can break through the mana barrier with a flick of my finger. As for my spiritual awareness, if I remove the bonus from the false infant, there's certainly some deficiency, but I can make up for it with the remaining potency of the condensing infant pill. Fang Xing began to absorb the pure spiritual energy from the top-grade spirit stone, then manipulated the remaining potency of the condensing infant pill into his own sea of consciousness. His original purple mansion instantly expanded, and his spiritual awareness surpassed the 10 miles of a giant and cultivator. He could barely control the reversed mana and rush into the immortal sword elixir. Crack! Crack! Crack after crack appeared on the sword elixir. Then, with another sword cry, the white gold immortal golden elixir completely shattered, and the phantom of an infant emerged from it. The infant was pale and tender, its features bearing a striking resemblance to Fang Xing himself, though a sword scar marked its brow. Smaller than the myriad law's ghost infant, it exuded an inexplicable aura of power, the true spiritual pressure of an early nascent soul cultivator. The sword infant opened its eyes, its gaze clear and pure, like the innocence of a child. It reached out its hands, grasped a fragment of the immortal golden elixir, and instantly refined it. Suddenly, it shifted from imaginary to physical, seemingly growing slightly larger and larger. The sword infant then attacked again, capturing fragments of the immortal golden elixir and refining them. The myriad law's ghost infant observed the scene with a smile, occasionally assisting the sword infant in its complete refinement. After satiating itself, the sword infant yawned, sat cross-legged in the center of its stanchion key C, and formed a seal with its hands. A stream of nascent soul-level mana emerged, imbued with the unparalleled sharpness of a sword cultivator, and began to slowly circulate. This early nascent soul mana was even more powerful than that of the myriad law's ghost infant. More crucially, as the mana of the early nascent soul stage circulated, Fang Xing's body and consciousness simultaneously began a new round of transformation. A nascent soul true lord's physique was at least comparable to that of a third-level body cultivator, and his spiritual awareness ranged as far as 100 miles. And at the very moment of this transformation, the outer sky thickened with dark clouds and the rumble of thunder. Nascent soul achievement inevitably brings with it tribulations. The heart demon tribulation and the thunder tribulation, which arrived almost instantly, are formidable tests bestowed upon newly minted nascent soul cultivators by heaven and earth. Many, after painstakingly cultivating their nascent soul, ultimately perish under the heart demon or thunder tribulation. Heart demon tribulation. Bring it on, Fang Xing exclaimed confidently, with my sword intent. Any heart demon tribulation? I can slay it with a single strike. Outside, sitting cross-legged, Fang Xing smiled faintly, then gazed outward. Outside the fourth-level cave dwelling, the overwhelming spiritual pressure of the nascent soul made it difficult for even Foundation establishment cultivators to approach. At this moment, two fake Danzhunren, unable to fly, could only approach slowly on foot. They were Mu Wanshang and Mu Qingshi. Master, at this time, are you still trying to hide this from me? Mu Qingshi looked at Mu Wanshang, a hint of resentment in his expression. The Grand Elder isn't actually injured at all. He's even secretly broken through to the late Jinden stage and is now attempting to condense the nascent soul. This suspicion had formed in his mind since he confirmed that the nascent soul formation site was Mu Wanlong's cave. This kid was already terrified of being deceived. Even if Mu Wanshang swore to heaven, he wouldn't believe it. This, Mu Wanshang looked innocent. This old man is being wronged. God had mercy on him. He had just seen Mu Wanlong's soul lamp today, and it still looked like a candle in the wind. How could he suddenly break through to the nascent soul stage? But in his heart, he also had a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the Grand Elder has deceived me too? Even the soul lamp is fake? After all, breaking through to the nascent soul stage, one can never be too cautious. If the Grand Elder succeeds in his breakthrough, what about our Mu family? A flicker of excitement crossed Mu Qingshi's face, but he suddenly heard the shrill cry of a crane, and his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Mu Wanshang barely managed to look up, only to see a late Jinden cultivator, wielding a jade flute, charging fiercely. It's the Grand Elder of the White Crane sect. Damn it! Why is he even nearby? Mu Wanshang, furious, manifested the Grand Formation token in his hand and swung it fiercely. Countless petals emerged from the void, adorned with multicolored runes, transforming into a storm that swept towards the Grand Elder of the White Crane sect. However, due to Fang Xing's nascent soul formation, the earth's veins were trembling, and the excessive spiritual energy absorbed, the power of the myriad flowers and thousand illusions array was greatly diminished. Taoist Bei raised his hand, and 3 silver talismans flew out, third-level forbidden breaking talismans. One of them shone with a silvery brilliance, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Countless silver lights flashed, colliding with a rune storm of the myriad flowers and thousand illusions formation. The next moment, the rune storm suddenly dissipated. Haha! Kill! Die! The White Crane Taoist's eyes were filled with madness and delight. He clasped his hands together, and the phantom of a white crane emerged. Amidst a high-pitched crane cry, countless crane feathers rained down like a torrential rain. His goal was clear, not to kill Mu Wanlong, but merely to slightly injure him. Back then, Mu Qingshi was only in the core formation stage, and then, influenced by external factors, one misstep led him from the upper true core to the false core. If he had been disturbed while forming his nascent soul, he would have lost his life, perishing. Damn it! Mu Wanshang and Mu Qingshi's eyes were bloodshot, each sending out a small mirror and a magical flying sword. Unfortunately, they were too weak. Facing a late core formation cultivator, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The mysterious light emanating from the small mirror could only barely hold the two crane feathers and flying swords in place. Mu Qingshi suffered even worse. His flying sword and crane feather were destroyed together, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the two fake Dan cultivators watched helplessly as countless crane feather flying swords were about to fall into the fourth-level cave. At that moment, a mighty hand materialized from thin air. Embodying an indescribable, immortal golden light, it lifted the heavens with a single palm, suppressing all directions. With a single gentle grasp, the countless crane feather flying swords were crushed within its grasp, reduced to scrap metal. Immortal Martial 1 Key Great Handprint. Chapter 285 Preparing to Run Away. HMPH, Fang Xing's true form snorted coldly, and a stream of energy, like a blazing sun, instantly rose from the cave. With his current martial willpower, Mu Wanshang and Mu Qingshi fainted instantly. Even the Taoist White Crane, a late-stage giant and cultivator, above the sky, was lost in a daze. But a crimson flash between his brows quickly brought him back to consciousness, evidently possessing some treasure or secret technique to protect his mind. Guardian? Kill. Upon regaining his composure, Taoist White Crane raised his hand, and a talisman emerged. The talisman was pale green, with a single circular pattern on its surface. This was a fourth-tier talisman treasure, obtained during one of his greatest adventures. Within it, the power of a spiritual treasure was sealed, capable of inflicting a near-death blow on an ordinary giant and cultivator. However, refining such a talisman was difficult, requiring not only the spiritual treasure's power but also its spiritual essence. Therefore, only a Yuanying true lord, driven to the brink of despair, would attempt to refine one. Moreover, without the foundation of a fourth-level talisman master, even if one wanted to refine a talisman, it would be impossible. Buzz! Enveloped by a ball of green and red light, the talisman instantly ignited, transforming into a green and red ring. A powerful surge of mana erupted, no less powerful than that of an average nascent soul cultivator. The ring spun rapidly, emanating the forces of water and fire, blending in a remarkable harmony, causing the flame to flow gently like a stream while the water burned fiercely. Roar! From the center of the ring, a water and fire dragon emerged, carrying the terrifying aura of a fourth-level transformed demonic beast. It clawed out. With a swish, Fang Xing's giant and magic domain was crushed, his clothes ripped apart, revealing a crimson gold chest. Dang! The water and fire dragon's claws landed on his chest, erupting with a startling sound. The bitterly cold flames and scorching water spread through him. The icy and fiery tidal wave, enough to annihilate even a third-level body cultivator, felt like a gentle breeze to him. Boom! Countless forces of water and fire erupted, then dissipated with a bang. The talisman, having exhausted its power, was reduced to ash. Behind the talisman, the Taoist White Crane gazed at Fang Xing, dressed in tattered clothes but adorned with crimson gold, radiating the aura of great perfection. A look of horror crossed his face. A fourth-level physical cultivator? Heaven is killing me. Heaven is killing me. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Fang Xing had already reached the Taoist White Crane and clawed out. The Taoist White Crane's defensive magic weapons and vital energy shields shattered like soap bubbles beneath his golden fingers. Then, Fang Xing's palm penetrated the Taoist White Crane's chest unimpeded, a terrifying burst of force that instantly annihilated the Taoist's true elixir. My great Vajra physique was mistaken for a fourth-level physical cultivator. It seems to be stronger than the defensive divine power, Fang Xing muttered. He had previously condensed the purple-veined longevity golden elixir, and the foundation of the innate golden elixir was extremely powerful. Later, he mastered the dragon elephant Vajra indestructible divine power, reaching perfection. Upon breaking through the Vajra realm, he attained the seventh transformation golden body. He then spent 10 years honing his skills within the Nine Swords Academy's obelisk, thoroughly integrating the indestructible substance with every inch of his skin, every bone, and every drop of his blood. Thus, he instantly achieved a great Vajra physique. Overall, it was slightly stronger than the Guardian divine power. However, the Nine Transformations Great Vajra inherently represented perfection and the ultimate, so it wasn't much stronger. Actually, that water and fire dragon ring talisman did injure me a bit, but I recovered so quickly, so it's like I wasn't hurt at all. Fang Xing smiled faintly and returned to the cave. For him, The most important thing now was protecting his immortal clone and consolidating his nascent soul. If he indulged in slaughter and then went out to hunt down the enemy, he would be tricked into leaving the tiger behind, and that would be disastrous. Rumble. At that moment, dark clouds covered the sky, and countless purple thunder pythons entwined, bringing a terrifying pressure. This was the nascent soul tribulation. In the cave, inside the training room. Where's my inner demon? Where's an inner demon this big? Get out of here. Fang Xing opened his eyes, a clear gaze. His sword intent had nowhere to radiate, a feeling of having nothing to use. Just like his last breakthrough to the core formation, this time, he didn't encounter the nascent soul inner demon. Sure enough, I'm just too strong, Fang Xing sighed. I want to see the inner demon, but I can't. He was, after all, a single consciousness with his original master, and his original master's martial willpower had reached a new level after cultivating the secret patterns of willpower. Not to mention facing the outlandish evil god himself, even the contamination of a pillar-level evil god couldn't move him in the slightest. And the inner demon of the nascent soul stage, theoretically speaking, in the main universe, was merely the spiritual contamination of the 8th realm. If a warrior at the Great Vajra realm were to be shaken by this level of contamination, Fang Xing's martial arts teachers from childhood would be outraged and commit suicide. Forget it, if there's nothing left, then there's nothing left. Fang Xing looked up, already feeling the might of the thunder tribulation locking onto him, leaving no escape. Though the sword infant within his Danshan had condensed, it was still in the weakened state of a recent advancement, needing to consolidate its realm. Of course, forcing a move was possible, but it would easily damage his vital energy. This was why many nascent soul cultivators feared the thunder tribulation. Having just emerged from their inner demonic tribulation, their minds were even weaker, their condition even worse. Furthermore, the thunder tribulation couldn't be relieved by outsiders, they had to rely on themselves. As expected. I still have to rely on myself, Fang Xing said solemnly. He pulled out the 9 infant's pearl and transformed into Mu Wanlong's appearance, Myriadarma Ghost Infant, Scorchtail Zither. Enter, the Scorchtail Zither, a magical treasure, had reached the 4th order mid-grade. However, its spirit was stubborn, and Fang Xing refused to cooperate unless he became a member of the Mu family bloodline. Of course, his magic power was still lacking, making him unable to defeat the Scorchtail Zither spirit. Now that he had truly ascended to the level of a true Lord Sword cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, he could attempt to unite with a Myriad Law's Ghost Infant and, while minimizing the potential damage to the spiritual treasure, force its spirit to submit. However, refining the spiritual treasure wasn't a one-day endeavor. Currently, he needed to wear Mu Wanlong's mask to unleash the full power of the Burnt Tailkin. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thunder roared with immense force. A streak of purple lightning crashed down, carrying the power of annihilation. Clang! A zither note danced, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry. A burnt-tail phoenix, its feathers magnificent, flew out from a 4th-tier cave dwelling. It spread its wings, welcoming the thunderbolt. Cry! The burnt-tail phoenix opened its beak and unexpectedly swallowed the bolt of lightning. Master, Mu Qingshi, lying on the ground beside the cave, opened his eyes and muttered to himself, I think I hear the sound of our family's spiritual treasure. Mu Wanzhang opened his eyes, I saw it too. His expression was extremely complicated as he watched the figure of Mu Wanlong rush out of the 4th-level cave, the family's inherited spiritual treasure, the Jia Aoikin, hovering in front of him. Grand Elder, you've deceived us terribly, Mu Wanzhang smiled bitterly, even feeling a sense of awe. According to what the Grand Elder had said, the Jia Aoikin spiritual treasure was stolen by an unknown physical cultivator. How could it appear here? Could it be that this was all a lie? Did the Grand Elder collude with that strange, quasi-4th-level physical cultivator in the Blessed Land to murder Mu Qinglan and seize the nascent soul opportunity and the family's spiritual treasure? But this suspicion was too sinister. To murder the family's peerless prodigy and seize the opportunity, it was truly filthy. But Mu Wanzhang knew that if the Grand Elder succeeded, he would be a hero of the Mu family, his reputation etched across the ages. As for Mu Qinglan, he was just an unfortunate soul who fell in the secret realm and would soon be forgotten. But, the Grand Elder's previous cultivation was genuine. Why the murder? Was it just for the Jia Aoikin? Family control of the Jia Aoikin is different from personal possession of a spiritual treasure, but it doesn't make sense. Could it be that Qinglan possessed a greater opportunity? That's why the Grand Elder secretly murdered him to steal the treasure, Zhang's mind was a tangle of thoughts, truly complex and inexpressible. He hadn't connected the nascent soul sword lord in the blessed land with Long, believing that Long was the nascent soul sword lord. They had both appeared in the same place at the same time, and one was a giant and true person, the other a nascent soul true lord, completely different things. Long was still in the nascent soul stage, so how could he be the nascent soul sword lord from the blessed land? Even if the nascent soul sword lord later impersonated Long, it wouldn't be possible, as both righteous and evil sides confirmed that the other had already reached the nascent soul stage. How could they have only just condensed their nascent soul? Boom. Boom. At this moment, the second and third tribulation thunderbolts descended in quick succession, easily blocked by Fang Xing's Jia Aoikin. Sure enough. Although my sword infant hasn't yet passed its weakening phase, I have the myriad laws ghost infant. Add to that 2 spiritual treasures. If I can't survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation, no one else can. Fang Xing, disguised as Long, remained unscathed by the thunderbolts. He even managed to cast the Qingyang magic lamp and cast a Qingyang shield around himself. As for the issue of his identity being exposed, that really didn't matter at all. After all, he planned to return to the sect after condensing his nascent soul. And as for the fact that they knew Long was Fang Xing, or a quasi 4th level physical cultivator, what did it matter? He had another disguise beneath it. Boom. After round of thunderbolts, the dark clouds in the sky finally, unwillingly, dissipated. Fang Xing, on the other hand, felt a wave of relief. From today on, I am a true nascent soul sword master, 50 years of cultivation, finally reaching the nascent soul stage. Fang Xing's heart pounded with joy, feeling the vast and sharp nascent soul mana within him. His spiritual awareness rapidly expanded. 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles. Having just entered the nascent soul stage, both his mana strength and the ultimate range of his spiritual awareness surpassed his own Wanfa ghost infant stage. Just then, his spiritual awareness detected a flash of light escaping from a giant and demon cultivator. The cultivator was frantically fleeing the Behu mountain area, desperately trying to escape. Seeing this, Fang Xing's lips curled slightly, and he transformed into a flash of sword light, giving chase. The sword escape technique was already the most advanced of all escape techniques. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, and his wrought iron sword had become his natal spiritual treasure, he could now perform 4th level sword escape. Furthermore, the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic was renowned for its sword speed. At this moment, his sword flash was even faster than the average mid-nascent soul cultivator's evasive light. It wasn't long before he caught up with a dark demonic light and encountered one of the large-headed demonic cultivators. Seeing Fang Xing chasing him, the large-headed demonic cultivator was terrified. He gritted his teeth and pulled 2 white skulls from his storage bag. The skull's eyes glowed red as they bit off 2 of his fingers, chewing them rapidly. Then, they landed at the large-headed cultivator's feet, like a pair of white bone wheels, accelerating his evasive speed. Haha, stay. Fang Xing waved his sleeves, and a flash of sword light emerged. After condensing his sword infant, his natal spirit sword had merged with his nascent soul. He still wielded sword light and shadow, but with unparalleled power. Under his sleeves, the sky was filled with starlight, and a platinum-colored sword shadow flashed, piercing the large-headed demonic cultivator's dantian. He screamed as Fang Xing's powerful hand grabbed him. He quickly shouted, "Senior, spare me. I'm just passing through." Who would believe that? Fang Xing chuckled, and without further questioning, he began a soul search. A moment later, he casually tossed the corpse of the large-headed demon cultivator. A blast of soul-devouring demonic fire shot up, instantly reducing it to ash. The demonic sect's reach is quite extensive. Instead of rushing to cultivate their demonic golden elixir, they're even planting undercover agents among the righteous sect. This time, if he hadn't condensed his nascent soul, the White Crane sect might have truly broken through the Mu family's formation and been crushed one by him. Well, the outcome seemed similar. Even for the White Crane sect, with only one Jinden's Henrin dead, it was a win. Fang Xing flicked his sleeve, a flash of sword light flashed, and he returned to the 100 Flowers Mountain Cave residence. Congratulations, Grand Elder, on condensing your nascent soul and wishing you eternal life. Mu Wanshang and Mu Qingshi hurried to greet him, their faces flushed with excitement. They had originally assumed that the Mu family's gradual decline was inevitable after their seclusion. They hadn't expected the Grand Elder to endure this, occupying the fourth-tier spiritual vein cave abode in order to condense their nascent soul. While some might have resented the Grand Elder for deceiving even his own people, he was now a nascent soul true lord, and whatever he said was right. I need to retreat for a while to consolidate my cultivation. Do not disturb me. Fang Xing's face was stern as he returned to the cave abode and closed the door. As for the two fake alchemists, they naturally wouldn't dare force their way in. Alright, pack up and leave. Fang Xing was ready to leave, lest the arrival of the nascent soul true lords from both the righteous and evil factions would be awkward. He first went to the alchemy room and collected the myriad transformations cauldron, then went to the animal pen. The treasure hunting rat was still at the mid-tier third tier. After all, not everyone could cultivate at such an astonishing speed. Upon seeing Fang Xing, a Yuanying stage cultivator, the treasure hunting rat immediately stood up in a fawning gesture, its paws clasped together as if in a salutation. Haha, well done, you're a reward? Fang Xing casually produced a bottle of third-grade elixirs and tossed them over. The treasure hunting rat was overjoyed, swallowing all the pills in one gulp. After advancing to the intermediate third-grade stage, it awakened a new innate magical power, which Fang Xing named rumination. This ability opened up a small space in its stomach that could store a wide variety of items. Instead of pursuing righteous paths and developing some grand, world-shattering magical power, the treasure-hunting rat preferred to devour vast quantities of rare treasures, then regurgitate them each at its leisure. Ah, you're like a starving ghost, what a wretch. Fang Xing was speechless at the treasure-hunting rat's new talent, but he still used the magic spell and placed the treasure-hunting rat into his spirit beast bag. After tidying up the cave, he performed an earth escape technique and came to the basement of the cave, where he saw the 5 chaos demons and the unconscious Mu Wanlong who was being guarded by the 5 chaos demons. Chapter 286 Showdown. Several months later, the entire Daijing cultivation world was abuzz with news that the Mu family's grand elder, Mu Wanlong, had successfully condensed his nascent soul, shocking many cultivators. Who is Mu Wanlong? Though once the patriarch of a prominent Jinden family, he was only at the mid-stage Jinden stage. Later, it was rumored that his cultivation had been partially abandoned, leading to his seclusion and the Mu family's decline. How could he suddenly condense his nascent soul and achieve true lord status? However, the celestial phenomena and thunder turbulations within 100 miles could not conceal this, instantly sending the Daijing cultivation world into a frenzy. On Beihou Mountain, Mu Wansang and Mu Qingshi, finally unable to withstand the pressure of the Qiankan Dao, tremblingly sent hundreds of sound transmission notes, but no one responded from within the cave. Finally, gritted their teeth, they pushed open the door to their fourth-tier cave. A scene stunned them. The cave was empty, with no sign of Mu Wanlong. Even the soul lamp belonging to Mu Wanlong within the ancestral hall had vanished. At the same time, the distant Qi Kingdom. Taking Mu Wanlong's soul lamp gives the Mu family an opportunity. From now on, they'll have a nascent soul ancestor in the Schrödinger state. Fang Xing, controlling the sword light, flew away. It wasn't long before he arrived outside the Xianjian Sex Mountain Gate. He gazed at the mountain protection formation, smiled faintly, and his escaping light became faint, directly entering the Xianjian sect. Sword Pavilion. Broken Sword True Master Kong Feng, still scowling, gazed towards the wilderness. I wonder if the Grand Elder can successfully kill the Green Water Coal Dragon. Though only a low-rank 4th-grade Green Water Coal Dragon, its water escape technique was astonishing. Utilizing the advantageous terrain of the Bibo Cave, it had rendered even the most righteous nascent soul cultivators elusive. It had become a formidable obstacle to the righteous path's path to reclaiming the wilderness. This, in turn, presented a challenge for coordination among the nascent soul cultivators. While the combined efforts of several nascent soul true masters could certainly defeat the Green Water Coal Dragon, killing it proved exceedingly difficult. Killing it without sustaining any damage was even more challenging. Because the righteous ex-nascent soul true lords weren't on good terms, they were wary of each other's potential harm. With each other's hand in check, they harbored concerns. The demonic sects were in a similar situation, blocked at Black Cloud Mountain and locked in a fierce battle with a 4th-rank bear demon. Fortunately, the righteous sects have reached an agreement. Each will take turns clearing the wasteland, with awakens belonging to their respective sects. With the Grand Elder's mid-nascent soul strength, slaying a 4th-rank, lower grade, Azure Water Frost Dragon shouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, There aren't enough giant and sword cultivators within the sect right now. Otherwise, forming this Hanwu 7-star sword formation to assist would have been much safer. Just as Kong Fengzhi was pondering this, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Oh? That little dragon's still alive. Who are you, master? Are you kidding me like that? Kong Fengzhi's body was shrouded in awe-inspiring sword energy. He unleashed a fragment of a broken sword magic weapon, flew forward a distance, and then turned. He couldn't believe the level of cultivation of someone who could so silently penetrate the sect's formation and lurk so close to him. But when he actually saw the person, he glared. Are you junior brother Fang Xing? He had been deeply impressed by this true disciple of the sect, and had even considered recommending him to Chu Kuang-tu as a disciple. However, the Grand Elder wanted to observe him for a while, at least until he reached the core formation stage. Afterward, the swordsman departed, wandering the world, possibly visiting the Daijing immortal cultivation realm. He had never expected to see him again under these circumstances. Junior brother, Fang Xing scoffed, radiating his nascent soul-level consciousness, instantly enveloping the entire Xianjian sect. It seems senior brother Chu isn't here. Junior brother Kong, please contact him as soon as possible. I'd like to see him, and remember to keep it a secret. As he spoke, a wave of nascent soul-level mana flashed by. The overwhelming spiritual pressure caused Kong Fengzhi's face to change drastically. Nascent soul. Impossible. How long have you been out? He suspected he had gone bewildered and was hallucinating. Or perhaps, this true disciple was possessed by a nascent soul true lord while away? Compared to the other person concentrating the nascent soul in a single stroke over decades, being possessed by a nascent soul cultivator seemed a more plausible explanation. Stop the nonsense and get to work, Fang Xing chuckled. He was being frank. After all, there was no threat in this cultivated wilderness. But the Heavenly Sword sect's previous training in him, from the cave dwelling to the formation of the Golden Core, and even the teaching of the Great Freedom Mysterious Gold Sword Classic, was not in vain. He had to acknowledge that favor. Moreover, he didn't want to give up his status as a Heavenly Sword sect disciple. If he ever ventured into the vast sea immortal cultivation realm, having this cover would make it much easier to contact the Heavenly Sword sect's higher sects. He hadn't forgotten that the many nascent soul sects that had originally opened up the great wilderness were actually branches of several major sects in the vast sea immortal cultivation realm. Within those higher sects, there might even be cultivators at the divine transformation stage, or even cultivation techniques beyond the divine transformation stage. For Fang Xing, who aspired to master the path of immortal martial arts, this was crucial. The key is that they aren't his own disciples, so why should they teach him the fundamental dharma? Even if Fang Xing tried to snatch it away, he couldn't compete with a spiritual transformation cultivator. If he couldn't beat them, he naturally had to join. Besides, he was already a legitimate branch cultivator, and using this identity to obtain the inheritance would save him a lot of trouble. Yes, senior, please wait, Kong Fengzhi bowed and agreed, his expression a level of respect Fang Xing had never seen before. In the world of immortal cultivation, seniority is determined by the level of one's realm. It's indeed a good custom. A few days later, outside the Heavenly Sword sect on a barren mountain, Fang Xing was waiting silently when he sensed a sharp sword light approaching through his consciousness. The sword escape it displayed was extremely fast, even faster than his own. It had been 100 miles away, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the top of the barren mountain. The sword light faded, revealing a gray-robed figure with broad shoulders and long, narrow arms. It was none other than Chu Kuang-tu. His spiritual sense swept over Fang Xing, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Are you really Fang Xing? Or some other Taoist? Clearly, Chu Kuang-tu couldn't believe Fang Xing had reached the nascent soul stage in just 50 years. He suspected this exceptional disciple had been possessed by some old monster. Brother Chu, I truly am Fang Xing, Fang Xing chuckled. Chu Kuang-tu sneered, then suddenly raised his hand. Swish! A flash of sword light descended, transforming into a sky filled with stars. One of the purple stars suddenly shone brightly. Chu Kuang-tu was cultivating the Ziwei sword cannon. Ziwei represents the Lord of all stars. With a single swing of his sword, the stars in the sky moved in unison, a state of unparalleled sword power. Furthermore, the Ziwei sword power commanded the stars, and with a single strike, the pressure was truly overwhelming, like a galaxy of stars crushing down upon him. This grand elder, worthy of being a swordsman, truly struck upon his word. Fang Xing sneered and, likewise, snapped his fingers. The rotten iron sword, a spiritual treasure-grade weapon, roared, and a beam of great freedom swordlight shot up into the sky. Furthermore, within him, the myriad law's ghost infant opened its eyes and, with a grin, released a stream of mana. The combined power of the two nascent souls caused his mana to soar steadily. While not as powerful as a mid-stage nascent soul, it was only a hair's breadth away. With a swish, a flash of swordlight shone through the void, a brilliant blast like the sun descending, scattering the stars in the sky. Even though Zoe Star was the master of the stars, it still had to retreat under the sun. Countless swordlights flashed, and sharp sword energy scattered, leaving countless sword holes on the desolate mountain. Great freedom, mysterious gold sword key, Chu Kuangtu, clutching a stream of white gold sword energy in his hand, his expression became peculiar. You're cultivating our sex core technique. With a single move, he acknowledged Fang Xing's ability to engage him in a conversation. This was a normal exchange between nascent soul true lords. Generally speaking, while an early nascent soul cultivator might not be as strong as a mid-nascent soul cultivator, surviving them was not difficult. Only the late nascent soul great true lords, who cultivated numerous incredible mystical skills and possessed the ability to completely annihilate a nascent soul cultivator, commanded widespread respect. Chu Kuangtu, after testing his sword, realized he was utterly powerless against Fang Xing, so he naturally had to negotiate first. This was also the reason Fang Xing didn't stay in the Heavenly Sword sect to meet him. Chu Kuangtu was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If you were within the Heavenly Sword sect, aided by formations and wielding his pinnacle spiritual treasure, the free sword, even if you were as powerful as a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he would be doomed. Senior brother Chu, I'm not possessing another's body. I'm truly our true disciple, Fang Xing. I've been traveling abroad and recently, fortunately, condensed my nascent soul. And have returned to the sect, Fang Xing stated bluntly. To achieve a nascent soul in 50 years means either a nascent soul possessing another's body or the reincarnation of a powerful being, Chu Kuangtu suddenly thought. There's been a rumor circulating in the Daijing immortal world lately, that a cultivator in the Mu family's Beihou mountain has condensed a nascent soul. Yes, that's him, Fang Xing laughed heartily. Chu Kuangtu pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking, the Master Fang in the Linlang Blessed Land. Now that I think about it, he's not necessarily a true nascent soul, but even a cultivator with a fake nascent soul can't enter the Linlang Blessed Land. So, it seems like this is also your trick, junior brother. Fang Xing was slightly surprised. But on second thought, it made sense. The Daijing immortal world is so small, and so many major events have occurred. Nascent soul true lords are shrewd people, so a single clue could easily be followed. Rapidly advancing to the nascent soul stage requires vast resources. And the Linlang Blessed Land has been the source of the greatest resource loss in Daijing over the past century. Junior brother, are you the reincarnation of some great being? It makes sense that you quickly formed a nascent soul with the help of the resources in Linlang Blessed Land. Chu Kuangtu's swordsmanship was insightful, and he speculated, a fake nascent soul cannot be brought into Linlang Blessed Land, otherwise the Wangxiang demon sect would have done it countless times. But junior brother, you have an extraordinary origin. If you have some secret technique that can bring a fake nascent soul in, everything will make sense. It seems that the leader of the wind department of the Wangxiang demon sect was also killed by you, junior brother. My Xianjian sect is willing to repay you for this favor. Fang Xing was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. No matter what, I am also a disciple of Xianjian sect naturally. I have to contribute to the sect senior brother. Please don't blame me for hiding it before. Haha. Every high-level cultivator has his own secrets and opportunities. Chu Kuangtu's expression became gentle. Junior brother Fang, you are practicing the skills of our sect, and you have condensed a nascent soul. It is time to hold a celebration and tell the world. My Xianjian sect has 2 nascent souls in one sect, and we should be the leader of the righteous path. Chapter 287 Yuan Shen Sword Sect. Alice. Senior brother, there's no need to be so, Fang Xing sighed. Junior brother, in my quest to quickly condense my nascent soul, I've offended countless cultivators from both the righteous and evil sides. It's best to stay hidden. Chu Kuangtu nodded, then paused for a moment before adding, it seems. Junior brother is leaving? Are you heading to the vast sea immortal cultivation realm? Fang Xing nodded, not at all surprised that his thoughts were guessed. I condensed my nascent soul at 50. I'm sure I'll break through to the late nascent soul stage and become a great true lord. If that's the case, then I should pursue the path to the spiritual transformation realm, or even the realms beyond it. As expected, Chu Kuangtu's face lit up with realization. Shallow waters cannot nourish a dragon. Your talent will only be wasted in the great wilderness. He himself was a rare genius in the cultivation world, but compared to Fang Xing, he felt ashamed, feeling like he'd lived a dog's life at his age. Nascent soul at 50, hopefully with the potential to become a spiritual transformation in the future, and the great true lord guaranteed. At this thought, Chu Kuangtu's heart burned. Now Fang Xing was on par with him, completely unbeatable. Since they couldn't be enemies, they could only be friends. Once they could cling to this divine transformation level being, how glorious would the Heavenly Sword sect be in the future? Fang Xing said nothing more. He simply patted his storage bag, and a genuine Ningguang pill flew out, landing in Chu Kuangtu's hands. This Ningguang pill, consider it my compensation to the sect. He had previously robbed the vast majority of the divine infant fruits, effectively reducing the Heavenly Sword sect's chances of achieving the infant formation, so naturally he had to compensate. Furthermore, Fang Xing was just throwing a brick to stimulate discussion. If Chu Kuangtu didn't offer anything after he presented him with this incomparably precious Ningguang pill, he would absolutely turn around and leave, never to return to the Heavenly Sword sect again, and sever all ties with this sect once and for all. Thus, using this pill would perfectly settle the cause and effect. Junior brother, you're too polite. That kid Fu Honggai, even without your help, would have had a hard time snatching back a divine infant fruit. Each of those demonic golden cores this time is truly extraordinary. Junior brother, the fact that you were able to destroy those demonic golden cores is equivalent to destroying the demonic path future for decades, so your contribution is invaluable. Chu Kuangtu put the condensing infant core pills away with a flip of his hand, feeling quite apologetic. He immediately slapped his storage bag, and a black iron sword token appeared in his hand. The founder of our Xianjian sect, Zizhe Laoren, came from the vast sea cultivation realm. The founder was once a disciple of the sacred Lanjuan Shen sword sect and was later sent to the great wilderness to reclaim land and establish a branch sect. This black iron sword token is his proof of this. The founder once said that among the descendants of our Xianjian sect, if there are any exceptionally talented disciples, they can present this token to join the Yuan Shen sword sect. The sacred places of the cultivation world must be governed by a divine transformation venerable. With your aptitude, it would be a shame if you didn't join the Yuan Shen sword sect. Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift. Fang Xing accepted the black iron sword order, feeling delighted. Chu Kuangtu, even more so, pulled out a jade slip. The vast sea cultivation realm is incredibly far from the great wilderness, and there are many dangers within. This is the map left by our ancestor. Take it for reference. Fang Xing took it, feeling reassured. This trip to the vast sea cultivation realm gave him a lot of confidence. However, he had also come to the Heavenly Sword sect to participate in the Wasteland Reclamation War. After all, after the nascent soul stage, cultivation becomes even more difficult. Many nascent souls lack even elixirs to increase their mana, relying entirely on their own hard training. During the Wasteland Reclamation War, opportunities to obtain fourth-tier elixirs were rare. I heard from Junior Nephew Kong that our Xianjian sect has accepted a mission to exterminate the ice water cold dragon in Bibo Cave. Fang Xing bowed and said, if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I do have a problem right now. If you're willing to help, that would be great. Chu Kuangtu said, it's not some ice water cold dragon in Bibo Cave. Now that our sect has our help, we're already well equipped for nascent soul formation. Why bother provoking that beast? So, senior nephew, could it be the nascent soul-reaching monster from the Wangxiang demon sect? Fang Xing pondered for a moment before understanding Chu Kuangtu's plan. This was indeed a great opportunity. The Wangxiang demon was no match for Chu Kuangtu to begin with, and if he were to join in, he'd be annihilated. This was a perfect opportunity to avenge their previous defeat. After defeating the Wangxiang sect, the Xianjian sect could also gain a vast strategic depth in the south. That was already cultivated land, far more profitable than simply opening up wasteland. That's right, Chu Kuangtu said, before the ceasefire, we, the nascent soul true lords, each swore a heart demon oath, agreeing not to engage in a major conflict. This is subject to numerous fourth-level restrictions, ensuring that any violation will result in a heavy price for even nascent soul cultivators. But you, junior brother, are not included in this contract. Does this mean that I should be the main force? Fang Xing remained non-committal. With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid of any nascent soul cultivator from either the righteous or evil side. That's right. Now is the perfect opportunity. That Wangxiang old demon will never expect that with my presence, I can deliver a fatal blow. Chu Kuangtu sneered several times. Even at the risk of severely damaging my vitality, I can slightly violate the contract to support my junior brother or prevent any reinforcements. This time, we must at least destroy Wangxiang old demon's nascent soul body. It would be best if we could wipe out the Wangxiang sect in one fell swoop. The Wangxiang sect, having lost a false infant cultivator and a nascent soul seed, is now at its weakest. If we can defeat Wangxiang old demon, we might actually be able to destroy the Wangxiang sect. This sect also harbored a deep hatred for Fang Xing, and had previously sought to capture his true form to refine his corpse. Killing a nascent soul cultivator is incredibly difficult, especially when the nascent soul has left its body and escaped into the void, capable of ignoring most magical restrictions and possessing incredible speed. Fang Xing shook his head. I wonder how senior brother plans to respond. Oh? It seems junior brother is confident he can destroy the Wangxiang old demon's physical form? Do you have any means of dealing with the nascent soul's spirit? Chu Kuangtu's eyes lit up, testing Fang Xing's abilities. Unfortunately, I don't have any. Fang Xing shook his head. In truth, his immortal clone didn't have any, but his true form did. Whether it was the mountains and rivers in the palm of the great sun Tathagata palm, or the wings of the sun god's ability to block the void, both techniques targeted the void. Their power was also above the 8 realms. It was unclear whether targeting the nascent soul's spirit would allow it to escape. But such a trump card was naturally not to be casually revealed. Furthermore, he didn't yet possess supreme control over the sun god wing mecha, making it impossible for him to bring it to the world of immortal cultivators and cause trouble. Alice, Chu Kuangtu sighed. In that case, we'll have to activate our sect's most valuable asset, the infant trapping net. This is a 4th-tier secret treasure, usable only once, and has a 70% chance of capturing an early-stage nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul if it escapes, compared to Fang Xing, whose seemingly invulnerable nature was largely unaffected by his own well-being. Chu Kuangtu feared the Wangxiang old demon escaping his nascent soul and devoting himself to the Heavenly Sword sect, preying on lower-level cultivators. If a nascent soul escaped, it would only take a dozen or even dozens of years to recover its mana by possessing the right subject. It was precisely for this reason that Fang Xing, having spent decades progressing from foundation establishment to nascent soul, was mistakenly believed to be possessing a nascent soul. Infant trapping net? Excellent, Fang Xing nodded. I'm confident I can destroy the Wangxiang old demon's body. After that, it's up to senior brother, the land of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms. Fang Xing revisited his old haunt, feeling a surge of emotion. Back then, he had led his troops to battle here, but the Wangxiang sect, lacking martial ethics, sent out fake infant cultivators, forcing the Xianjian sect into complete defeat. Later, he managed to smack the Wind Clan leader to death with a single blow, managing to pull off a narrow comeback. However, neither side was able to continue the conflict, so they called a halt, dividing their areas of actual control. Fang Xing made a point of visiting the 5-element sect's evil cave, reminiscing briefly, before continuing deeper, reaching the territory governed by the Blood River Hall. The Blood River Hall was, in fact, the strongest of the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, its Grand Hall Master possessing the cultivation level of the late Jinden stage. Even during the Great War between good and evil, the flames of war were kept out of the Blood River Hall. Today, the Blood River Hall is the Wangxiang sect's largest vassal power, and is highly respected. Besides the fact that the Grand Hall Master of the Blood River Hall was a late Jinden cultivator, the area also boasts a medium-sized spirit stone vein. This medium-sized spirit stone vein consistently produces mid-grade spirit stones, occasionally yielding high-grade spirit stones, making it extremely valuable. Even the Blood River Hall couldn't hold on to such a substantial profit. 70% would have to be surrendered to the Wangxiang sect. That old Wangxiang demon should still be hunting bears in Black Cloud Mountain. Fang Xing mused silently as he ascended above the mineral vein. The 4th-tier transformed bear demons of Black Cloud Mountain are not only tough and sturdy, but also expert in earth escape techniques, their speed unmatched across the earth. Much like the Bishufrost dragon of Bibo Cave, They leveraged the terrain to cause immense trouble for both good and evil alike. More crucially, if they abandon their attack and turn to exploring other uncultivated lands, they risk being cut off from their retreat. With the locust-like nature of cultivators, any obstacle that forced them to abandon their exploration was naturally a formidable one. Now, with a serious shortage of fourth-tier resources, they're determined to tackle even the toughest challenges. Clearly, the battle for land reclamation is proving to be extremely difficult. Neither on the front lines nor within the Wangxiang sect itself, it's inappropriate to attack the Wangxiang Old Demon. The former might involve other nascent soul Old Demons, but within the Wangxiang sect, they possess a fourth-tier formation and extensive resources to support them. Even Chu Kuangtu wouldn't dare to ask for such a request. Therefore, it's best to lure this beast out. This old demon's escape method is unique, and fortunately, Senior Brother Chu has already figured out a way to restrain him. Fang Xing's plan to draw out the Wangxiang Old Demon was actually quite simple. All he had to do was start a fire in his backyard, one that ordinary late-stage giant and cultivators couldn't handle, and then he'd be able to draw the snake out of its lair. The key lay in his unseen nascent soul true lord. He pondered, then pulled out a pitch-black corpse bag and casually tossed it. From within a pitch-black demonic cloud, 5 distinct corpses emerged, their masks inscribed with the 5 characters for gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were none other than the 5 chaos demons. Even though these 5 devils are useless in Fang Xing's hands, releasing them is enough to stir up the world of immortal cultivation. At least the Grand Master of the Blood River Palace will be no match for them. Chapter 288 Sword Slashing Yuanying. A few days later, near a medium-sized spirit stone mine, the Blood River Hall's Grand Master, still youthful, rode a river of blood, a trace of worry between his brows. Why did this Kibe mountain mine suddenly fail? How could the giant and level elders guarding the mines disappear for no apparent reason? Their methods resemble those of the demonic sect. Could it be some lone demon? Or perhaps a righteous sect deliberately disguising themselves? Due to the battle for land reclamation, the front lines are strained, and the demand for spirit stones and other supplies is high. Spirit stone mining has been severely impacted, and the Wangxiang sect has clearly expressed their displeasure. They've even hinted that if the situation isn't resolved, they'll transfer him to the Black Cloud Mountain battlefield. The Blood River Hall Grand Master, of course, didn't want to go to the front lines, so he personally prepared to conduct a thorough inspection of Kibe Mountain, searching for any thugs lurking in the shadows. Boom! To his surprise, before he could even complete his inspection, 5 demonic auras surged forward, encircling him. Third-level corpse refiners. The Grand Hall Master gazed at the 5 chaos demons, a foreboding feeling welling in his heart. Such a grand gesture seemed only conceivable for the Wangxiang sect. Could it be that they were planning to target him? Such occurrences were not uncommon in the demonic realm. But soon, he could no longer dwell on it. The 5 corpse refiners each formed a hand seal, and pillars of light, pure white, crimson, dark black, earthy yellow, and emerald green, shot up into the sky, forming a 5 elements battle formation that surrounded him. With a clatter, the Grand Hall Master, a veteran of countless battles and immense experience, immediately pressed his hands together, and a river of blood boiled, transforming into a lake, firmly protecting him. A pair of bright red blood cones emerged from his hands. Go! With a thought, the Grand Hall Master's sea of blood surged, engulfing the 5 corpse refiners. Their jet black cloaks quickly corroded, revealing their dark golden forms. The sea of blood, which could melt cultivators, was like bathwater to the corpse refiners, completely devoid of any effect. Swoosh! A crimson spike pierced a 4-armed golden corpse. From the spike, a bright red poisonous insect flew out, attempting to burrow into the corpse. The corpse's mask shattered, its maw opened wide, and a ball of pitch-black demonic fire erupted, incinerating the poisonous insects to ash. A sky-turning golden corpse, the Grand Hall Master cried out in surprise, suspecting it wasn't the Wangxiang demon sect's members who were seeking his life. From what he knew, this 4-armed golden corpse seemed to have been killed along with a previous generation of the 6 heroes of the demonic path in the Linglang Blessed Land. Just as he pondered this, a golden corpse burst through the air, its fists comparable to magical weapons, striking with a devastating blow. The Grand Hall Master's form swung, transforming into 9 blood-red shadows, already contemplating a plan for escape. But at that moment, the Water Chaos Demon clasped his hands together, grasping a blood-red banner and waving it vigorously. Blood God Banner? A quasi-4th-tier magical weapon, the Grand Hall Master was terrified at the sight. The founder of the Blood River Hall is said to have come from the Blood God cult. Therefore, the blood-related techniques practiced by the Blood River Hall are generally countered by the Blood God cult. This dart, the quasi-4th-level Blood God Banner, inherited from Zhu Yuanzi, struck him directly at his weak spot. With a swish, a spiritual light flickered from the Blood God Banner, and a tremendous suction force suddenly emerged from its surface. The boundless blood lake, like a dragon sucking water, was absorbed by the Blood God Banner, leaving not a drop behind. From the Blood God Banner, several crimson chains suddenly extended, like tentacles, exploding the bloody shadows one after another. Then, they penetrated the Grand Hall Master's body. The Grand Hall Master's face rapidly withered, his body hunched, as if all his vital energy had been drained in an instant. Then, a golden chaos demon corpse stepped forward and delivered a punch. Bang! The Blood River Hall Grand Hall Master's dried corpse instantly exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of shattered fragments. That was neat. Fang Xing watched the entire process and applauded. Then, his spiritual sense expanded, his form transformed into a sword light, and he descended to the ground not far away. With a swish, a flash of sword light, the ground cracked, revealing a groundhog. Its eyes, a glint of crimson, were struck by Fang Xing's incantation. Immediately, the Blood River Hall's Grand Master's voice rang out, "Master! I've been attacked." It seems the heaven-flipping golden corpse, as expected of a late giant and stage demon, he's actually able to send out a distress signal. I wonder what secret technique he uses. Fang Xing's powerful spiritual sense swept over it, erasing any reference to the heaven-flipping golden corpse, and then released the rat. The current movements of the Wangxiang sect are easy to predict. What even late giant and cultivators can't resolve, no one else in the Wangxiang sect can. After all, giant and cultivators are extremely rare, and their main force is still in Black Cloud Mountain. The most convenient option, naturally, would be for the old Wangxiang demon to return and resolve the situation. If not, then Fang Xing would consider his fishing trip a failure and find another way. Time flew by. In a trance, another 10 days passed. A plump, black-robed old man with kind eyes and a benign appearance was riding a lightning bolt towards Kibei Mountain. The cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation would probably find it difficult to connect this kind-looking old man with the nascent soul demon of the Wangxiang sect suddenly. The Wangxiang demon's lightning bolt stopped, narrowed his eyes, and sneered, "Fellow Taoist, are you causing trouble for me, Alice?" I knew it would be difficult to conceal the nascent soul's consciousness. With a flash of sword light, Fang Xing emerged, holding a strange ring in his hand. The ring was blue and red, with ancient seal characters on the inside. At this moment, a brilliant light shone, instantly affecting the surroundings, forming a formation, or perhaps some kind of boundary. An early nascent soul cultivator? Qianqin ring? Qianqin Daoli old ghost, who are you? A solemn expression crossed the face of the Wangxiang old demon. Regardless, the appearance of a strange nascent soul true lord was enough to rouse his vigilance. Furthermore, the Qianqin ring in his hand was a supreme treasure of the Qianqin Dao, perfectly counteracting his wind and thunder great escape. This clearly meant ill will. "No, you're a sword cultivator," the Wangxiang old demon pondered for a moment, then a glint flashed in his eyes. "You're Fang Xing, a true disciple of the Xianjian sect." As a Yuanying true lord of the Wangxiang sect, he wouldn't have paid much attention to the Xianjian sect's foundation establishment disciples. But Fang Xing was different. This true swordsman had dispatched fake core cultivators as easily as cutting melons and vegetables since his debut. Later, he even slew giant and cultivators with his sword, possessing the combat power of a giant and cultivator. As a giant and swordsman from a rival sect, he already had the rank to catch the Wangxiang old demon's attention and would naturally be remembered. "I'm truly flattered that the Wangxiang demon recognized me," Fang Xing laughed heartily. The Wangxiang demon's escape technique was astonishing, and Chu Kuangtu naturally remembered it vividly. This time, to limit his speed, he had paid a special price and borrowed the magical treasure, the Qianqin ring, from the Qianqin Dao. You've actually condensed your nascent soul? Impossible, the Wangxiang demon suddenly shouted, "Chu Kuangtu. When was your Dharma body destroyed? You're hiding in this junior's body, you actually thought I was Chu Kuangtu? Oh, if Chu Kuangtu's physical body was destroyed, then the nascent soul possessing my own swordsman genius, seems quite plausible," Fang Xing was speechless, but it suited him perfectly. In his dantian, the tender white sword infant opened its eyes and reached out to touch the sword marked between its eyebrows. Swish! Suddenly, a small sword appeared in his hand, dotted with starlight. It was his natal flying sword, rotten iron. Fang Xing slashed with his sword, the blade flashing with incredible speed. With one strike, he drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into a majestic force that crushed the Wangxiang old demon. This was the fourth realm of sword cultivation, sword intent power. HMPH, the Wangxiang old demon, having clashed with Chu Kuang many times and possessing an intimate understanding of the methods of the nascent soul sword lord, shook his robe. This robe, a fourth-tier spiritual treasure and an heirloom of the Wangxiang sect, erupted with a crashing sound. The magical artifact automatically expanded, transforming into pitch-black wall. Wild wind, torrential rain, lightning, thunder, the four symbols of heaven's will were all contained within it. It was known as the four symbols of heaven's will robe. The reeking sword light fell into the four symbols, obliterated by the wind and lightning. Fang Xing's strike was fruitless. This sword intent is completely different from that of Chu Kuang. The old demon Wangxiang was genuinely astonished. You're truly not Chu Kuang. The Heavenly Sword sect has unexpectedly produced a second nascent soul sword sovereign. It turns out Fu Honggai was just a front. Haha, old Ghost Chu is quite calculating. A dark blue wooden staff materialized in his hand, crowned by a single horned ghost head. The ghost head's eyes opened, revealing a ferocious, bloodthirsty look. Unbelievably, it was yet another magical treasure, the green ghost staff. As the old demon Wangxiang injected his nascent soul mana, a chorus of ghostly howls erupted from the green ghost staff. The staff suddenly grew immense, like a towering pillar, crashing down with a powerful thud. Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged. With a flip of his hand, an ancient bronze lamp emerged. The green yang demon lamp shone, enveloping him in a green yang shield. He flicked his sleeve, and a surge of immense mana emanated from it, pouring into the green yang shield. The azure light shield suddenly expanded, resembling a blazing azure sun, colliding with the green ghost staff. And that's not all. The moment the green sun shield emerged, the void behind Fang Xing shifted, forcing a green-faced, fang-toothed demon to materialize. It turned out that the Wangxiang old demon was skilled in combat. While attacking head-on with a green ghost staff, he also secretly unleashed a recently refined, quasi-4th-level Wuxin demon, waiting for a sneak attack. However, the Qingyang magic lamp inherently possessed the ability to break illusions, and under the influence of the green sun shield, the Wuxin demon's sneak attack stood no chance. HMPH, Fang Xing snorted coldly, throwing out a corpse bag. 5 chaos demons roared out, transforming into a 5-colored demonic cloud that surrounded the Wuxin demon, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The Qingyang magic lamp, 5 heaven-shattering golden corpses, the Wangxiang old demon's eyelids twitched. That girl from our Fen division, and that nascent soul seed, were all killed by you. Not only that, Fang Xing chuckled and slapped his forehead. A flash of light flashed above the heavenly spirit, and the Wanfa ghost infant emerged. It grinned at the Wangxiang old demon and rubbed its hands together. From the Qingyang demon lamp, a bean-sized speck of soul-devouring demonic fire fell into the Wanfa ghost infant's hand. He condensed it into a fireball and flicked it with a flick of his finger. A blazing roar. The dark green fireball swelled in the wind and landed on the Xian'ai 4 symbols robe. The spiritual treasure let out a mournful cry, as if even its spiritual essence was being burned. Any other third-tier magical weapon would have instantly disintegrated into a pool of liquid, completely destroyed upon contact. This demonic fire, how come it seems even more terrifying than the Qingyang demonic fire? The Wangxiang old demon was practically vomiting blood. Fang Xing's second nascent soul, his spiritual treasures, his refined corpse, every single one of them belonged to his Wangxiang sect. In other words, his nascent soul formation was largely funded by the Wangxiang sect. If Fang Xing were willing to change his fundamental cultivation method, he could directly become the Grand Elder of the Wangxiang demon sect. The Wanfa ghost infant laughed eerily. Its dark blue hands plucked up 2 dark green lights and flicked them. Fang Xing was immune to the spiritual attacks of the green ghost staff magical treasure. Currently locked in a stalemate with a Qingyang barrier, the one-horned evil ghost opened its bloody maw and continuously gnawed at the Qingyang barrier's light curtain. Swoosh! A dot of dark green flame landed in the one-horned evil ghost's maw, instantly bursting into flames, setting the ghost's head howling. Another spark landed within the five-colored demonic cloud, upon the Wuxin evil ghost. Blazing. The Wuxin evil ghost, previously ferocious, let out a scream and transformed into a ball of fire. The power of this soul-devouring demonic fire was even greater than Fang Xing had anticipated. Its ferocity leaving even the Wangxiang old demon speechless. Blazing. At this moment, the fireball that had originally burned the Xian'ai Four Symbols robe exploded, burning a massive hole through the magical robe. Fang Xing immediately charged forward. Combined with his own nascent soul, the myriad law's ghost infant's magical power rivaled that of a cultivator entering the middle nascent soul stage. The azure sun shield expanded, deflecting the engulfing green ghost staff. The five chaos demons followed closely behind, seemingly laying siege. If anyone witnessed this scene, there would surely be an uproar. Fang Xing, a cultivator who had only recently ascended to the nascent soul stage, was actually overwhelming the veteran True Lord, the myriad aspects old demon. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A cruel and sinister smile crossed the myriad aspects old demon's chubby face. You've used my sex treasures, it's time to return them. Quick, he formed a mysterious hand seal with both hands, causing the five chaos demons to suddenly stop moving, their aura fluctuating. Then, the myriad law's ghost infant above Fang Xing screamed and clutched its head. Even the azure sun shield, activated by the azure sun magic lamp, faltered. Fang Xing could sense that hidden restrictions within the five chaos demons were beginning to wreak havoc. A look of shock crossed his face, and he quickly retreated. Haha. This fake infant and demon corpse were personally forged by my Wangxiang sect. The number of hidden restrictions is beyond your imagination. The Wangxiang old demon radiated immense magical power. Suddenly, with another incantation, a golden Dharmakaya figure materialized before him. This Dharmakaya figure possessed 4 faces and 8 arms, clad in a robe of wind, rain, and lightning. Each of its 8 arms was covered in scales, while another was shrouded in pale golden Sanskrit script. Each exuded an extraordinary aura as it reached Fang Xing. This 4th-tier Dharmakaya figure was the Wangxiang old demon's final trump card, one he had always concealed. Even when he faced the Madman Shu, when he was nearly cornered, he hadn't revealed it. Now, unleashing it in one swift move, he aimed to kill Fang Xing, a newly minted nascent soul, or at least destroy his physical body, thus hindering his cultivation. Seeing this, Fang Xing's face lit up with a hint of a smile. Above him, the Wanfa ghost infant, previously wailing and clutching its head, suddenly came to life, harnessing a giant awakens, a scorched tail harp, and striking forward with a fierce blow. After ascending to the nascent soul stage, Fang Xing's magical power rivaled that of a mid-stage nascent soul. He had finally forcibly subdued the giant awakens' spiritual power, no longer needing to wear the mask of Mu Wanlong every time he appeared. While the Wanfa ghost infant harbored numerous restrictions, Fang Xing had thoroughly cleansed it with the great Sun Tathagata mantra. Therefore, any restrictions had long since been nullified. The previous feigned backlash was meant to lure the enemy into a trap. Clang. The giant awakens emanated a clear, melodious note, and a magnificent, giant owl phoenix emerged, blocking the 4-faced, 8-armed golden body. Fang Xing's 2 nascent soul powers merged, and the shadow of a rotten iron sword emerged in his hand. A ray of sword light, piercing heaven and earth like a white dragon, pierced through the cracks in the Xian'ai Four Symbols robe and slashed directly at the flesh of the Wangxiang old demon. Puff! The old demon Wangxiang was immediately split into 2, and blood splattered into the sky. Chapter 289, Capture and Soul Search. Swish! A sudden flash of black light emerged from the corpses on either side of the Wangxiang old demon. Within the black light, a pitch-black, palm-sized nascent soul emerged. Its appearance was nearly identical to the Wangxiang old demon, its body clad in pitch black, draped in a suit of dark magic armor, and clutching a bead. It glared at Fang Xing with utter resentment and let out a sharp cry. The 4-faced, 8-armed golden form of the Dharmakaya instantly vanished, reappearing within the bead held in the nascent soul's tiny hand. The nascent soul teleported with incredible speed, reaching several miles away. Quick, Fang Xing formed a hand seal, and the previously released Kyankin ring suddenly shone brightly. Green and red light entangled, forming a vast boundary, steadily weakening the nascent soul's escape technique. But to no avail. The Wangxiang old demon's nascent soul reached the edge of the boundary, formed a hand seal, and with a flash of silver light, The nascent soul instantly burst into the ethereal void. When it reappeared, it had arrived in the outer world. The interior of the great void is extremely dangerous for a nascent soul. Although a nascent soul spirit can penetrate the void, even a nascent soul true lord would not remain there for long. They usually only use the great void to pass through formations and restrictions, then immediately emerge to avoid encountering void cracks, void storms, and other unexpected events. Mr. Fang, I will avenge today's vengeance someday. The nascent soul of the Wangxiang old demon uttered a harsh threat, threatening to flee thousands of miles away. I have no children, no relatives, and no friends. You can take revenge, but if you leave, I worry about whether the Wangxiang sect will still exist. Fang Xing chuckled, causing the Wangxiang old demon's face to suddenly darken. At this moment, he pressed his hands together, and a large golden net suddenly appeared, snaking towards the Wangxiang old demon. A trapping net. The Wangxiang old demon realized that his mind had revealed a flaw and had fallen for this kid's trick. Seeing the trapping net unfold, he immediately felt a sense of dread, knowing that his life was at stake. This was even more effective than the Qianqin ring's ability to target his nascent soul's teleportation, directly blocking the void. He gritted his teeth and sacrificed the orb in his arms. Bang! Within the orb, the demonic golden body roared and exploded. The terrifying power fell upon the infant trapping net, causing it to suddenly freeze. Seizing this opportunity, the Wangxiang old demon's nascent soul slapped its magic armor with its tiny hands. Countless ancient magic patterns emerged, forming a layer of pitch-black light that enveloped the nascent soul itself, attempting to force its way out of the net. Damn! With this crappy quality, you still dare to claim a 70% chance of success. Fang Xing, watching this scene, barely even bothered to complain. Boom! At that moment, the ground outside suddenly cracked, and out leaped a yellow-haired rat. Standing above the yellow-haired treasure-hunting rat was a figure, Fang Xing himself. HMPH, he snorted coldly, his martial will surged into the sky, transforming into a hazy, alien beast that charged into the Wangxiang old demon's sea of consciousness. The Wangxiang demon's nascent soul stumbled, its form frozen in midair. Clang! Then, the infant trapping net finally descended, enveloping the pitch-black nascent soul securely within. In the end, I still have to intervene. Fang Xing shook his head, and riding his treasure-hunting rat, he burrowed back into the ground, disappearing. Today's battle might not be over yet, so he had to keep as many cards as he could. Fang Xing's immortal clone took his time, first flicking his 10 fingers, sending streams of sword energy through the air, sealing the green ghost staff layer by layer. He then retrieved the torn Xian'ai 4 symbols robe and the Wangxiang demon's body. The demon's body was only of the 3rd rank, but it contained a storage ring, which should hold valuable treasures. 2 magical treasures, a storage ring, and the nascent soul of the Wangxiang demon. According to the rules of the immortal world, I took action, so these are all mine. Of course, senior brother Chu lent him the Qianqin ring and the infant trapping net, and he also had the mission of stopping the enemy. So giving him the Xian'ai 4 symbols robe magical treasure is sufficient compensation. Fang Xing grabbed the green ghost staff magical treasure, briefly examined it, and laughed. Sure enough, this magical treasure's most powerful feature is the ghostly cry and wolf howl technique, which specifically attacks the soul and draws out the inner demons. But it's completely useless to me. No wonder it feels so weak. He put away the 5 chaos demons, who had regained their composure, cleaned up the battlefield, transformed into a flash of sword light, and quickly departed. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, somewhere in the void, the daylight was as bright as night, and the stars above the sky shone brightly. In the center, a purple star, radiating a strong purple aura, formed a faint celestial star sword formation. Old Ghost Chu. You're going too far, Old Ghost Chu. You're still trying to quibble? We've clearly received Old Ghost Wangxiang's plea for help. 2 slightly exasperated voices emanated from this Haoshan Xingdao sword formation. Haha. I think you two are the ones trying to break the contract? I signed the contract and swore a solemn oath. If you take action, you'll be breaking it. Come on. Chu Kuongta swung his sword across the air, his demeanor as if he were confronting a 1,000,000-strong army. The 2 opposing demonic nascent souls hesitated. Old Ghost Chu, have you sought external assistance? No. Our contract also contained restrictions on this aspect. Chu Kuongta smiled but said nothing. Would he say it was one of his own newly promoted nascent souls who attacked? That would be exploiting a loophole in the contract. At this moment, the two nascent soul demons suddenly exchanged glances and flew backwards. Their flight gave the impression of a panicked escape. Chu Kuangtu sheathed his sword, a hint of anticipation on his face. It looks like the Wuxiang demon has been defeated? Even severely damaged, it's impossible. Even his Dharma body has been slashed. As for the complete annihilation of the captured nascent soul, Chu Kuangtu doubted it. Even when he personally attacked with his mid-nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't do anything to the Wuxiang demon. The fact that Fang Xing had severely damaged the Wuxiang demon was already remarkable. He transformed into a flash of swordlight and quickly rushed to the battlefield, only to be met by Fang Xing, who had come to meet him. Junior brother Fang. Chu Kuangtu's face flickered with apology. Alice, my plan went awry. I had thought that besides blocking enemy reinforcements for junior brother, I could also come to the battlefield to lend a hand. I didn't expect a traitor to emerge from a righteous camp. Although that old ghost from the Kyankan Deo lent me his spiritual treasure, he refused to take action. I had planned to stop one demonic nascent soul, but ended up stopping two. But it seems that junior brother will have a good outcome. Indeed, it turned out well. Fang Xing nodded. Chu Kuangtu's eyes lit up. Could it be that his Dharma body was truly destroyed? Haha, that old Wuxiang demon is already old. This time, he's severely damaged his essence. Even after spending decades cultivating to reach the nascent soul stage, I'm afraid he won't have many years left. Ahem, it's not just the Dharma body. Fang Xing raised his hand and returned the Kyankan ring and the Xian'ai Four Symbols robe. Huh? You even left a spiritual treasure. Chu Kuangtu's hands trembled as he fondly touched the Xian'ai Four Symbols robe. Then, seeing Fang Xing's Wuxiang demon's nascent soul, his expression turned slightly awkward. Late at night, the Xianjian sect was abuzz with activity. Fang Xing released his spiritual sense and saw many familiar faces, such as Blood Sword Master Fu Honggai, and even Meng Zijin, Han Kangyan, and Green Lotus Master. Although Chu Kuangtu's performance had been somewhat subpar during the day, upon learning that the old Wuxiang demon was dead, his nascent soul captured, and that there was no chance of a comeback, he immediately prepared to attack the Wuxiang sect despite the agreement not to engage in hostilities. Circumventing it wasn't too difficult. For example, getting the Zhang Kingdom's immortal cultivators to take action. As long as the Xianjian sect continued to side with the enemy, the Wuxiang sect, already bereft of its nascent soul true lord, would inevitably end up like monkeys scattering like monkeys when the tree fell. The heavy casualties among the lower-level cultivators and immortal cultivators in this process were completely irrelevant to Chu Kuangtu. But Han Kangyan is no good. Last time he was already at the foundation establishment stage, and I hadn't even reached the core formation stage. Now I'm at the nascent soul stage, and this guy hasn't even reached the late foundation establishment stage. Bad review, but Meng Zijin, barely even at the foundation establishment stage. In this brutal war ahead, these smaller sects cultivators will have an opportunity. If they perform well, the Xianjian sect will certainly be generous in rewarding them with opportunities to achieve the core formation stage. No, I'm still the biggest pain in the ass. Fang Xing rolled his eyes, recalling Chu Kuangtu's request. There was no need to bother two masters with one task. Taking advantage of the death of the Wuxiang old demon, he could directly destroy the Wuxiang sect's mountain protection formation and, in the process, annihilate all of its outstanding giant and cultivators. A war between cultivators to annihilate a sect is truly brutal. Otherwise, relying on such a small group of mediocre soldiers and generals, they might not even reach the Wuxiang sect's mountain gate, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to break through. Of course, Fang Xing planned to rest for the night. Ostensibly to recover from his previous injuries and regain his mana, but in reality, he was preparing to search the Wuxiang old demon's nascent soul to gain a better understanding of himself and his enemy. And, if he took action himself, he'd have to take a reward. After breaching the Wuxiang sect's mountain gate, its treasures would naturally belong to him, allowing him to take whatever he desired. Not only that, while the Kyankan ring hasn't been returned yet, after defeating the Wuxiang sect, we can easily slay that Jade Water Cold Dragon. That Jade Water Cold Dragon was not only skilled in water escape techniques, but was also said to have cultivated an extremely terrifying cold flame ability that even the Wuxiang old demon might not be its match. Unfortunately, Fang Xing was perfectly positioned to control it. Furthermore, The Azure Water Dragon wasn't protected by the contract, allowing Chu Kuang to attack without restraint. It was like two mid-nascent soul cultivators serving that small dragon. They should be able to kill it without injury and reap the maximum benefit. With this thought, a flash of black light flashed in Fang Xing's hand, and the nascent soul of the Wangxiang old demon emerged. The nascent soul spirit is extremely condensed, and most soul-searching spells are ineffective. A flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing's true form, and they studied the unconscious black figure bound by golden netting. Therefore, the first step in soul-searching should be to weaken its spirit as much as possible. I'm now at a high level, and I've captured a large number of high-level magic spells, including soul-searching spells. If I keep trying, I'll definitely be able to gain some information. Finally, if all else fails, I'll throw it into the Great Sun Furnace. Generally speaking, even if a nascent soul is captured, it's difficult to search its soul. But Fang Xing casually pondered and discovered that he had quite a few methods at his disposal to deal with it. Chapter 290 Killing the Jiao. Inside the cave, ancient, difficult-to-pronounce incantations echoed one after another. A chilling wind blew, like the whispers of an evil spirit. Two gray beams flashed in Fang Xing's eyes, expanding by an inch, piercing the nascent soul of the myriad demon. Then, his consciousness fragmented into countless strands, like fine needles, piercing the myriad demon's 7 orifices. Fragments of memory slowly emerged before his eyes. No, half an hour later, Fang Xing opened his eyes. The sword infant within him yawned, a sign of weakness. It had proven that the nascent soul's spirit body, centered on the oneness of the origin, was extremely difficult to search. Even if a search was conducted, all that was obtained were meaningless fragments and information about life. Sure enough, I must intervene, Fang Xing sighed, grasping the myriad demon's nascent soul. A sun-like light shone between his brows. A beam of sun-like light emerged, and the myriad demon's nascent soul vanished in a flash. When it reappeared, it had already entered Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. In the past, cultivators always took the initiative to possess my body, but today, I'm being passively invited, Fang Xing complained, and the Great Sun Furnace instantly materialized. Rays of Great Sun's true fire descended upon the pitch-black nascent soul, igniting it completely. The Wangxiang old demon immediately let out an inhuman wail. Fang Xing sensed that his Great Sun Tathagata mantra had improved again, glancing at the attribute panel. Great Sun Tathagata mantra 270/400, Master. Oh? It seems the nascent soul cultivator's nascent soul is indeed quite good. If I had 10 or 8 more, my Great Sun Tathagata mantra would be nearly at the Grandmaster level. He closed his eyes slightly, recalling useful fragments from the Wangxiang old demon's memory. For example, the diagrams, key points, and flaws of the Wangxiang Sect's Grand Mountain Protecting Formation, the Wangxiang Wuchang Formation. For example, the locations of some of the sect's secret treasures and vaults. After the Wangxiang sect lost a false infant and a nascent soul seed, there's a real gap in the succession. Today's giant and cultivators generally have little hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. Fang Xing didn't even bother hunting down these giant and cultivators one by one. If he happened to encounter one, he'd just kill him. If not, he'd consider them lucky. Even if they were some genius cultivators, could their cultivation speed be as fast as his own? If they sought revenge on him, they'd probably end up in despair. There are also some extraordinary skills and secret techniques. This old demon Wangxiang is quite cunning. Most of the jade slips in his storage bag, 9 true and 1 false, are missing the most crucial steps. Once you fall into this trap, even if you cultivate powerful spells or corpse refinement, like the Golden Corpse Reversal, if you encounter the real master, you may be deprived of them with just a single mantra. As for the fundamental magic skills, they are also missing a few mantras, making it easy to go astray. Fang Xing was casually browsing the old demon's secret techniques when a look of interest suddenly crossed his face. The method for refining a false infant. He silently pondered it and discovered that after the refining method, there was a mantra for how to improve the false infant and transform it into cultivator's second primordial infant. That's not bad. However, after reading it, Fang Xing understood why the secret technique of the second primordial infant had not blossomed brilliantly in the hands of the Wangxiang sect. A fake infant is equivalent to a fake pill. It is extremely difficult to improve it. If a fake pill wants to be transformed into a real pill, the fake pill must be dissolved first. A fake infant is different. It needs to use the secret art of devouring infants to devour all the essence of another nascent soul in order to regain a little vitality. In fact, one nascent soul is not enough. At least two are needed to be promoted to the second nascent soul in the early nascent soul stage. The second nascent soul refined in this way is essentially similar to an evil demon. By devouring other nascent souls, its magic power will increase by leaps and bounds. It is easy to be promoted to the middle nascent soul stage, or even the late nascent soul stage. However, the late nascent soul stage is the limit. Monsters cultivated by such civil ways have no possibility of breaking through to the god transformation stage. Also, the more it devours, the more ferocious its character becomes, and the more likely it is to retaliate against its master. What a pity for the nascent soul of the old demon Fang Xing. Fang Xing felt quite sorry. Otherwise, as long as I swallow one more, wouldn't I be able to be promoted to a real second nascent soul? Then my magic power will be no less than that of a cultivator in the middle nascent soul stage. However, judging by the description of this secret technique, besides cultivators' nascent souls, the essence pills of 4th level transformed demon should also be able to replace the nascent soul's effects. In that case, we must absolutely not let go of that jade water cold dragon. Fang Xing's face flickered with a thoughtful expression. A few days later, a piece of news spread like thunder through the Daijing cultivation world. The Wangxiang sect, one of the 5 major sects of the demonic path, had been annihilated. Not only had the Grand Elder, the Wangxiang old demon, perished, but even the Wangxiang sect's main gate had been breached by an unknown nascent soul true lord, looting treasures and causing heavy casualties among the Jinden cultivators. The Xianjian sect seized the opportunity to dispatch numerous affiliated forces into the 5 sects and 10 kingdoms, as well as the demonic realm further south. It was clear to anyone with a discerning eye that they were intent on eradicating the entire sect. The independent cultivators and small and medium-sized cultivation forces throughout Jiangxi were instantly engulfed in celebration. Even though most of their gains had to be surrendered to the Xianjian sect, especially those from high-level spiritual veins and medicinal herb gardens, the proceeds were enough to make a cultivator rich overnight. Just as the entire cultivation world's attention was focused on the Wangxiang sect, Fang Xing and Chu Kuangtu had already arrived at the Bibo Cave area. Bibo Cave, though called a cave, is actually a vast inland lake, its waters emerald green and carrying a chilling aura. Rumor has it that in earlier times, while there was a lake here, the water was crystal clear and devoid of any chill. Within the vast emerald lake lay an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling, named Bibo Cave. Later, the cave was opened, and after a fierce battle, Bibo Cave collapsed, shattering its treasured ancient universe-cold pearls into the lake, creating this vast, frigid lake stretching tens of thousands of miles long. Unknown years later, a 3rd-level snake python cultivated here, overcoming the transformation tribulation and transforming into a cold, azure water dragon. It then gathered numerous demonic beasts and became a powerful demon king. During the initial explorations, the righteous forces were blocked at the Bibo Cave, unable to advance an inch. One day, a chilling chill enveloped the vast Bibo Lake. A Kyankan ring rested upon it, casting a shroud of green and red light that spread across the lake's perimeter. The lake, once poised for a turbulent storm, suddenly calmed. High in the sky, a shimmering constellation of stars shone, a single purple star radiating brilliantly. Chu Kuangtu, like a mortal emperor, wielded a flying sword with the majesty and dominance of an emperor, forcing a multi-foot-long emerald green dragon into a corner, its path utterly impossible. The dragon, covered in fish-like scales, shone with a chilling icy light under the sword's glare. Yet, even after colliding with Chu Kuangtu's natal flying sword, it only managed to break a few scales, demonstrating its incredible defensive power. It possessed 2 small, unbranched horns on its head, 2 claws on its abdomen, each with 3 toes, and no scales beneath its neck. Clearly, this was not a true dragon, but a flood dragon. Damn the human race! At this moment, the jade water cold dragon uttered human words and suddenly let out a resounding dragon roar. Endless water flowed out of thin air, like a massive whirlpool, threatening to engulf the star-filled sword light. Swish! At the crucial moment, Fang Xing charged in with his sword. He and his sword merged into one, the sword light blazing with incredible speed, like a cold prison of swords, engulfing the jade water cold dragon. Countless platinum-colored sword lights erupted, dripping with blood-stained dragon scales as they fell from the air. It was conceivable that in the coming year, all manner of dragon-blooded demonic beasts would thrive and multiply wildly within the Bibo Cave. Roar! The Jade Water Cold Dragon felt pain, its heart growing even more anxious. Previously, it had relied on its powerful demonic body and the disunity of the righteous nascent soul cultivators to barely hold its own. Now, two nascent soul sword lords appeared, their killing power astonishing. Furthermore, they possessed rare treasures that could counter its water escape. Even the scent of death lingered within it. The closer it faced death, the more frantic the transformed demon grew. Roar! Amidst a dragon's roar, the Jade Water Cold Dragon unleashed a stream of emerald green cold flame. This flame was undoubtedly fourth tier, its emerald green hue etched within it like a flowing stream of liquid. As soon as it appeared, the world seemed to suddenly descend into freezing winter, freezing water as it dropped. The entire lake began to freeze. The sword lights radiating through the sky seemed suffused by the chill, slowing until they froze. Fourth tier cold flame? Truly a wicked beast, Fang Xing cursed. A flash of light appeared above his head, and the myriad methods ghost infant emerged directly from his body. This scene caused Chu Kuangtu's eyes to twitch slightly. The nascent soul spirit body is the foundation of the nascent soul cultivator. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never allow their nascent soul to leave their body, fearing the risk of damage. While utilizing the nascent soul in combat offered the added advantage of unexpectedness, few nascent soul true lords would resort to such tactics. But Fang Xing was different. Possessing the myriad methods ghost infant, he used the fake infant's exit as a standard tactic. At this moment, the myriad laws infant stood above him, still clutching the Qingyang demonic lamp. His main body formed hand seals, and the green ghost staff emerged, emitting a chorus of ghostly howls. The Jade Water Cold Dragon faltered. The demonic beast spirit was inherently weaker than that of a cultivator, and this strike had struck it squarely. Simultaneously, the myriad law's ghost infant above Fang Xing's head flicked its finger with a grin, and a bean-sized dark green light flew out. It was the soul-devouring demonic fire. A raging roar. The soul-devouring demonic fire met the fourth-level cold flame, and the intense heat and extreme cold collided, instantly raising a cloud of fire the size of an acre, which spread madly in all directions. Seizing this formidable opportunity, Chu Kuangtu emerged with his sword, transforming into vast purple sword light, slicing through the Jade Water Dragon. With a crash, the two halves of the dragon's corpse fell from mid-air, spilling blood all over the sky. From the dragon corpse's belly, a fist-sized pale green demonic core emerged. A miniature emerald green dragon roared and leaped from the dragon orb, clutching it in its mouth. It frantically dashed outward. Boom! Black, white, red, yellow, and green erupted into the sky, transforming into a demonic cloud several acres across, instantly trapping the dragon spirit. A fourth-level transformed demon's body is incredibly powerful, but its spirit core lacks the natural affinity for the ethereal realm like a cultivator's nascent soul, allowing it to teleport and escape. Fang Xing pondered the scene. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Infant Devouring. A few days later, in an underground cave, Fang Xing opened a jade box and revealed a fist-sized pale green soul essence pill. A smile crossed his face. Previously, he and Chu Kuangtu had teamed up to slay the Jade Water Cold Dragon. They had forsaken everything else, only the soul essence pill and the Jade Water Cold Flame. The Jade Water Cold Flame, a fourth-tier item, was placed directly into the Qingyang magic lamp, slowly absorbing its essence and enhancing the power of the soul-devouring demonic fire. The Qingyang magic lamp was a rare treasure, capable of absorbing various spiritual fires and amplifying the power of its original fire. After placing the Jade Water Cold Flame into the Qingyang magic lamp, Fang Xing paid no further attention. His attention was now focused on the soul essence pill. Within the translucent dragon bead, a miniature dragon lay, looking quite weak. Perfect. Using the soul essence pill, I can experiment with the Wangxiang sex infant devouring technique. Fang Xing sat cross-legged and slapped his head. A flash of black light flashed above the heavenly spirit, and the figure of the Wanfa ghost infant appeared, grinning. It extended its hands and continuously formed hand seals, transforming into thin black threads that sank into the great essence peel of the Jade Water Cold Dragon. The miniature dragon, as if sensing impending disaster, repeatedly charged left and right, but to no avail. The black threads continuously entwined themselves around the dragon's body, like black shackles, ultimately immobilizing the small, emerald green dragon. Seeing this, the Wanfa ghost infant's face lit up with satisfaction, and it shifted its hand seals. Vast magical power surged forth, enveloping the Great Essence Pill. As one ancient rune after another shimmered, the fourth-tier Great Essence Pill shrank, finally sinking into the Wanfa ghost infant's mouth. After devouring the Great Essence Pill, the Wanfa ghost infant immediately sat cross-legged, its magical power flickering and its aura unsteady. A flash of light. Fang Xing's sword infant also emerged from his body, showering the myriad law's ghost infant with magical energy, aiding its breakthrough. Time ticked by. After several hours, the fluctuations of magical energy within the myriad law's ghost infant finally stabilized. Its body seemed to have grown stronger, slowly progressing from false infant to the early nascent soul stage, but it was clearly still a ways off, not quite reaching that stage. Sure enough, one nascent soul missing. After the sword infant returned to its place, Fang Xing opened his eyes and examined the myriad law's ghost infant. This demonic second nascent soul cultivation method is truly uncanny and incredibly difficult. No wonder no one in the myriad laws sect has been able to achieve it. While cultivators in the myriad laws sect who achieved false infants were rare, a few were recorded in history. However, no record of a truly powerful second nascent soul cultivator had ever achieved it. Clearly, the requirement of killing 2 nascent soul true lords, or even capturing a nascent soul alive for the myriad law's nascent soul to devour, was far too demanding. If the Wuxiang sect's nascent soul monster possessed such power, it could have unified the Daijing cultivation world. However, this infant devouring technique does work, but the after effects are a bit severe. Fang Xing saw the Wanfa ghost infant open its eyes. Its crimson eyes gleaming with madness and malice. He knew the after effects of devouring essences and souls had set in. The Wanfa ghost infant's ferocity had been aroused, ready to retaliate at any moment. Undaunted, he seized the Wanfa ghost infant and infused it with the great Sun Tathagata mantra. After refining the Wanfa ghost infant, it opened its eyes again, its gaze clear yet dazed, its previous ferocity gone. Sure enough, even the most evil nascent soul can be subdued by my great Sun Tathagata mantra. Fang Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Having decided to use the infant devouring technique to enhance the Wanfa ghost infant's cultivation, he naturally had to bear the consequences of the Wanfa ghost infant's increased magical powers, the rebirth of its inner demons, and even a direct backlash. The solution, already thought of, was to suppress it with the great Sun Tathagata mantra. Speaking of demonic demons, how could the madness of devouring a mere nascent soul essence possibly rival that of an extraterritorial evil god? Facts proved Fang Xing's suspicions correct. Not only had the Wanfa ghost infant's mana grown immensely, the great sun pattern on its forehead shone brighter, showing no sign of rebellion. Excellent. I can continue feeding the nascent soul. I might even propel it ahead of me, advancing to the middle or even late nascent soul stage, although the Wuxiang sect's secret techniques stated that the probability of rebellion in the middle nascent soul stage increased significantly for the second nascent soul promoted through this method of devouring infants, and rebellion was inevitable in the late nascent soul stage. Fang Xing, possessing the great Sun Tathagata mantra, wasn't particularly afraid. More importantly, this method was the fastest way to advance his cultivation. After reaching the nascent soul stage, Fang Xing experimented with cultivation and came to a somewhat despairing conclusion. Even with a fourth-tier spiritual vein, with his spiritual roots and natural talent, cultivating to the peak mana of an early nascent soul stage would take centuries. If he encountered another bottleneck, reaching the middle nascent soul stage could take hundreds of years. This was the norm for nascent soul true lords. Most of the nascent soul true lords on both the righteous and demonic sides of Daijing were only in the early nascent soul stage. As for learning from the advanced experience of those who had gone before and consuming large quantities of elixirs to cultivate, the value of a fourth-tier elixir was so high that it was difficult to measure it in spirit stones. Even a scrapped elixir was enough to attract giant cultivators. Obtaining it in large quantities was practically impossible. As for refining it himself, after plundering the Wuxiang sect's treasury and doing some calculations, Fang Xing came to a conclusion. To refine enough elixirs to reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage, the Wuxiang sect alone wouldn't be enough. He would need to destroy 4 or 5 more nascent soul sects, and that would be enough. Refining all the resources he had obtained into 4th-tier elixirs would barely allow him to reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage within 10 years. But if he had that kind of power, wouldn't it be wonderful to simply unify the aging cultivation world? In short, after the nascent soul stage, the speed of mana improvement is even slower, often taking hundreds of years. But it may not be easy for the nascent soul to survive in the vast sea world of cultivation. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. It's a good plan to cultivate the Wunfa ghost infant. Even if this ghost infant cannot break through the realm of transformation, if it can be cultivated to the late nascent soul stage, it can run rampant in the vast sea world of cultivation. A cultivator in the late nascent soul stage is known as a great true lord. If he doesn't reach the realm of transformation, he is the absolute top of the world of cultivation. Compared to his own advancement as a righteous sword infant, Fang Xing feels that he may be able to take the devil's way faster. A rough estimate suggests that with one more nascent soul, the fake one can truly transform into a second nascent soul, reaching the early nascent soul stage, then refine 4 to 8 more nascent souls, and you'll probably be able to break through to the middle nascent soul stage. After the middle nascent soul stage, if you refine another dozen or 20 nascent souls, you should be able to try to break through to the late nascent soul stage. However, a second nascent soul forcibly enhanced with this kind of demonic secret technique will have a disordered foundation and will inevitably go crazy. It will absolutely never reach the divine transformation stage, and will definitely backfire on its master. Fortunately, that's not a problem for me. After all, the second nascent soul is just a transition, temporarily possessing the combat power of a great true lord. Of course, to reach the divine transformation stage, a true sword infant is required. Destroy dozens of nascent soul true lords? That seems difficult too. It would be more practical to first raise the myriad laws ghost infant to the middle nascent soul stage. Also, these calculations are based on an early nascent soul stage and a 4th rank lower grade great spirit essence pill. If there's a nascent soul of a middle stage nascent soul true lord, or even a late stage great true lord, then one can naturally be worth 4 or 5, or even 10 or 8. More importantly, the myriad laws nascent soul grows very quickly, and there are almost no bottlenecks. As long as they devour enough nascent souls, they can always advance to the late nascent soul stage. Although Fang Xing didn't encounter any bottlenecks in the core formation stage, he sensed that things were getting tougher after the nascent soul stage. Which cultivator who reaches the nascent soul stage isn't exceptionally gifted, blessed with countless opportunities and fortuitous encounters? Heavenly grade spiritual roots account for about half of all cultivators. My own talent is only slightly better than that of a heavenly spiritual root, so I'm afraid it's a bit underwhelming. Whether it's high-level cultivation techniques, 4th-tier elixirs, or even cultivators' nascent soul and spirit core elixirs, the vast sea immortal cultivation realm is far more suitable for cultivation. It's time to leave. Fang Xing stood up, collected the myriad laws ghost infant, and looked somewhat melancholic. Thinking back, when I first traveled through time, I arrived in the wilderness, then the cultivated land. I was always wandering around in the great wilderness immortal cultivation realm. Now, am I finally heading to a higher level of the immortal cultivation realm? A jade slip emerged in his hand, bearing a rough map. This immortal cultivation realm was immensely vast. Even the great wilderness and the vast sea were but insignificant parts, and much of it was shrouded in mist. From the great wilderness immortal cultivation realm to the vast sea immortal cultivation realm, even a nascent soul cultivator at full speed would take years, not to mention the many dangerous forbidden areas in between. Fang Xing pondered for a moment. We could get a spaceship from the main universe. It could serve as both a temporary cave dwelling and a vehicle. As long as he didn't bring the spaceship back to the main universe, he wouldn't have to worry about leaks. Even if the spaceship travels at the speed of light, it'll still take a long time to reach the vast sea cultivation world. So the length and width of this cultivation world are measured in light years. Sure enough, this place is completely different from the main universe. After realizing this, Fang Xing actually breathed a sigh of relief. Back in the main universe, the creator had awakened and was dealing with all threats. Now, he finally knew that this cultivation world, or rather, the cultivation universe, could be used as a fallback. Main universe. Whitebird Star. Galaxy Island. Fang Xing lay on a beach chair, watching the shells washed up by the tide. A hermit crab scrambled and dug holes on the golden sand. A moment of leisure, he stretched, took another sip of juice, and opened the virtual network to browse the spaceship store. He was using his own private spaceship very well and was planning to buy another one to send to the cultivation world. Furthermore, he could get one with a large biochemical laboratory, making it easier to conduct research in the cultivation world. Besides that, we have to solve the mecha problem, biological mechas, or evil god mechas. The most important raw materials are the flesh and bones of the evil god's offspring, or even the extraterritorial evil god. After days of fussing over it, Fang Xing finally managed to understand Han Chunfeng's introduction. He then fell into deep thought. The best target, of course, is that evil god's world. The whale fall formed after the death of an extraterritorial evil god, forms an ecological cycle model, which is quite interesting. Unfortunately, that evil god's offspring has already been born. If I go there again, it will definitely target me. If it were the weakest evil god's offspring, only at the 8th level of combat power, Fang Xing wouldn't be too afraid right now. But if it were a 9th level offspring like the chaos offspring during the last rescue operation, it would be a serious problem. After placing the order online, Fang Xing stood up and went to the laboratory. Boss, a woman with burgundy hair, a nice figure, and dressed in his secretary's uniform, immediately came out to greet him. Vaguely, what's going on lately? Fang Xing casually took a document from his female secretary and glanced at it. Has the flesh and blood of the children of chaos arrived? That's great news. It's mainly Yucai Company's business. Our new inhibitor, as our flagship product, has no shortage of sales. The majority of production is supplied to Nine Swords Academy, and many companies have sent us cooperation offers. A few of them require special attention. Even if we decline, it's best if the boss personally contacts them. As a high-level professional, Vigali's thinking is quick, and she performs her duties as a secretary very competently. I see. Fang Xing glanced at it, his expression shifting. This Davis is even acting as a lobbyist. Among the clients Vigali had singled out as key targets were the Su family's major companies and Blue Star University's school-run enterprises. As expected, it was difficult to refuse these directly. Even if he did, he had to personally address them. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but rather that was how relationships worked. Fang Xing thought for a moment and called Davis's number. Haha. Fang, I didn't realize you weren't just an accomplished martial artist, but also a gifted scientist and an exceptional businessman. Davis's projection appeared, walking beside Fang Xing like a real person, his movements and expressions exaggerated. Today, Yucai Company's tax payments alone are enough to rival those of the top 100 companies on Whitebird Star. I believe it's only a matter of time before we become the planet's #1. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Davis. Fang Xing smiled faintly. You also want to reserve a share of the inhibitors? Sorry, our company's production is limited. No, not me, but a friend of mine. He's a truly wealthy man with over 100 outstanding children. One of them is a mecha pilot who's considering a biomecha career and needs some research on inhibitors. Believe me, Fang, he's not at the stage of building his own mecha yet, so the quantity he needs is very small. Davis recited a number, and Fang Xing's eyes flickered slightly, feeling satisfied. After all, he controlled the raw material pipeline, and naturally, he had the final say on production. However, Fang Xing took a few steps before raising another issue. Davis, we are good friends. I will definitely help you if I need to. However, I would like to ask about the retirement and scrapping of the Federation's aging mechas. Chapter 292 Plan. Mecha retirement. Davis was startled, then a thoughtful look crossed his face. Indeed, many of the defensive mechas on this planet are nearing the end of their useful life and should be scrapped. Otherwise, they could easily pose various leak and explosion threats. I wonder if Yucai Company is interested in taking on this business, recycling and scrapping. Nearby, Vicari's eyes lit up. Is this the business model of the Federation's upper echelons? I've really learned something. Of course, she knew Davis would have to pay to dispose of those scrapped products. Yes, the Federation would pay Yucai Company a fee to dispose of a batch of scrapped mechas. You might consider it. My secretary, Vicari, will handle it. You can talk to her directly. Fang Xing laughed heartily and resumed discussing the inhibitor business with Davis. Davis, pleased with the result, seemed delighted. Fang Xing, too, benefited. The only one harmed was the Federation. Davis was being generous to the Federation, so he was extremely generous, offering Vicari a very favorable contract. Watching Davis leave, Fang Xing sighed with emotion. That's human nature. I'm reluctant to part with my own wealth, but I'm incredibly generous with company and public goods. But whatever happens, as long as I benefit in the end, he used the wings of the sun god mecha quite well. After it was scrapped this time, he could take it to the immortal realm or other otherworldly realms for use. As long as he never brought it back to the main universe, there would be no future trouble. Even if the Federation came to investigate later, they could just say the mecha had been destroyed. There would be no trace of it left in the main universe. I'm finding myself getting bolder. Is it the confidence I'm about to achieve martial sainthood? Fang Xing began to analyze his inner thoughts. A martial saint was a true figure in the Federation, able to form a team and run for counselors, just like Su Sanyang. He had already begun to travel across the planets canvassing for votes. Fang Xing felt that even if he achieved martial sainthood, he wouldn't be able to compete with him in the same council election. But regardless, this was his qualification and ticket to the Federation's upper circles. Martial saint. I hope I don't end up like Wei Shentuang. Breaking through as soon as possible is crucial. Without resources from the Federation, reaching martial saint is a matter of sheer luck. Some martial artists achieve a breakthrough with a single moment of enlightenment. Others, however, become obsessed with their inner demons, and even the practice of refining the spirit can fail. I'm currently at the 9th transformation grade Vajra realm, having already achieved perfection in the 7th realm. The only way to advance is to reach martial saint. For an average grade Vajra realm martial artist, besides diligent training, they'd have to seek support from powerful factions. Fang Xing was still a doctoral student at Blue Star University, so he could naturally ask for help from his alma mater. He had previously sent an email to Nai Ying, exploring the possibility of refining the spirit, but this strategic resource was extremely rare and in short supply. With so many professional martial artists in the Federation, even if they made sufficient contributions, the queue would be incredibly long. Fortunately, Fang Xing was a rising star within the academy. Nai Ying offered several options, each requiring relatively dangerous missions. Once undertaken, they would be tantamount to a pledge of loyalty. Wei Shentong must have been offered a similar opportunity, assigned a special mission by a powerful faction, but he likely failed. Such a mission is not only extremely dangerous, but also highly personal. If I undertake it, I'll be exposed. Fang Xing sighed. He clearly wouldn't accept it for a mere divine essence refining. Many martial arts prodigies within the Federation likely share this sentiment, waiting for no breakthrough opportunity, ultimately resigned to reality and becoming like Wei Shentuang. But I'm different. With resources from another world of immortal cultivation, how could I possibly fail to reach the 8th realm? Fang Xing felt the urgent pressure of ascending to martial saint. Not to mention the external shadows, even within the heretic god realm, the scion of the heretic god was constantly growing. He must quickly ascend to his strongest form, then attempt to make the heretic god realm his own. He pondered for a moment, then remembered the one genuine, one-of-a-kind Ningying pill he still had. Ordinary Vajra realm warriors, of course, can't use the Ningying pill to achieve a breakthrough, but I'm different. I'm an immortal warrior, possessing special advantages. This is a perfect opportunity to give it a try, laying the groundwork for a future breakthrough beyond the martial god realm. Just as Fang Xing was pondering this, on Whitebird Star, atop the space station, a man in a suit, dressed like an upper-class elite, disembarked from the spacecraft. Mr. Ollie Jones, huh? We've prepared a private hovercar for you. A white woman in a blazer, with a curvaceous figure, bowed in greeting. Let's go. Ollie Jones and the secretary went outside the space center and boarded a hovercar. The hovercar took off with such ease, so effortlessly that it almost looked like it was stationary. Mr. Ollie Jones, I've prepared all the materials for Galaxy Company this time. I believe this will give me a leg up in business negotiations, the secretary said softly. Ollie Jones, flooded with information, quickly flipping through it with his smart glasses. As a business elite, he also had many hidden side hustles. His visit to Whitebird Planet was actually commissioned by the AOE group to observe a federal security consultant. A Vajra realm martial artist, with connections to Blue Star University and the Su family, and recently, to the Nine Swords Academy. He's truly different from the previous ones, and he's a tough one to deal with, but he's also taking those two women in. I'm a little confused. Ollie Jones silently examined the documents, like a skilled and bloodthirsty hunter, trying to find a flaw in his prey. However, the AOE group hasn't ordered a direct action, but is observing. Even if there's an opportunity, we could do a joint inhibitor business. Of course, it would be best to get the patents ourselves. These federal chaebols have a well-established process. His arrival this time wasn't so much revenge as a quest for more of that new inhibitor. After all, sons and daughters can easily be reborn. But if he missed this lucrative opportunity, he never knew when he'd encounter it again. Which of the federal oligarchs didn't have tens of thousands of children? The occasional death of a few is harmless, even for those who are particularly favored. With the advancement of Federation biotechnology these days, even genes can be manipulated and cloned, greatly weakening blood ties. Even with special favors, family affection is often quite weak. It might be okay in normal times, but in the face of enormous profits, it's completely worthless. The laboratory belongs to Xing He Company, which is fully controlled by that person. The key research members are all incompetent. It's mainly about the special raw materials. It seems that none of the breeding bases on Whitebird Star have found that magical inhibitor material. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Ollie Jones glanced at the last few pages of the document, his eyes brightening. The military on Whitebird Star is preparing to dispose of a batch of scrap mechas. Has it assigned this business to Xing He Company? Although the procedures were flawless, Ollie Jones knew there was something fishy going on. Activate my S-level clearance. I want to know everything about this scrap mecha transaction. Ollie Jones's eyes lit up. He had a hunch that the key to completing this mission might lie in the scrapping service plan. The Immortal Cultivation World. Wangxiang Sect, Mountain Gate. Meng Zijin stepped onto a fourth-tier spiritual field, feeling a bit dizzy. He squatted down and, like an old farmer, grabbed a handful of five-colored spiritual soil, muttering, "Fourth-tier five-colored soil, what a treasure." Planting spiritual herbs here in a year is worth 10 or even 100 years in the outside world. As a low-level cultivator and a spiritual plant husband, he never imagined he would one day be working in a fourth-tier spiritual field. Yes, Wangxiang sect is truly a great nascent soul sect. Such a vast accumulation is truly extravagant. Han Qingyuan beamed. Although most of the spiritual objects and texts will be archived and later transferred to the Xianjian sect, being able to draw upon the spiritual energy of this fourth-tier spiritual vein for cultivation will be of great benefit to us. He had already reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment, and now, with the help of a fourth-tier spiritual vein, he felt that breaking through to the late stage of foundation establishment would be a piece of cake. This cultivation speed far exceeded his expectations. He felt that he should have the opportunity to reach core formation in the future. Han Qingyuan's heart surged with excitement at this thought. After all, in the small market town where he came from, even foundation establishment cultivators could wield great power. As for Jinden's Henren, even a fake Jinden's Henren held the final say in Zheng state. Just then, a flash of sword light descended. Who? Han Qingyuan was startled, then saw Fang Xing and bowed. Greetings, Jianzi. So the High Sect has ordered Jianzi to take charge here? That's truly a safe bet. Of course, he had no idea Fang Xing had already reached the nascent soul stage, and at this point, he still considered him his original true disciple. He was secretly astonished. Jianzi's cultivation is reserved, hidden, but he's definitely already condensed a true core. No, perhaps a half-step golden core, or an immortal golden core. Although he had a chance to reach Jinden, he only dared dream of the golden core. Yes, Fang Xing nodded and threw 2 jade bottles over. A reward for you. Also, I'm going to go into seclusion in the best 4th level cave here. You guys go and prepare everything as soon as possible. Yes, hearing that Fang Xing was going to go into seclusion in Wangxiang sect, although Han Qingyuan and Meng Zijin felt a little strange, they had no intention of resisting at all, and immediately went down to prepare. Today's update is delayed. Chapter 293, Advantages of Immortal Warriors. Wangxiang sect. Inside the cave where the old Wangxiang demon had been in seclusion, Fang Xing's true self and his immortal clone sat opposite each other in silence. A martial saint's breakthrough requires an opportunity, but based on what I've explored recently, using other external objects instead of refining the spiritual essence should be feasible. After a long pause, Fang Xing's thoughts settled, and he silently activated his immortal warrior talent. Immortal and martial merge? Boom. Within him, surging dragon-like ki and blood rapidly transformed into pure mana. The martial arts golden elixir within him slowly circulated, suddenly imbued with an ethereal sense of the immortal path. So powerful, this fluctuation of mana seems to surpass even that of my immortal sword elixir at its full perfection. Fang Xing's immortal clone's eyes flickered slightly. His immortal sword elixir, in terms of its superior quality, even surpassed that of ordinary giant and cultivators. And so, the mana transformed by his true self was even superior to that of the immortal golden elixir? It should be approaching the power of a pseudo-infant. Of course, it's not as good as the current Wanfa ghost infant. He pondered for a moment, then formed a seal with his hands. A sword infant emerged above his head. The sword infant, in its early nascent soul stage, was pale and tender, clad in a green robe imbued with magical energy, a sword scar between its brows. His face was serious, and he formed a seal with his hands as well. A surge of nascent soul mana flowed into the main body. For other cultivators, the influx of alien mana would only result in a fatal clash. But the immortal clone and the main body are one and the same, so their mana can theoretically merge. Once the immortal clone is used to accumulate the main body's mana to the nascent soul level, and then transform it into ki and blood through immortal martial fusion, the high-quality ki and blood generated might even replace refining the spirit essence and stimulate the main body to reach the martial saint stage. With a roar, as Fang Xing's mana continued to flow in, the sword infant's face drooped. Fang Xing's main body exuded immense mana, and streaks of platinum gold aura emerged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and snorted coldly. A trace of blood, tinged with red and gold, appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Xing wiped it away with a casual flick of his hand, his great Vajra body energizing, the minor internal injuries quickly healing. Is it impossible, just now? Although both magical powers originated from the same source, they still encountered an obstacle when trying to completely fuse them into one. That deepest discord caused the nascent soul magical power of his immortal clone to clash with his own within his body. If it weren't for the fact that his original form was a martial artist of the great Vajra realm, his entire body a unified whole, and his 9 transformations golden body tempered by indestructible matter, this single clash of magical powers would have damaged the Danshan of an ordinary giant and cultivator, completely crippling his cultivation. It seems, there's no shortcut. Fang Xing sat cross-legged, his immortal matter circulating throughout his body, repairing any hidden injuries. Meanwhile, he pondered. He had pioneered the path of immortal martial arts, so naturally, he had to think and solve any problems himself. Fortunately, with the help of immortal cultivation texts and clones to comprehend, the challenges he encountered were far fewer than those encountered with magnetic and otherworldly martial arts. A clone is different from the original, after all. I was too fanciful before, or is it because my clone technique hasn't been fully cultivated yet? Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel, Heavenly Mother Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Scripture. 1/400, Master, this clone technique is extremely unique, and cannot exceed the rank of the Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. The Great Sun Tathagata Mantra is currently at the Master level, so the Heavenly Mother Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Scripture is also at the Master level, and it has never even gained experience points. However, Fang Xing believed that if his Great Sun Tathagata Mantra broke through the Grand Master level, the Heavenly Mother Mighty Golden Lotus Twin Guardian Scripture would soon do the same, bringing about a unique transformation. If I go one step further, what secret technique will it be? Transforming the 3 pure ones from one ki, it doesn't need to be. As long as the essence of my mana remains the same, without the slightest conflict, that's enough. Fang Xing pondered silently, drawing on the intelligence computer he had purchased earlier to deduce. Finally, he sighed, sure enough. I can't spare a single supreme grade Nangying pill. The mana of his immortal clone still felt slightly out of sync. But the power of the elixir refined by his own master was different. For other Vajra realm martial artists, refining divine essence was refining divine essence, and Nangying pill was Nangying pill, completely different things. But for a Fang Xing, now transforming ki and blood into mana, the Nangying pill was also a powerful elixir that could help him break through bottlenecks. I can't believe that the true disciple, Master Jianzi, is personally in charge here. In the cave, Han Qingyan felt a bottleneck within him break through and let out a long, satisfied roar. He had already shown signs of breaking through the bottleneck, and Fang Xing had gifted him with a bottle of second-grade elixir. After taking one pill, he instantly broke through his bottleneck and entered the late foundation establishment stage. If I finish this bottle of King Ho pills, perhaps I can reach the perfect foundation establishment stage? Han Qingyan pondered for a moment and was stunned. With his low aptitude, he had originally thought that a single chance to reach the core formation stage in his lifetime would be a blessing in disguise. But according to today's calculations, he could expect at least a few more opportunities to reach the core formation stage. The difference was a world of difference. It could be said that his ancestral grave wasn't just emitting smoke, it was on fire. A great nascent soul sect. Is this the essence of a great nascent soul sect? Han Qingyan transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the cave. Just as he was about to meet some friends, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A terrifying spiritual pressure emanated from the Wangxiang sect, rippling across 100 miles. Within 100 miles, spiritual energy surged, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and thunder dragons danced wildly within. This terrifying pressure even made Han Qingyan, a newly minted late Foundation establishment cultivator, unable to maintain his flight, forcing him to land. Other Qingyan cultivators fainted. This, Han Qingyan stared at the celestial phenomenon, stunned. The center of the phenomenon is Jianzi's cave abode. Could it be that Jianzi is about to reach the nascent soul stage? No. How is that possible? Even with his extraordinary talent, Jianzi hasn't even reached 60 years of age. At that age, for a cultivator, reaching the core formation stage was considered a peerless prodigy. As for reaching the nascent soul stage, that wasn't a genius, but a freak. Boom! Thunder and lightning danced wildly, as if the nascent soul tribulation was about to fall. But the next moment, something baffled Han Qingyan. The thunder clouds, seemingly unable to find their target, simply dissipated. The sky was clear, the sun blazing brightly. He stared at it all, stunned, wondering if he had been possessed, a hallucination of his inner demons. How could the nascent soul tribulation suddenly dissipate? Could it be Jianzi? No, the senior who was reaching the nascent soul stage, had perished before the tribulation even arrived. In the cave abode, Fang Xing's immortal clone stood guard outside. Inside the cave's core training room, the original body sat cross-legged, a crimson nascent soul atop its head, curiously surveying its surroundings. Is this my nascent soul? How bizarre! Fang Xing sensed the thunder tribulation from the sky, smiled faintly, and suddenly vanished. Without his original body, the nascent soul thunder tribulation could find no target and could only dissipate helplessly. The main universe. Whitebird Star, Galaxy Island. Sure enough, the main universe lacks even spiritual energy, so how could a heavenly tribulation brew? Inside the villa, Fang Xing's original body suddenly materialized, smiling faintly. It's time to truly break through to the martial saint stage. Previously, within the Wangxiang sect's cave, utilizing a fourth-tier spiritual vein, he had transformed his entire body's ki and blood into mana, transforming into a highly accomplished cultivator at the core formation stage. Then, he swallowed a supremely high-grade condensing infant pill. This pill greatly replenishes the three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, and is beneficial for core formation cultivators reaching the nascent soul stage. It would be useless to an ordinary Vajra realm martial artist. Furthermore, it couldn't be used to achieve the martial saint stage. But Fang Xing was a unique, immortal warrior, so naturally he could. His mission was to assist his original body in achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. After swallowing the supreme grade Ningying pill, he didn't waste the potency on his physique or spiritual awareness. Just kidding. His physique was barely above that of a fourth-order physical cultivator. With his own cosmic martial will and the breakthrough spiritual awareness of his immortal clone, there was no need to waste the Ningying pill's potency. Therefore, he used the entire potency of the supreme grade Ningying pill to amplify his mana. Fang Xing's original mana was already immense, and with the added power of the supreme grade Ningying pill, he instantly transformed into a raging dragon, charging into the purple striped longevity golden pill. Then, the golden pill shattered, and the nascent soul emerged. Of course, Fang Xing also knew that his mana was meager. Without the foundation and accumulation of his immortal clone, he couldn't control the nascent soul. In other words, this path wasn't for him. Immortal martial arts, from immortal to martial arts. Ultimately, the path to martial arts remained unbroken. Therefore, after briefly achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Fang Xing immediately returned to the main universe and began his journey to martial saint. Now, achieving martial saint is incredibly simple. My immortal cultivation mana has already broken through, condensing the nascent soul. Next, I just need to convert my nascent soul mana into martial arts ki and blood. The benefits I'll gain will be no less than those from refining the spirit essence, And even better, this is the convenience and advantage of being an immortal warrior. Although it's a bit tricky, Fang Xing's true self, after all, was destined for the martial arts path. Even if he managed to barely condense the nascent soul, without the necessary preparation and accumulation, he might eventually fall back. But once he achieved a breakthrough, he could then convert his mana into ki and blood, achieving the martial saint stage. With his accumulated experience on the martial arts path, he could certainly maintain his martial saint stage and immediately attain the status of a powerful martial saint. This was the unparalleled advantage Fang Xing had planned for himself when he designed the path of the immortal warrior. Then, let's begin. Fang Xing activated the power of immortal martial merge, slowly dispersing the crimson nascent soul within him, marked with a great sun seal between his brows. Astonishing streams of ki and blood emerged, like the blazing sun, each one like a dragon, soaring into the sky. The astonishing power even alarmed the personnel of Xinghai Company. Wei Jili reached the rooftop and gazed in the direction of the villa, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Is this, the boss about to break through to martial saint status? She was filled with surprise. She hadn't expected that her previous bet would have hit the jackpot. Chapter 294 Martial Saint. On Whitebird Star, inside a skyscraper, Davis, holding a glass of red wine, looked solemnly at Ollie Jones. Davis, my friend, Ollie Jones smiled a businesslike smile. I really don't understand why you're still hesitating. Are you planning to reject the olive branch offered by the AOE group? Ollie Jones, I'm just a nobody. Davis took a sip of his wine. Advisor Fang is my friend. He also has good connections with Blue Star University, Nine Swords Academy, and the Su family, and he's a martial artist with a promising future. I believe if I do this today, I might earn your friendship, but when he ascends to martial saint, this friendship will be worthless. For oligarchs, profit is everything. Profit. Profit. If Fang Xing ascends to martial saint, the AOE group's best option will undoubtedly be to turn their enemy into a friend and hand Davis over. Davis wasn't stupid, he naturally saw this. Let's talk about his relationship first. Blue Star University is his alma mater, and the relationship is the best. As for the Su family and the Nine Swords Academy, I believe that at most they have some exchanges of interests. In front of the AOE group, they are nothing. As for the academic faction, according to the latest news, Consultant Fang has rejected the special assignment and is ready to be a free man. A playful smile appeared on Ollie Jones's face. Free men may seem to have everything good, but they are the first to die when encountering storms. Want to rely on their own talents to be promoted to martial saint. Haha, there are so many Vajra Realm professionals in the Federation, even those in the Great Vajra Realm, who have been trapped and died for hundreds of years. Your concerns are really not worth mentioning, not to mention. There was a martial artist in the Great Vajra Realm at Blue Star University, named Wei Shentong, and his end was death. Davis took a sip of red wine, and seemed to be persuaded. Consultant Fang and I have a good personal relationship, and he has helped me. What I mean is, he is a very, very good friend of mine. You have to pay more. Wait, at this moment, Davis's watch suddenly issued a harsh warning. A space satellite has captured the fluctuations of the Eight Realms energy reaction. Davis immediately opened the virtual computer and quickly operated. Target locked. Galaxy Island. The system has determined the spirit of a martial saint. No emergency response required. How is this possible? Ollie Jones stared at the screen, his face contorted. Without refining the divine essence, he broke through directly. A true genius. Well, now it's not a question of paying more. Davis maintained a smile. I refuse. Because I don't want to be killed by a martial saint. Martial saints of the Federation have immunity. Even if one of the three leaders of Whitebird Star were killed, only the Supreme Council of the Blue Star Federation could judge. After individuals achieve extraordinary power, absolute fairness has long since disappeared. The Federation's ability to maintain relative fairness is the result of technological advancement and the continuous efforts of the omniscient brain. Impossible. How could he have just reached the Great Vajra Realm and then broken through to the Martial Saint Realm? Ollie Jones's face was dejected, a mixture of dejection and relief. Fortunately, I didn't formally attack, so this doesn't count as an enemy. Mr. Davis. The AOE group will still offer you friendship, but this time, you don't have to do anything. I know, just keep it a secret, right? I can only remain silent. Davis raised his glass, a touch of relief also in his heart. I didn't expect this consultant Fang to be a true genius. No, after breaking through to the martial saint realm, he's truly a genius who has fulfilled his potential, and has become a pivotal figure in the Federation. Ollie Jones quickly pondered Fang Xing's resume, his eyes suddenly flickering. This martial saint Fang is truly extraordinary. We might have been deceived by him. His 10 years of silence in the Nine Swords Academy weren't just to hone his great Vajra physique. Perhaps he's already achieved great Vajra, but has been hiding, accumulating strength, waiting for today, his moment of glory. Xing Island. Fang Xing paid no attention to the outside world's commotion. As his nascent soul-level mana continuously transformed into ki and blood, a terrifying aura gradually emerged from him. The initially ethereal aura gradually condensed, becoming as tangible as a martial saint's spirit. This spirit then fused with a golden core Dharma realm, merging into one, like a blazing sun, enveloping the entire villa, its sphere ever expanding. Within the sun, a phantom Dharma image gradually emerged. Seated on a white lotus platform, its entire form radiating the color of Jambutan purple gold, it possessed 32 perfect features. Wearing a button, its entire body radiated a myriad of colors, and clad in a silk robe, its hands forming the Dharma realm seal. Blazing. The sun's light continuously overflowed. This was the great sun Dharma realm. Within the Dharma realm, a crimson sun rose and fell. Within the crimson sun, the great sun Tathagata manifested, his features vaguely resembling Fang Xing. He was a doctoral student at Blue Star University, having ascended to martial saint status through the Tathagata palm technique, and thus condensed the martial saint Dharma form. It was only natural. As for the slight difference between the Dharmakaya and the true Tathagata's Dharmakaya, different warriors practicing peerless martial arts naturally have different understandings. The Great Sun can be said to be the convergence of Fang Xing's personal style. At this moment, with a thought, Fang Xing's infinite Great Sun Tathagata Dharmakaya condensed and completely merged with himself. Boom! Every inch of his skin, flesh, and bones roared, bringing a new level of strength. Is this the power of a martial saint? Fang Xing clenched his fist and felt as if he could shatter the world. Of course, this was an illusion. But the strength of a martial saint has already entered the ranks of the Federation's top combatants. When combined with a mecha, it is even closer to the pinnacle. The road of martial arts has only reached a peak, although there are still mountains to climb. Fang Xing sighed, his martial will surging as he surveyed his entire body. A new message appeared on the attribute panel. Immortal warrior level increased. You gain a new class feature, gather into nascent soul, disperse into Dharmakaya. This trait is considered an upgraded version of the fusion of immortal and martial arts, right? Fang Xing smiled faintly, silently activating his trait. Soon, the spirit and Dharma form within him vanished, replaced by a crimson Great Sun infant. Although also in the early nascent soul stage, this Great Sun infant was far taller and more robust than the sword infant. Not only was its aura incredibly concentrated, but it also emanated strands of the Great Sun's true fire, condensing into a crimson Dharma robe that draped its body. Although the Great Sun mark adorned his brow, his eyes were as clear as a pool of autumn water. Clearly, his martial will was sufficient to control the Great Sun Tathagata mantra, without a trace of madness or confusion. Before, even if my Great Sun infant had condensed, I would have risked falling back to a lower realm. How could it be so stable? This is clearly due to the new class trait. The Great Sun infant's condensation and dispersal are unpredictable. Once dispersed, would it become the Great Sun Tathagata Dharma form? After a brief experiment, Fang Xing transformed the Great Sun infant into Dharma form spirit and spirit, carefully experiencing the power of the martial saint. Well, the first thing that was enhanced was my physique. If I were placed in the world of immortal cultivation, I wouldn't even be considered a fourth-order lower-grade physique cultivator. I can at least be compared to a fourth-order middle-grade physique cultivator, or even a fourth-order upper-grade one. This is naturally the credit of the great Vajra physique. If it was an ordinary 7th turn golden body Vajra realm, even if they barely broke through to the martial saint, they would most likely have a 4th-order lower-grade physique, called a weak martial saint. My physique of a 9th turn golden body, flawless perfection, is promoted to a strong martial saint that is even stronger than that. Apart from that, the surge in strength and speed are common sense. There's also the golden core realm, which has been upgraded to the great sun realm. Even an immortal cultivator with a perfect golden core would be reduced to a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, if they fall into the great sun realm. Fang Xing stood up, feeling the strength of his physique, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, a martial saint. In the Blue Star martial arts, the martial saint is close to the pinnacle, and the next is the martial god who stands at the pinnacle. Becoming a martial god is, in theory, quite simple. All a martial saint needs to do is cultivate peerless martial arts, constantly refine their dharmakaya, and upgrade it to dharmakaya. For example, when Fang Xing's dharmakaya of the Great Sun Tathagata is elevated to the dharmakaya of the Great Sun Tathagata, he will have entered the realm of martial god. Of course, while simple in theory, it's incredibly difficult to achieve. Furthermore, the greatest advantage of the Federation's martial gods is that their cells can divide infinitely, according to scientific research. In other words, they possess immortality, with no lifespan limit. Reaching this stage is naturally incredibly challenging. Infinite lifespan. As a next goal, it's not bad. Fang Xing stretched, his consciousness focused on the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 51. Occupation, immortal warrior. 8th realm, martial saint. Secret pattern of martial will. 134/200. Proficient, dragon tiger stance. 800 Grandmaster, 6 Absolute Star Martial Arts. 999, 1000, Grandmaster, Dragon Elephant Vajra Indestructible Magical Power. 800/800, Grandmaster, Mahavakana Mantra. 300/400, Master, Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Might and Power Golden Lotus. 1/400, Master, Mahavakana Palm. 1/100, Proficient, Gate of the Heavens, charging. The rest is easy to say. After becoming a martial saint, I can truly practice the Mahavakana Palm. Does that mean my proficiency in this martial art will be directly promoted to a higher level? I'm afraid I'll have to devote even more energy to this peerless martial art in the future. Fang Xing went to the bathroom, washed up, and changed into a casual bathrobe. He looked much more relaxed. He reclined in a reclining chair, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Xiaolan, he called out softly, and Xiaolan immediately materialized. Master, congratulations on your ascension to the martial saint. You'll have the potential to become a martial god, achieving immortality. Haha, you're quite a clever little rascal. Physical immortality isn't necessarily true immortality. If the mind and spirit decay, what's the point of remaining immortal? Fang Xing pondered. Blue Star's martial arts, after all, haven't been tested for long. A martial god's body is immortal, capable of infinite life, but what about after tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of years? Can a martial god's spirit be maintained? If it fails, the spirit dies, collapses, goes mad. What will become of the physical body? Perhaps, a brand new offspring of the evil god? Or even, an evil god from another realm. The origin of the extraterritorial evil gods has always been a cutting-edge topic at the Blue Star Academy. Ever since the emergence of the Creator School, the Creator origin theory has gained overwhelming support. But Fang Xing preferred to ponder a question: where did the original Creator come from? Forget it, such things are too imaginary for me right now, he chuckled. Xiaolan, bring me the top secret 9 Swords Academy briefcase. Yes, Xiaolan agreed, and soon a household robot entered, carrying a box. The box was silvery white, with an X symbol on the front. It was the core, or rather, the seed, of the evil god Mecha Han Chunfeng had given him. Before, it was just an idea, but now that I've been promoted to martial saint and have read so many design drawings, I've gained a preliminary understanding of the evil god Mecha. I think it should be feasible. Fang Xing entered the triple password, and then went through DNA and iris verification. Tick. The silvery white metal box opened, releasing a strong blast of cold air. Within the cold air lay a strange glass test tube. At the center of the test tube lay a pitch-black seed. Simply looking at it emanated a powerful spiritual contamination, something even the average giant-level martial artist might not be able to withstand. Fang Xing picked up the test tube, a look of deep contemplation on his face. Within him, the Dharma-like aura transformed, transforming into that of a great sun infant. The great sun infant spiritual consciousness extended, immersing itself completely within the heretic god seed, sensing a vast and intense contamination. Of course, for the great sun infant, this bit of heretic god contamination was nothing more than a tonic, ready to be consumed directly. It seems feasible. Perhaps this mecha core could be refined by the great sun infant, transforming it into its own natal spiritual treasure. Although I'll definitely be switching to Great Sun Martial Saint mode when I power the mecha. If I can refine it, it'll be a boon, even if it improves my compatibility with the mecha. That's fantastic. Not to mention, the ultimate authority will be untouchable. From now on, I can go to the immortal realm and commit murder and arson, and still keep it secret. As for the contamination of the heretic god mecha seed, the Great Sun Infant wasn't afraid of it at all. Moreover, it would be best to take action now, while the seeds are at their weakest and have not yet taken root. If I succeed, my natal spiritual treasure in the future will be my own mecha. It seems that it is not impossible. Fang Xing picked up the test tube and crushed it with a snap. This glass test tube is made of special glass, which is extremely strong. After all, it is used to seal the seeds of the evil god. If it leaks accidentally, it will cause great trouble. However, he has now been promoted to a martial saint. With a few fingers, a little force, the special glass shattered. The seed in his hand suddenly disappeared and fell into the hands of the Great Sun Infant. The Great Sun Infant held the seed of the evil god mecha as if it were a child holding a toy, playing with it quite lovingly. Chapter 295 Processing. Inside the villa, Fang Xing lay on the sofa, quietly watching the Great Sun Infant within him continuously refine the evil god mecha seed. This refining process was completely invisible to the outside world. Therefore, even in front of Xiaolan, he could proceed with impunity. No technological scanning tool can penetrate the martial saint's aura defenses. Scanning the martial saint's inner being, unless they volunteer, a thought struck Fang Xing, and he began to process his emails. He had once naively believed that achieving martial sainthood would mean showing off and making accusations. But in reality, the most important thing after achieving martial sainthood was answering and making phone calls, all kinds of congratulations. Some could be handed over to Xiaolan, while others had to be handled personally. For example, from his own mentor, Na Ying, and Su Sanyang. Of course, Principal Xiaolong of Young Eagle Star was one of them. Principal Xia, you can use me for school and planetary promotion, but forget about building a statue, a personal museum, or a memorial hall. Fang Xing hung up the phone with a look of despair on his face. Since becoming principal, Xiaolong's manners had become increasingly bureaucratic. While Young Eagle Star had indeed produced few martial saints, it was understandable to label himself a planetary celebrity. But buying up the entire Happy Garden complex where he had lived and turning it into a memorial hall or museum was a bit too much. Would he even have to put his old toilet on display? Would that be socially devastating? I think Xiaolong was just teasing me. Humph, a mere martial Dao golden core, yet still hasn't reached the level of diamond. Pure jealousy. Fang Xing snorted coldly, then answered another call, his expression immediately softening. Teacher, congratulations on your breakthrough. Ever since you refused the special assignment, I knew your intentions. Now that you've been promoted to martial saint, work hard. Na Ying said nothing more, just congratulations and some advice before hanging up. While the centrists enjoyed freedom, they also suffered. Even those who achieved martial saint status didn't have much resources to invest. After all, if you want benefits, you have to fight and scramble. And how can a single person's efforts compare to the support of a group within a faction? Normally, it was like this. But Fang Xing was on a limb. He hung up the call, a wry smile on his face. Then he received another call from Su Sanyang. Senior, after the call was connected, the exterior of Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital appeared on the other side. Su Sanyang was finally not wearing a hospital gown, but rather ordinary casual clothes, sitting on a recliner. Beside him, a jade-like female hand seemed to be feeding him grapes. Wow, you're quite something, kid. When I was promoted to martial saint, you were just a small fry. Now I'm a martial saint, and you're a martial saint too. Su Sanyang smiled. Congratulations. I knew you weren't normal. You must have had some extraordinary experiences. Facts have proven that my early investment was a good one. It's a pity that you've grown so fast. Honestly, why don't you really consider my sister? She's definitely quite capable. I'm just a newly promoted martial saint. How can I compare to you, senior? You should be a federal senator by now, right? Fang Xing smiled. As one of the hundreds of people who hold the highest power in the Federation, senior, please take good care of me in the future. Sigh, being a senator is pretty boring, actually. It's either cocktail parties or all sorts of disgusting and filthy exchanges of interests. And my family supported me to get promoted, so I can't help it. So I took advantage of this recent period to quickly apply for a recuperation program and come here to recuperate for a while. Are you recuperating? Are you going to relive your old memories? Fang Xing complained in his heart. However, he discovered that Su Senayang seemed to be happier when he was experiencing mental illness. As for the resources from martial saint to martial god, forget it, I'm lining up. Su Senayang revealed something. While there's no path beyond martial god, their combat power can reach the 10th realm, which is already the top level of the Federation. Each one is unique and extraordinary. Forget about breaking through to the resources of a martial god. You should focus on getting your mech ready right now. Even the most powerful martial saint can't defeat a 9th realm mech. This was indeed a warning. The source of a professional's power ultimately lies in their own strength. Even a powerful martial saint is only at the strong 8th realm. Facing a 9th realm heir of the evil god would be overwhelming, and even death would be a casualty. Yes, I was just about to ask for your help procuring some strategic supplies, Fang Xing began. I can trade you for a new inhibitor, sure. Before, you might not have been able to keep it. But after reaching martial sainthood, it's manageable, Su Senayang nodded. Alice. I wasn't as lucky as you back then. For the sake of my own mecha, I had to reluctantly agree to a bunch of conditions from my family. The two parties briefly agreed and immediately hung up. Fang Xing felt the change in his family's status and position deeply. At the same time, he also made plans. He would continue to serve as a security consultant on Whitebird Planet. Naturally, he would announce to the outside world that he would protect the inhibitor raw material source while also building his own mecha. Just then, another call came in. Fang Xing glanced at it and answered it directly. Davis, this one of the three most powerful people on Whitebird Planet was quite tactful. Knowing that he was busy, he didn't call immediately, nor did he call too late. It could be said that he had a very clever sense of timing, a veteran bureaucrat. First, congratulations to Consultant Fang on his promotion to Martial Saint. One more thing, a senior assistant named Ollie Jones has arrived at the AOE group. He's been investigating their scrapping business. They'd like me to keep quiet, but how can our friendship be measured by a mere paycheck? Davis spoke, selling Ollie Jones out. He felt he'd see a martial saint go on a rampage and kill people tonight. Thank you, Fang Xing thanked him, then asked, by the way, Davis, do you have the phone number of the president of this galaxy region at the AOE group? I need to contact him. Yes, I'll send it to you right away. Davis hung up the phone with a complicated expression, then shook his head. Young people these days have lost all their martial ethics. Should a martial artist just go and beat their enemies to death? Such collusion shows a lack of martial virility. Even if I were a martial god, I couldn't destroy the AOE group directly. Unless I break through to the 11th realm now, then I could take revenge and eliminate those I dislike. Fang Xing hung up the phone, his expression also somewhat speechless. He was now a highly sought-after new martial saint. Why would he throw a mud at himself over a villain? As for the dog, let the owner kill it. Isn't that what dogs do? They get a few scraps while guarding the house, but once they were no longer useful, they can be killed and eaten. As for the AOE group, once he breaks through to the martial god level, there will naturally be a chance to settle accounts with him. At the Space Center, Ollie Jones, a senior assistant at the AOE group, wore sunglasses and waited expressionlessly for his flight. As a high-ranking employee, he didn't have the star points or authority to purchase a private spaceship. Even if he wanted to escape, he'd have to rely on the space company's schedule. Admittedly, it was a rather frustrating situation. While waiting for the spaceship, Ollie Jones idly read the newspaper. Whitebird Planet, warmly celebrate Fang Xing's martial saint breakthrough. He glanced at the headline, his heart sinking. Then, he consoled himself, strictly speaking, I'm only here to investigate. I haven't taken any action yet. I shouldn't really have offended the martial saint. As long as I run fast, I believe a newly promoted martial saint won't proactively provoke the AOE group. In fact, they probably don't even know about this. As long as Davis doesn't tell on them, it won't do them any good, so they probably won't do it. It goes without saying that the smarter people are, the more they tend to deceive themselves and have a sense of luck. Ollie Jones suddenly felt a shadow loom before him. He looked up, removed his sunglasses, and saw a young, white man in a suit standing before him. Ollie Jones, the young white man said, his voice cold and ominous. It's me. Ollie Jones was startled. Who sent you? AOE Group Investigation Department. The young white man waved his ID. The company suspects you of embezzlement. Come back with me for investigation. No. Impossible. This is slander. Ollie Jones's face was instantly filled with fear. Being targeted by the Internal Investigation Department of such a Jebel oligarch would surely be disastrous. These giant corporations often have close ties with high-ranking federal officials and even possess private law enforcement powers. He wanted to escape, and then he saw two dark-skinned, burly security guards standing behind the member of the investigation department. Ollie Jones is not a high-level professional. In fact, if he had such talent or capital, he would not be used as a black glove to do such dirty work. Seeing that the group security department had come, and they were carrying advanced weapons, Ollie Jones immediately gave up resisting. Because he knew that his resistance would be useless, and he might even be killed on the spot. When he put on the special handcuffs, Ollie Jones suddenly reacted. It's Fang Xing, right? The top management decided to compromise with the other party. You are very sharp, but unfortunately, it's of no use. The young man from the investigation department smiled slightly and lowered his voice in Ollie Jones's ear. Your ending is already doomed. Remember, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with in your next life. Damn it. Do you think I want to? Ollie Jones looked at the special shackles on his wrists and the surprised and disgusted eyes of the surrounding federal citizens, and he couldn't help but feel hopeless. Update later. Chapter 296. The style is wrong. A few days later, at Xinghai Company, Fang Xing stood behind a vast expanse of special glass, gazing out at the vast expanse within. Several robotic arms were slowly lowering a massive shipping container into the center of the laboratory. Behind him stood several researchers, along with two secretaries, Wei Jili and Zai Ling, who had recovered from her injuries. Boss, since you ascended to Marshal Saint status, all the necessary approvals have become much easier. We've been working tirelessly to build this ultra-safe biochemical laboratory. Dr. Wang stroked his bald head and excitedly explained, we use our own proprietary inhibitors and the highest federal anti-contamination measures. We're capable of conducting flesh experiments on the level of extraterritorial evil gods. Later, after expansion, we can transform it into a mecha manufacturing facility. Okay, let's begin. Fang Xing accepted the experimental data and parameters and nodded. With a click. After entering a long password, the container swung open, revealing a massive pitch-black flesh. It resembled a black tai sui, but its entire body was composed of countless pitch-black lines, its flesh buds dancing like tentacles. Even frozen and anesthetized, it remained vibrant, slapping the ground. The lines of black tai sui's body twisted, yet seemed to possess a unique beauty, interpreting the unique rhythm of the universe, drawing one inwardly into its ecstasy. Fortunately, the entire laboratory had been protected from contamination, weakening it several times, so even Dr. Wang could barely withstand the mental contamination. His voice was a little dry. Now begin, the first experiment. With a swish. A laser beam emanated from a robotic arm, like the most precise scalpel, severing a fleshy tentacle. The previously fleshy mass of black tai sui immediately erupted in unrest. Quick! Inhibitor, Dr. Wang shouted, and several mechanical nozzles, long in preparation, immediately erupted in a cloud of white mist. Black tai sui's movement slowed, and finally, as if resigned to his fate, he lay there again, his wounds rapidly healing. The severed tentacle seemed to have transformed into an earthworm, lying on the ground, occasionally wriggling, the wound barely visible. The flesh and blood of the descendants of the evil god is extremely contaminating. If we feed them large quantities of fresh flesh and blood at this time, they will devour it frantically, expanding in size and producing secondary descendants of the evil god, Dr. Wang said. While this allows us to cultivate large quantities of secondary flesh and blood, its strength won't meet the requirements of biological armor. The little flesh and blood we've obtained from the descendants of chaos is only enough for preliminary research, not for mecha construction. I understand, Fang Xing nodded, watching Dr. Wang conduct one experiment after another. The chaos radiation experiment begins. The pitch-black earthworm was grasped by a robotic arm and placed into a pre-assembled model house. After the inhibitor was removed, a startling scene unfolded. As wisps of pitch-black mist and spiritual light spread, the once pristine model house suddenly became a chaotic mess. A layer of blue-black moss had grown on the walls at some point. The tables and chairs were covered in traces of rust. Even more astonishing was the formerly tidy room, now utterly chaotic. It seemed that for the descendants of chaos, Order was a deadly poison. No wonder the Chaos Association members loved to stir up chaos. It turns out that human civilization in order might be poison to the Lord of Entropy. Dr. Wang, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is intelligence the Federation has long known. What's the level of pollution in the Chaos realm? Fang Xing inquired. It's currently at its lowest level, unable to affect space. Not even the largest mass of flesh and blood can do that. Dr. Wang reviewed the data and replied. As expected. Is Chaos Realm a privilege reserved for the descendants of the heretic god? With the fragmentation, the authority is incomplete and has lost its effectiveness, Fang Xing muttered, and a pitch-black seed emerged from his hand. It was none other than the evil god Mecha seed. This seed had already been refined by his great son infant, bearing a mysterious connection. Now, let's begin the first experimental experiment, he said, placing the seed on a tray. Soon, the seed landed in the laboratory, arriving in a chaotic room. The earthworm-like mass of chaotic flesh and blood seemed to sense danger, and without any inhibitors, it frantically emitted a pitch-black mist. HMPH, Fang Xing snorted coldly, and a trace of the great Sun Dharma realm's power emerged. The tenuous chaotic field dissipated instantly, allowing the mecha seed to easily land on the fleshy earthworm. Roots emerged and penetrated the flesh. The pitch-black flesh screamed and visibly withered. Finally, it lost all vitality and turned into a pile of powder. As for the mecha seed, it looked unchanged from before. After all, the amount of flesh and blood absorbed from the offspring of the evil god was too small. But Fang Xing, who had already refined it into his lifeblood treasure, could still sense the seed's slightest activation. Even with his martial saint-level sensitivity, it felt a bit like a delusion. Alright, let's continue the various tests to prepare for the future construction of the evil god Mecha, Fang Xing praised, and finally encouraged. All staff, double your salaries. Don't worry, boss. Dr. Wang smiled brightly. We will do our best to complete this task. The Immortal Cultivation Realm. A desolate desert. Since his original master's ascension, Fang Xing's immortal clone hadn't spent much time in the Wangxiang sect, truly preparing to depart for the vast sea immortal realm. Of course, the spaceship hadn't been delivered yet, so he could only rely on his own light of escape to travel. He had specifically sought out this vast desert, uninhabited for thousands of miles, making it the perfect place to overcome tribulations. Whoosh! A flash of silver light. Fang Xing's original master emerged. A crimson sun suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, and within it lay the form of the great sun Tathagata. The great sun Tathagata's form was immeasurably majestic, pointing one hand to the sky, the other to the earth, his features vaguely resembling Fang Xing's. The great sun realm then expanded, carrying a terrifying aura. Not a single thundercloud gathered above the sky. Sure enough, my martial saint form is immune to thunder tribulations in the immortal realm. After all, it's not part of the same system, and it doesn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Fang Xing's original master nodded, then activated his immortal warrior ability. Dispersing into form. Gathering into a nascent soul. The crimson sun continued to condense, and the image of the great sun Tathagata within it rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a crimson nascent soul. This nascent soul landed above Fang Xing's head, flashing and disappearing. It traveled from the top of the head directly into the dantian, where it sat cross-legged, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. Above the sky, within 100-kilometer radius, countless dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning danced wildly. This was the nascent soul formation tribulation of the immortal cultivator realm. It seems there's still no way to avoid it, but you think you can affect me with this tribulation that even my immortal clones managed to weather so easily? Fang Xing sneered. He didn't use any magical treasures for defense, nor did he command his immortal clones to take action. Instead, his true form soared into the sky, plunging directly into the thunder clouds. The nascent soul thunder tribulation could severely injure or even kill a newly minted nascent soul cultivator whose vital energy was severely damaged. However, for a truly solid nascent soul cultivator with spiritual treasures to protect him, it was much easier to survive. And Fang Xing's current physical strength was at least that of a fourth-order mid-grade physical cultivator. It would be absurd if a powerful martial saint who had broken through to the great Vajra realm could be harmed by a mere nascent soul heavenly thunder. Boom! Countless cyan and purple lightning bolts violently rained down on Fang Xing. Tingling, like electrotherapy, Fang Xing rested his hands behind his head, his expression almost relishing the sensation. Boom! Boom! The heavenly tribulation, as if enraged, struck him with one lightning bolt after another, sending him plummeting from the thunder clouds. Then, the final lightning bolt, tinged with cyan and purple and filled with a chilling might, descended with a roar. Fang Xing opened his mouth wide and swallowed this final nascent soul heavenly tribulation lightning bolt. Boom! His internal organs rumbled, his visceral energy slightly trembling as he continuously dissipated the power of this lightning bolt, using it to refine his body. After a few breaths, he exhaled a puff of black air, a hint of joy crossing his face. As expected, this is the last nascent soul tribulation. It's powerful enough to further refine my internal organs. Pretty impressive, isn't it? The immortal cultivator clone beside him watched silently. This style of tribulation crossing was vastly different from that of cultivators in the immortal realm. Every cultivator who underwent a tribulation was extremely cautious and meticulously prepared, and the higher the level, the more so. Treasures that weakened the tribulation, elixirs that restored it, every one of them was enough to make them risk their lives. As for actively bathing in the tribulation, or even consuming it to refine their bodies, even a physical cultivator wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Of course, this was also because Fang Xing followed the Blue Star martial arts. Although he was currently at the 8th realm, he was at the strong 8th realm. With a body comparable to that of a 4th tier or mid-grade demon beast, he naturally wasn't afraid of a mere nascent soul tribulation. If it were a divine transformation tribulation, he would have avoided it as far as possible, not daring to be so reckless. After the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Fang Xing's nascent soul suddenly felt a sharper connection to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He touched his head, and a flash of light appeared from his crown, revealing his nascent soul. He chuckled and formed a magical hand seal. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth rippled slightly, and 9 enormous fireballs appeared around him. Their power far surpassed any foundation establishment or core formation spells. Nascent soul cultivators can subtly draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly amplifying the power of their magical treasures and spells. In the world of immortal cultivation, the nascent soul and those below it mark a significant dividing line. However, to truly control the spiritual energy of an entire region, you still have to be a divine transformation master. Nascent soul cultivators merely draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, passively amplifying the power of their spells. Divine transformation masters directly manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, turning it to their own devices. The difference between the two, drawing and manipulating, represents a world of difference. Now that I've been promoted, it's time to get down to business. Fang Xing looked at his immortal clone and smiled. Chapter 297 Raid. In the world of the evil god, on a plain, 2 armies of over 100,000 men engaged in a frenzied battle. While most were serfs armed with pitchforks, lacking even leather armor, some were heavily armored, even their mounts clad in armor to the teeth. For the Lord of Light, one side, bearing the banner of the Lord of Light, featured its most elite cavalry, all mounted on white horses. Tall and handsome, they were the holy knights of the Vatican. The other side, clad in crimson armor, held a golden banner adorned with a blazing sun. The glory is gone, the sun will rise again, the Church of Light has been stricken by divine wrath. Kill all these heretics. The knights on this side were a more mixed bunch. Besides bearing banners bearing the sun, they also bore the emblems of various great families. For example, tulips, red buds, golden lions, and giant horned elk. The battlefield was a tangle of fighting spirit and spells, and countless arrows rained down from the sky. Death, death everywhere. The blood and flesh of countless enemies and allies fused together, like a long stream. The battle raged until noon, at the height of the blazing sun. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. From the sun cult's ranks, a massive red dragon suddenly soared. Over 100 meters in length, its wingspan nearly obliterating the sky. Opening its maw, it belched forth streams of crimson flame. It's the Pope of the Sun cult, Wall, damned traitor. If the Holy Mountain hadn't collapsed, with our Radiant Light Church's formidable resources, we could easily have repelled them with any one of our great spirits. On the Radiant Light side, several black-clad archbishops, urgently promoted from regional bishops, witnessed this scene and were infuriated. Isn't this to be expected? For Radiant Light's victory, a little darkness and sacrifice are inevitable, an elderly black-clad cardinal said calmly. Notify the Shadow Cult, the Lotus Eaters, and the Midoriya organization, prepare to attack. To stop the newly born Sun Cult, the Radiant Light Church compromised with the many existing evil cults. It was truly ironic. But that's how the world works, only the victor can right everything. Roar. In mid-air, the crimson dragon spirit, once swaggering in might, suddenly let out a mournful wail. Voodoo incantations surfaced from its scales. In the void, a crimson, enchanting lotus slowly blossomed, its countless stamens reaching out like arms, attempting to bind the crimson dragon spirit within. Your Highness, several noble lords from the sun god cult immediately turned to Sophia. We worship the sun god by faith. At this moment, all we can do is pray devoutly, trusting that the sun will bring down its miracles. Sophia clasped her hands together and prayed slowly. Above the sky, a faint silver light flashed. Fang Xing's immortal clone emerged, spotting the battlefield. Such a large-scale battle. How did it start? Are Wall and Sophia really that powerful? Because the evil god world was extremely dangerous, Fang Xing had naturally sent his immortal clone over first. A sweep of his spiritual sense stunned him. Then, Fang Xing noticed Sophia's prayer, the omnipresent sun god, the Pale Mother's most beloved offspring, master of death and rebirth. I pray to you, pray for your response, pray for your miracle. Fang Xing's mouth twitched. Is this my believer? Hasn't their perception been tampered with? It seems they now worship that radiant child. Has he replaced the original sun god faith and abandoned the radiant church? Preparing to start anew, or is he calling for death? Fang Xing immediately hid himself and waited silently. Soon, a pale sun appeared above the battlefield. Under its radiance, the lotus quickly withered, and the curse on the crimson dragon scales quickly dissipated. Interesting, Fang Xing saw this scene and understood immediately. For the radiant child, the original church was a bondage? So, after the umbilical cord was severed, they were forced to distance themselves from, or even destroy it, and now it seems that those original spirits are supporting the glowing church. The path to transcendence in this world all originates from the pale matrix. The exceptionally rapid advancement of those origin spirits stems from their consuming the pale matrix, deriving nourishment from it. However, this behavior has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that those origin spirits are no longer able to leave the pale matrix and descend into the mortal world. The only living descendants are, in fact, the glowing children who have escaped the matrix. Compared to the descendants of the evil gods slain by the Federation, these descendants are more intelligent, or perhaps, less mad and chaotic. Fang Xing gazed at the pale sun, a surge of joy rising in his heart. An eighth realm is still capable of fighting. The status of an evil god's descendants could range from the 8th realm, to the 9th realm, to the 10th realm. This glowing child was clearly born malnourished, with a host of competing for food. Later, after battling a host of origin spirits, it hadn't fully matured. Of course, he currently holds the home field advantage. As long as he continues to grow, he could eventually reach the 9th realm, or even the 10th realm. Furthermore, if the Pale Mother dies, if the glowing offspring truly grows and devours the hordes of origin spirits and the mother, it might even ascend to become a new outer realm evil god. Precisely because of this ever-growing threat, Fang Xing is rushing to break through the 8th realm and come here to see if he can take advantage. If the glowing offspring becomes a powerful 9th realm or even 10th realm being by then, his worst misfortune will be the loss of his immortal cultivation avatar. It seems the other party is still at the 8th realm, so he can be defeated. If he isn't defeated while he's still weak, once he's absorbed the vast amount of death and other blood sustenance here and ascends to the 9th realm, then he's doomed. Fang Xing reasoned that his own advancement speed might not even keep up with the rapidly growing evil god offspring. At that point, he'd have no choice but to abandon this world completely. Whoosh! On the battlefield, Wall's incarnation of the dragon spirit was about to unleash his might when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His dragon eyes swiveled, and he saw a terrifying scene. A long white rainbow, like a rainbow piercing the sun, pierced through the pure white sun. Whoosh! Only after his eyes took in this scene did he hear the shrill whistling of countless sword energies rubbing against the air. HMPH, Fang Xing, dressed in azure, manifested the magical giant awakens in his hand and gently plucked it. Clang. The sound, reminiscent of iron cavalry, sent countless knights tumbling to their deaths. Their war horses falling to the ground in terror, unable to rise. With a single flick of his finger, Fang Xing halted a battle involving hundreds of thousands of people. Wall, on the other hand, looked bewildered for a moment, as if recalling something. He suddenly transformed into a human form, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Sun God, what am I doing? On the ground, Countless people collapsed and fainted as if harvested wheat, driven by the giant awakens' ranged attack. Only a few remained standing. Fang Xing's hand manifested the Qingyang demonic lamp. After absorbing the 4th level cold flame, the soul-devouring demonic fire within it became even more powerful. Now, the flames alone were likely enough to threaten or even severely injure a mid-nascent soul cultivator, assuming they could burn their physical bodies. His divine sense spread out, encompassing an area of 100 miles. It instantly locked onto a suspect. He had blended in with the Sun God Church's militia, clad in tattered leather armor, his skin appearing unusually pale. With a flick of his finger, Fang Xing launched a bean-sized ball of soul-devouring demonic fire from the sky. It grew larger and larger, transforming into a fireball the size of a house. Like a shower of justice, it engulfed the area surrounding the suspect. A blazing fire erupted, the dark green flames melting gold and iron, scorching the ground and creating a massive dent. In an instant, the spot where the flames landed became a vast crater. Crack! A large, pale hand clung to the edge of the crater. Then, another. A pale giant, over 20 meters tall, climbed out of the pit. He was completely naked, yet his muscular form was perfectly defined. A strange sun mark etched across his back, resembling a tattoo. His features were so deep and distinct that Fang Xing even imagined he was seeing the statue of the thinker from his past life. It was none other than the sign of glow. Despite the intense pollution that followed, not a single mortal died or went insane. After all, the inhabitants of this world, living in a world formed after the fall of an alien evil god, had long since become half-evil god followers and would not be driven mad by simply looking directly at an evil god's sign. At this moment, a layer of dark green soul-devouring demonic fire still burned within the sign of glow. But he opened his mighty hand and extinguished the flames. It was as if this soul-scorching, incinerating demonic fire were just an ordinary flame. Fang Xing's eyes twitched slightly at the sight. Death, the evil god's sign spoke, speaking the language of the alien evil god. Boom! A pale domain spread, instantly extinguishing all life within it, human, animal, even flower, grass, insect, or fish, and perishing. Unlike the child of chaos, who wielded the power of chaos, this child of radiance wielded the power of death. The paleness continued to spread, bringing countless deaths. Go! Go! Wall grabbed Sophia and retreated quickly. Sun God, what have we done? Sophia burst into tears, seemingly devastated. Wall remained silent. As a former Vatican knight, he had encountered all manner of spirits. But nothing as terrifying as this was new. Unwittingly, it had distorted his perception, leading him to mistakenly believe the pale sun was the true sun god, even waging war over it. He could tell that the pale sun relished death, relished blood and flesh. But unlike the deer-headed spirit, which only needed a dozen blood sacrifices to be satisfied, this pale sun demanded tens of thousands of lives and flesh. Fang Xing's had also felt dizzy, and he quickly retreated in a flash of sword light, secretly feeling lucky. This death domain clearly carried an instant death effect. Failure to pass a certain judgment would result in immediate death. But he and his original master shared a single consciousness, possessing the will of the martial arts, and had passed the judgment of death. If it were any other nascent soul true lord, failing to pass the judgment, they would likely have been reduced to corpses by now. Not even their nascent souls would have escaped. Even the descendants of the 8th realm of the evil god are equally powerful and should not be underestimated. He sighed inwardly, as a shadow seemed to descend upon his head. A pale, glowing giant had unknowingly arrived before him, its massive hand slamming down. Amidst the howling of ghosts and wolves, a magical artifact called the Green Ghost Staff soared into the sky, like a pillar supporting the heavens. Crack! The Green Ghost Staff's magical treasure shattered in half. This low-grade, 4th-tier magical treasure was destroyed by a single blow from the pale descendant. But at least it bought Fang Xing a moment, allowing him to escape. No. Immortal cultivators seem to be at a disadvantage against the evil god's descendants. After all, this world lacks spiritual energy. Nascent soul cultivators can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so they're at a disadvantage. Sure enough, we should follow the advanced practices of the Blue Star Federation and let the warriors take the lead. Fang Xing's mind raced, his hands quickly forming hand seals. A staggering flash of sword light materialized before him, transforming into a massive platinum-colored sword. Its tip pointed skyward, then crashed down with a thud. The glowing descendant raised one hand and directly grasped the giant sword, condensed with nascent soul mana. With a slight pressure from his 5 fingers, cracks appeared on the blade. The difference is too great. Fang Xing's immortal clone shook his head. Fortunately, I'm not attacking, but providing cover. Beside him, a flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing's true form. I'm still wearing the decommissioned Sun God's Wings mecha. Now that I've decided to attack, I must go all out. This Sun God's Wings is only at the 7th realm, but with the addition of the martial will secret pattern, the second layer of secret pattern diagram's void blockade has the combat power of the 8th realm. Not to mention the surprise of the 3rd layer. With Fang Xing's current mastery of the martial will atlas, having already mastered the exotic beast diagram, he can naturally unleash the full power of this mecha. Layer upon layer of secret pattern diagrams on the Sun God's Wings mecha illuminated. Countless secret patterns spread into the void, resembling a golden cage, block the void. Fang Xing activated the 3rd layer of secret patterns, and another layer of blazing flames emerged from the armor, clinging to the golden cage. It was also an 8th realm attack, even with the allure of the Tathagata palm. Is this what Master Apollo meant by a surprise? The Tathagata palm? It's quite impressive, but unfortunately, I'm no longer at the Vajra realm. Fang Xing pressed his 5 fingers together, forming a similar palm strike. A crimson sun emerged, and the Great Sun Tathagata descended, extending his 5 fingers and transforming into the Great Sun Tathagata palm. After ascending to martial saint status, Fang Xing was now able to truly unleash the peerless martial art of the Great Sun Tathagata palm. He no longer needed to consume the Great Sun's divine energy. But at this moment, the Great Sun relic between his eyebrows swirled, and a wisp of the Great Sun's divine energy instantly evaporated. Consuming the Great Sun's divine energy granted a blessing, unleashing the mightiest power of the palm. A Buddha lamp emerged from the sun, its boundless light and fire engulfing the descendants of radiance. The second form of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, Green Lantern Ancient Buddha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Killing. That's Saint Sophia, fleeing with the wall, turned and saw a crimson sun across the sky. And within it, a golden mecha figure. That's the true sun god. Sophia's eyes welled with tears. The sun god's light is red, and he wears golden armor. Fang Xing paid no heed to the ants outside. His martial will surged, like a blazing sun, radiating the power of his aura. Everything was channeled into the second form of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, ancient Buddha with a green lamp. Originally, as a martial saint, he used the Great Sun Tathagata's Dharma form to unleash the might of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, and its power was already astonishing. According to the world of immortal cultivation, its attack power was at least at the mid-level 4th rank. Now, he was expending the Great Sun's divine essence at all costs to amplify the palm's power. Under the sun's radiance, the air of radiance screamed, his body melting. A massive palm print appeared on his chest, piercing from front to back. Such a severe injury would have been fatal for a human martial artist. But now, countless flesh and blood rapidly sprouted from the pale giant's chest, attempting to fill the hole. Behind Fang Xing, his aura coalesced, transforming into the Dharmakaya of the Great Sun Tathagata. With a majestic appearance, his palm slowly thrust forward. The third form of the Great Sun Tathagata's divine palm, Buddha nature and Zen mind. This palm technique, transmitted from mind to mind, did not produce a blazing sun. Instead, Fang Xing's martial will transformed into a blazing crimson sun, descending upon the spiritual sea of the radiant descendant. The vitality of the evil gods descendant is immense. To truly annihilate them, I must annihilate their spiritual sea with my own overwhelming martial will. Fang Xing had now condensed the secret patterns of his will and had comprehended most of the diagrams of the strange beasts. His will was as fierce as the blazing sun of martial arts, yet also as sharp as an incomparably slashing celestial blade. Even if the heavens stood in his way, he would sever it with a single blow. Clang. The sun set, like a boulder dropping into a lake, stirring up thousands of tons of icy water. Within the vast spiritual sea, all sorts of pollution boiled, accompanied by a strange infant's cry, woo-wah. However, none of this pollution could shake Fang Xing's mind in the slightest. His will was like a knife, slashing down with a single blow, severing most of the radiant light's spiritual sea. Woo-wah. The infant's cry grew even more shrill. In reality, Fang Xing knew that this sign of the evil god was still immature, barely even a child, a 1-year-old at best. By doing so, he wasn't beating a child, but an infant. But facing the sign of the evil god, being able to bully him like this was the best option. Bang! After using the Great Sun Tathagata palm to severely damage the opponent's spiritual sea, Fang Xing knew he had gained a decisive advantage in this battle. This was the judgment of a university doctoral student who had been taught by the Federation for many years, as well as the leader of the evil god cult. In reality, after Fang Xing performed his third move, the Great Sun Tathagata palm, he immediately felt his own weakness. The Great Sun Tathagata palm is truly a peerless martial art. Just 2 moves have left me somewhat exhausted. Of course, his martial saint body recovered remarkably quickly, his spirit gathering strength once more. But at that moment, the pale giant struggled desperately, struggling to raise his hand. Snap! A finger detached, and like a cannonball, it suddenly blasted towards Fang Xing with a clang. The rotten iron sword flew out of its body, and a sword infant emerged from Fang Xing's immortal clone's head. In a snap of his fingers, a flash of sword light arrived in an instant. Even so, it only managed to sever half of the finger. Flesh and blood sloughed from the pale finger, revealing a fragment of bone that, like an arrow, pierced Fang Xing's original mecha. Crack! The sun god's wings unleashed their full force, countless golden feathers converging on Fang Xing's chest like a heart shield. Do! The mecha was pierced like paper, and the bone arrow landed on a dense, yet incredibly flexible layer of golden light. It was the indestructible magical power of the dragon elephant Vajra. Snap! The magical power shattered in an instant, but after breaking through 2 layers of defense, the bone arrow slowed down a bit and landed on Fang Xing's martial saint body. Puff! His face changed, and he quickly stepped back. With a grab of his right hand, he grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out. A deep wound appeared on his chest, visible to the bone. Threads of dark red blood tinged with pale gold flowed out, quickly stabilizing the bleeding. Impressive. If I weren't a powerful martial saint who had ascended to the great Vajra realm and the 9 transformation golden body, I would have been seriously injured by that blow. Fang Xing sighed with emotion. In fact, the truly terrifying thing wasn't the physical injury. It was the blood of the evil god stained within the bone arrowhead. The intense contamination, having broken Fang Xing's defenses, began to attack his every limb. It was as if the offspring of the evil god was about to inhabit his body, resurrecting within him. Even a martial saint of the Federation, not a true sword master from the 9 Swords Academy, would be in great trouble if confronted with this attack. But for a Fang Xing, the moment the evil god's blood entered his body, it was completely sent into the furnace of his sea of consciousness, to be burned by the Great Sun Furnace. Even the Great Sun Tathagata mantra's power surged, telling him that this evil god's blood was the perfect fuel. Bang! Just as Fang Xing used the Great Sun Tathagata mantra to dispel the contamination of the evil god's blood, the radiant offspring across from him lost all mental activity, its massive corpse collapsing to the ground, still brimming with life. Wow, a nearly complete corpse of the evil god's descendant should be enough to refine my biomecha, right? However, according to Han Chunfeng's design, my martial saint mecha must reserve room for future upgrades. Some key components would be best served by using the remains of the evil god from Outer Realm. Fang Xing prepared several large storage bags and carefully stored the corpse of the radiant descendant. Then, he looked at his mecha. After the radiant descendant's attack, the wings of the sun god were practically on the verge of destruction. Fortunately, it was made of activated metal and possessed a certain degree of self-repair. In that case, he pressed his chest, and countless golden feathers fell, transforming into a pair of golden wings. Go, find Wall and Sophia, tell them that while their path may be wrong, their goal is right. Those evil god cults in this world should not exist. The wings immediately transformed into a streak of golden light and pursued Sophia and Wall. With such a 7th realm mecha to suppress them, the sun god cult would surely be able to rule the mortal world. Furthermore, this mecha would likely become a sacred artifact, a holy relic. A group of medieval believers worshipping an interstellar mecha as a sacred artifact seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? With a flash of silver light, Fang Xing and his immortal clone vanished. Several hours later, a flicker of light shone in the void, and Fang Xing's figure reappeared. After slaying this sign of the evil god, the world would become much less dangerous for him. Many things could then be accomplished. Of course, building his own martial saint level mecha was the most important priority. To reserve room for future mecha upgrades, it's best to use materials from the Outer Realm Evil God level for key parts. The Pale Matrix is the most suitable choice. Even though I haven't seen mecha blueprints, after taking a few mecha construction courses, I know that among biological mechas, the compatibility between mother and child materials is extremely high. Since my Martial Saint mecha uses the glowing offspring as its primary material, using the Pale Matrix is the best option for a Martial God level upgrade. Traveling to the Pale Matrix is both easy and difficult. Fang Xing's lips curled slightly. He had just returned to the main universe, and his first priority was to secure the benefits. Second, to recuperate. As a Martial Saint, his physique would recover rapidly. A soak in the healing chamber would clear the hole in his chest. He took a deep breath and activated the 6 ultimate star martial arts. One of them instantly transformed into a blazing battle key, permeating his limbs and bones. It was the cross-breathing technique. This extraordinary path in this world has 4 levels. Now, Fang Xing, fueled by the aura of a Martial Saint, instantly reached the Scorching Sun level. This was created by Saint Longinus, the original saint of the glorious church. Throughout history, only he had ever reached the Scorching Sun level, the realm of the origin spirit. But today, Fang Xing had reached it too. A terrifying surge of Dao Qi condensed, seemingly tangible, allowing Fang Xing to see the pale mother body. It resembled an entire world, and within its body, a myriad of origin spirits gnawed and devoured it like parasites. Despite the sheer number of origin spirits, the pale mother body's sheer size wouldn't diminish significantly even after 10,000 years of feeding. This was the terror of an outlandish evil god. He took a step forward, guided by a subtle intuition, and arrived at a point where he could see a dozen origin spirits of various shapes gnawing at a massive pale wall. They all turned their heads, and bits of flesh and blood fell from their teeth. Saint Longinus, Fang Xing knew he had been led to the area where the glowing church was located. Technically, this was one of the best tables. Excuse me for interrupting everyone's buffet, Fang Xing smiled faintly, his aura condensing into a Vairocana image. Then, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the earth, he roared. The 7th form of the Vairocana palm, scold the Buddha and the ancestors. Fang Xing's Vairocana palm was a blend of the Vairocana palm and the Vairocana mantra, not an orthodox tradition of Blue Star University. Therefore, the more he moved, the more unorthodox his moves became. Sound waves, imbued with Buddhist and Zen melodies, swept through the area like a rolling wave. Some source spirits, unable to withstand the pressure, exploded, bursting like soap bubbles. You're all around the 8th realm. You're far inferior to the descendants of radiant light. Upon seeing this, Fang Xing's face showed disdain. He grabbed with his large hand. Crack! From the pale wall, a large amount of flesh and bones fell off, carrying a faint white, the rhythm of death. Chapter 299, Surprise. The main universe. Whitebird Star, Galaxy Island. A flash of silver light revealed Fang Xing's figure. Then, several large, pale clumps of flesh fell to the ground. As they landed, a pale aura spread, carrying the allure of the death of all things. Alert! Alert! Xiolan screamed, extraterritorial evil god level contamination detected, all clear. I've specially modified this place, it's strong enough to withstand it. Fang Xing retrieved several biological containment boxes and placed the remains of the pale mother body in them, intending to take them to the lab for further research. That group of origin spirits was a result of overthinking. They're nothing to me, besides, their growth is quite slow. If ever the pale mother body runs low, or my great son Tathagata mantra needs to be refined, I could go to the buffet. One origin spirit is probably equivalent to a nascent soul, enough to dramatically increase my proficiency in the great son Tathagata mantra. Although the origin spirits aren't very powerful, there are enough of them. This time, I've snatched food from the tiger's mouth. Haha, previously, Fang Xing had deliberately employed the group attack technique from the great son Tathagata palm to intimidate the enemy. Then, he'd grab the items and run. Otherwise, he was only a martial saint after all, and being surrounded by a group of counterfeit origin spirits would still be quite dangerous. Even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Fortunately, this risk was worth it. At least I have the main materials for a martial saint level mecha. Fang Xing lay on the floor, laughing unrestrainedly. As for the lab, he didn't need to explain the raw materials issue, because it was a wholly owned laboratory, and he was the sole owner. A year later, in the immortal cultivation realm, a vast expanse of water suddenly appeared, a gigantic spaceship looming above the boundless ocean. It towered like a mountain, its deck paint reflecting off the sun in a shimmering halo, obscuring its ferocious gun barrels. Inside, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, gazing at a scanned image, scrutinizing the fish, shrimp, and other marine life. Finally, I see a living creature. So, I must have flown past the Absolute Spirit Sea, right? Back then, he had received a map to the vast sea immortal cultivation realm from senior brother Chu, a madman from the Heavenly Sword sect. He'd learned that traveling from the great wilderness immortal cultivation realm not only required passing through several extremely dangerous areas, but also over a vast Absolute Spirit Sea. This Absolute Spirit Sea was devoid of any spiritual energy and even devoid of living creatures. Even more terrifying, its vast expanse meant that even a nascent soul cultivator would take years to reach it. Flying over the Absolute Spirit Land, unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, consumed the cultivator's own mana. Even for a Yuaning's engine, this was a devastating blow. Fortunately, the spaceship he'd purchased, the Explorer, had finally arrived, and he immediately took it into use. For a technological spaceship, the presence of spiritual energy in the Absolute Spirit Sea was of no concern. In fact, its flight speed surpassed that of a Yuaning's engine, allowing Fang Xing to finally fly across the Absolute Spirit Sea and reach the vast sea cultivation realm. The appearance of sea fish means we've passed the Absolute Spirit Sea. According to the map, this should be the vast sea cultivation realm's Five Pearl Sea. As for what other forces might exist in this area, the map no longer revealed them. After all, this was a map passed down countless years ago, and the world had changed dramatically. Little Green, search for nearby islands with human life, and gather as much information as possible. Enter hidden mode, Fang Xing said. As you command, Commander. A female elf with green wings appeared on the screen. She saluted formally, and the paint on the outer spacecraft shifted colors, becoming transparent in an instant. The entire spacecraft vanished as if invisible. Ever since discovering the traces of fish and shrimp, the further east he went, the more obvious these signs of life became. 3 days later, Fang Xing finally discovered an island where mortal fishermen lived. 10 days later, he found an island with a small spiritual vein, home to a small key cultivating clan. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a sudden realization: there are tens of millions of different languages and scripts in the mortal world. That's normal, but the language and script of immortal cultivators are surprisingly identical to those in the great wilderness immortal realm. Thinking about it, this also proves it. After all, the original pioneers of the great wilderness immortal realm all came from the vast sea immortal realm. The language and script they used were identical. Even if they were completely different, with Fang Xing's current nascent soul-level spiritual sense, learning them would only require a little effort. Fish and Snake Island. Ancestor, we've captured 13 adult fish and snakes this time out at sea. At market price, one adult fish and snake is worth 1 spiritual pearl, which is enough to exchange for 13 spiritual pearls. A bamboo building was built on a tiny spiritual vein. Behind the bamboo building, a spring had been opened, irrigating dozens of acres of spiritual fields. At that moment, an old farmer-like cultivator in the late key training stage was inspecting the fields. A middle-aged man in the middle key training stage was following closely, reporting back. After just half a day out at sea, we've already reaped this much? Not bad, the old farmer nodded, his wrinkled face brimming with joy. That's just over 1 low-grade spirit stone. If we could harvest this much every day, we'd have nearly 40 low-grade spirit stones a month. That would fill a significant gap in our family's income, and we wouldn't have to suffer from famine this year. Spirit beads are a small denomination of currency in the vast sea cultivation world, below the low-grade spirit stones. In terms of value, 10 spirit beads are roughly equivalent to 1 low-grade spirit stone. Actually, the second and third brothers have been working very hard. The middle-aged man spoke carefully. If we had stopped Yuking's offerings, or treated her the same as everyone else, perhaps there wouldn't be so much resentment within the family. HMPH, short-sighted, the old farmer was immediately enraged. You expect me to treat everyone equally, but heaven won't do it yet. We all have low-grade spiritual roots, and our path to immortality is bumpy. It's rare to find a genius with mid-grade spiritual roots. If we don't devote all our efforts to cultivating them, Fish and Snake Island will be without a late-stage key training cultivator to lead the way. Sooner or later, we'll be doomed. The Yu and Liu families will probably die of laughter. The middle-aged man quickly feigned panic. What the ancestor taught me, in reality, he was secretly delighted, feeling as if he had once again taunted the others. Seeing this, the farmer-looking cultivator's eyes flickered with disappointment. As a man of many years, he knew exactly what these grandsons were thinking. At this moment, he felt only deep helplessness. Immortal cultivation sects may select disciples based on merit, but families can't abandon their own sons and grandsons. Alice. If I'd been more diligent back then, perhaps I'd have been accepted into the Yucai sect, perhaps even had a chance to compete for the Foundation establishment pill. Just as the old farmer was lamenting the passing of time, a streak of light descended, revealing a figure with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was Fang Xing. He had suppressed his mana to the core formation stage and casually flew over, emitting a trace of mana. Greetings, Senior. I wonder if you have any instructions. The Zhang family of Fish and Snake Island will do their utmost to help. The old farmer immediately knelt with a middle-aged man. This senior's mana cultivation was unfathomable, even more profound than the Foundation establishment cultivators he had encountered. Where is the nearest market? Fang Xing asked. The nearest market is the Little Turtle Island Market, 300 miles to the southeast. It was built by the Gui Ling sect and is always manned by a Foundation building master, the Zhang family ancestor quickly replied. If you are willing to wait, the Shangjia treasure ship should be arriving in 3 years. By then, the sea market will open, and even the giant ancestors will show up. Give me the map, Fang Xing shouted coldly. The Zhang family ancestor quickly pulled out a jade slip from his bosom and handed it over respectfully. Fang Xing took it, scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded with satisfaction, and casually tossed out a spirit stone. In that case, we will leave. With that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. The Zhang family's patriarch and his middle-aged junior remained kneeling until half an hour later, when the middle-aged man looked up. Grandpa, it seems that Senior has passed away. The Zhang family's patriarch stroked the spirit stone in his hand, somewhat incredulous. It's actually a mid-grade spirit stone. It seems that Senior wasn't just an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, but a core formation expert. Alice, this matter must be kept secret. Our family's association with such a prominent figure is a blessing or a curse. Fang Xing wanted to leave something less valuable, but before arriving, he had already exchanged all his low-grade spirit stones at the Xianjian Sect's warehouse. He had nothing less valuable than mid-grade spirit stones on him. A moment later, at the Xianogi Island Market, Fang Xing arrived at a tea house, ordered a cup of local spiritual tea and fish meatballs, casually tossed a pile of jade slips on the table, and slowly began to leaf through them. These were the items he had picked up from the bookshops in the market, his most prized copy being Hanheifeng Wishe. Beyond that, there are also numerous travelogues, maps, and introductions to low-level basic cultivation techniques, elixirs, and talismans. Through these, one can at least gain some understanding of the vast sea immortal cultivation realm. After all, it's a maritime cultivation realm. Water-attributed spiritual materials are abundant here, and there are also numerous sea beast resources. As for cultivation techniques, there are also many water-attributed techniques and spells. Fang Xing picked up the vast sea scenery records, his spiritual sense entering it, and he read 1,000 lines at a glance. So, the vast sea immortal cultivation realm is divided into the inner and outer seas, just like the wild and cultivated lands of the great wilderness cultivation realm. The inner sea is equivalent to the cultivated land, boasting the richest cultivation resources and occupied by numerous large sects. There are also 3 major sacred places, the Shenshin Sword Sect, the Piaomio Immortal Palace, and the Wuji Palace. The outer sea is a multitude of forces, and from time to time, we face powerful sea beast waves and various natural disasters. The Five Pearls Sea is just an inconspicuous corner of the outer sea. Good, very good. As a nascent soul of the Heavenly Sword Sect, I'm destined to join the Yuanshan Sword Sect and ascend to the highest heavens. Fang Xing contentedly put down the Hanheifeng Wishe, records of the vast sea, and picked up a jade slip. A sweep of his divine sense evoked a change in his expression. A record of the Millennium Demonic Tribulation? What? So the vast sea cultivation world actually experienced a demonic tribulation. He read it more carefully, his face darkening. Over 1,000 years ago, a true demon suddenly emerged from the vast sea cultivation world for unknown reasons. While demonic cultivators abound in the cultivation world, true demons are different. These true demons are said to originate from the higher realms, possessing not only immense physical strength but also incredible magical powers. Upon their appearance, that true demon, already in the nascent soul stage, unleashed a bloody hailstorm. Later, surrounded and suppressed by dozens of true lords, he managed to survive through battle, breaking through to the great true lord realm and subsequently annihilating dozens of nascent soul sects, leaving everyone in the vast sea cultivation world feeling insecure. It's said that several reclusive great true lords were alarmed and joined forces to fight the true demon, but were ultimately defeated by the true demon's incredible magical powers. The 5 Thunder Great True Lords were killed instantly, and not even their nascent souls escaped. It's said that true demon cultivation has few bottlenecks, and that the true demon may have descended from the ancient realm, originally a divine transformation or even higher. When it finally drew out the divine transformation venerable, the ancient demon suddenly disappeared for 100 years. When it reappeared, it was already a divine transformation level being, and even attacked the Yuanshan Sword Sect's main gate. It's said that the battle was so turbulent that even the Yuanshan Sword Sect's main gate sank into the sea. The ultimate outcome was that this holy land perished alongside the ancient demon, vanishing from the world of immortal cultivation 1,000 years later. The Yuanshan Sword Sect is gone. A holy land as great as mine is gone. Fang Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Then what good was the Heavenly Sword Sect identity I carefully maintained? And that black iron sword token? No, this Hanhafen was he is harming me. He almost wanted to wield his sword and destroy the bookstore. Fortunately, he still had some sense. He first looked at the compilation date of the Hanhafen was he, then did a quick calculation and was immediately speechless. A book from 2,000 years ago, and yet they have the nerve to sell it without even updating it, and then harm people. The ancient demon rebellion occurred over 1,000 years ago, and the Yuanshan Sword Sect was still alive and well 2,000 years ago. It was understandable that the Hanhafen was he didn't record it. However, Fang Xing still suspected that this place was too remote, and these jade slips that had been refined long ago were unsaleable, so they were sent to this remote place in the world of immortal cultivation, trying to fool as many people as possible. If it was a large-scale immortal cultivation city, the contents in the local chronicle should have been revised long ago. No wonder the great wilderness immortal cultivation world didn't receive any news. After all, it's only been more than 1,000 years, which is only the lifespan of a Yuaning's engine. As far as Fang Xing knew, the great wilderness immortal cultivation world had long been disconnected from the vast sea immortal cultivation world, and there had been no communication for at least thousands of years. Then I really can't blame Chu Kuangta for tricking me. Fang Xing figured out the whole story, and he was suddenly speechless. He had planned everything before, just to maintain the image of the Xianjian sect, and then naturally joined the Yuanshan Sword Sect and obtain the inheritance of the skills above the Shinhou level. As a result, reality gave him a ruthless blow, letting him know what it means that man proposes, God disposes. He wanted to join the Yuanshan Sword Sect, but the Yuanshan Sword Sect was gone. Add more later. Chapter 300 Teleportation Array. 10 days later, the Explorer spacecraft landed in the ocean. With its protective hue activated, it resembled an isolated island. Fang Xing sat on a sofa inside the cabin, a pile of jade slips before him. These were the intel he had gathered from various sea markets while posing as a giant and true person. Is the Yuanshan Sword Sect truly dead? Not only that, but it's said they perished alongside the ancient demon. The sect's site sank into the sea, and the restrictions in the formations underwent unknown changes, making it difficult to enter. Even the waters surrounding the ruins are teeming with various magical beasts tainted by the blood of the true demon, including some fierce fourth-tier monsters. At the time, the Yuanshan Sword Sect's disciples outside the sect also gathered together, hoping to rebuild the Yuanshan Sword Sect, but for some unknown reason, they encountered a catastrophe and perished one after another. Sects associated with the Yuanshan Sword Sect also suffered heavy losses. Now, only a few Yuanshan Sword Sect disciples remain, and even they might not dare to admit their identities. Fang Xing stroked his chin. This is the case of an innocent man being convicted of a crime despite possessing a treasure. Without the protection of the Huashan sect, it's only natural that those disciples would seek death if they acted more arrogantly. Even if they were kind, the secret treasures, sect secrets, and even inherited cultivation techniques they carried were coveted by countless cultivators. In the past, they'd been wary of the Yuanshan Sword Sect's backing, so they dared not do anything. But now, it was all fat meat. Even Fang Xing wanted a piece of it. After all, rejoining the Yuanshan Sword Sect was just wishful thinking. and branch disciples wouldn't necessarily receive much respect, requiring the sex Huishan cultivation techniques. Besides, what he wanted wasn't the Huishan cultivation techniques, but the inheritance above the Huishan level. So, it seems the Yuanshan sword sex demise is a good thing. It would make it easier for me to compete for the inheritance. Fang Xing pondered for a moment. Since Old Man Zizé, our Xianjian sect has had little to do with the Yuanshan sword sect, the fall of the Inner Sea Holy Land had a subtle reaction from the other two sacred grounds. While they didn't add insult to injury, they simply stood by and watched. This led Fang Xing to speculate that the Yuanshan sword sect's relationship with Piaomio Immortal Palace and Wuji Palace wasn't good. After all, sword cultivators were known for their pride and arrogance. It seems the Yuanshan sword sect's claim to power is untenable. I'd better remain a free cultivator for now. Did that true demon attack the Yuanshan sword sect for revenge, or for some treasure? Fang Xing pondered another crucial question. Unfortunately, this level of intelligence wasn't something he could access right now. He now began to ponder his future cultivation. Mana accumulation in the nascent soul stage is already slow, and without a fourth-tier spirit vein, it would be even slower. He tapped a jade slip in his hand, recalling the intelligence he had gathered, his expression solemn. The vast sea immortal cultivation realm is vast, with countless spirit veins. Cultivation resources are indeed abundant. There are hundreds of nascent soul factions alone, most of these are concentrated in the Inner Sea. A few are in the Outer Sea. Now, the Inner Sea boasts two fifth-tier spiritual veins, sacred grounds for cultivation. Those two fifth-tier spiritual veins weren't originally in the Inner Sea. Instead, they were forcibly relocated by the Holy Land's former masters, who used supreme magical powers to seize them from the Outer Sea monsters. Fifth-tier spiritual veins are considered sacred grounds, but cultivating them from scratch or upgrading them to top-grade fourth-tier spiritual vein is extremely difficult. Seizing an existing fifth-tier spiritual vein and relocating it is much easier. Of course, I likely won't be able to cultivate in those two holy grounds, but I could consider joining or seizing a fourth-tier spiritual vein. The key is, should I go to the Inner Sea first, or cultivate in the Outer Sea? Fang Xing pondered. The Inner Sea is rich in spiritual creatures, while the Outer Sea offers marine beasts. More importantly, the Inner Sea hosts a fifth-tier sacred sect, and perhaps even remnants of the Yuanshan sword sect, making it a perfect place to plan his succession beyond a divine transformation stage. He immediately decided to head for the Inner Sea. From the Outer Sea to the Inner Sea, it's either a slow flight of several years, or a teleportation array. Fang Xing teared up at the thought. Coming to a higher-level cultivation realm, he'd finally broadened his horizons. He'd learned that traveling vast distances didn't require haste. He could still take a teleportation array. He only regretted that the Great Wilderness cultivation realm didn't have a single ancient teleportation array. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to travel so arduously. If we take the teleportation array, the explorer will have to stay here. Or, perhaps we could set up a regular patrol, sending it back and forth between the Great Wilderness cultivation realm and the vast sea cultivation realm, reselling supplies. That would be a way to make money. A few days later. Nanli Island. This island boasted a fourth-tier spiritual vein, affiliated with the Southern Fire Sect. The Southern Fire Sect was a major nascent soul sect, commanded by 3 nascent soul true lords, commanding a formidable presence. Because of this, they were able to dominate the teleportation array business and control a single one leading to the Inner Sea. From this teleportation array, a new Nanli Sea market sprang up, its scale far exceeding that of the typical treasure ship market. Fang Xing, still maintaining his Jinden-level mana, swaggered into Nanli Sea market and headed straight for the teleportation array. The Nanhuo sect was very open about their teleportation array business, offering free transfers for a fee. Fellow Taoist, wishing to travel to the Inner Sea, the teleportation hall was cast entirely from bronze, its walls ablaze with various colors of spiritual light, evidently housing a powerful restriction. A late Jinden-level cultivator, clad in the crimson robes of the Nanhuo sect, smiled faintly at Fang Xing. Our sect's teleportation array connects to Pengmo Island in the Inner Sea. Do you have any objections? This was a gentle reminder. If the teleporting cultivator had a grudge against Pengmo Island and was detained upon arrival, it would be highly detrimental to their reputation. Of course not. Fang Xing was upright. He had nothing to fear. After all, in this vast sea of immortal cultivation, he probably had few enemies. Good. The teleportation fee is 1 high-grade spirit stone per session. 10 people can be transported at a time. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. The late giant and cultivator took the high-grade spirit stone and said slowly. Fang Xing looked towards the other side of the hall and saw a dozen or so bright yellow cushions, upon which 4 or 5 cultivators were seated. Most were Jinden, with only one in the late foundation establishment stage. Many of them had concealed their faces and figures. He walked over and sat cross-legged, examining the teleportation array in the center of the hall. The array was shrouded in a shroud of spiritual light and restriction. Its base was a grayish-white foundation, with silver ancient seal characters on all 4 sides. At each corner stood a grayish-white stone pillar, covered in intricate patterns. The teleportation array definitely involves the void. This kind of void travel technology isn't even mastered by the Blue Star Federation yet. Seeing this, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The skills of these cultivators are certainly worth observing. After waiting for about half an hour, the 10 teleportation slots were finally filled. Okay, everyone, please stand on the teleportation array. There will be some discomfort during the teleportation, but it won't be a big deal for Foundation Establishment cultivators. A late-stage giant and cultivator from the Southern Fire Sect smiled, took out a token, and gently waved it. Snap! Like a soap bubble bursting, the spiritual light barrier that had been enveloping the teleportation array instantly dissipated. In about an hour, I've earned 10 high-grade spirit stones. This deal is seriously good. Fang Xing nodded and was about to step onto the teleportation array when his brows suddenly furrowed and he looked outside the hall. Wait, a few breaths later, a deep voice rang out. Then, several beams of Jinden-level spiritual light flew in from outside the bronze hall. Leading them was a large, bearded man, his eyes gleaming with lightning, a commanding presence beneath his breath. A major crime has just occurred within the Southern Fire Sect. The sect master has ordered the market to be sealed off, and no teleportation allowed. As soon as these words were spoken, the late-stage giant and cultivator guarding the teleportation array waved a token in his hand. The glow that had been spreading across the teleportation array suddenly dimmed. Isn't this Brother Miao? This is the old Taoist King Songguan Mingsu. A Jinden's Henren dressed as a Taoist stepped forward. I wonder what happened to the Nanhao sect. Nothing serious, just a thief sneaking in and stealing a valuable item. A mirror materialized in the hands of the Miao giant and cultivator, its light enveloping the hall. This is our sect's most precious treasure, the true illusion mirror. It's the most effective at discerning disguises, and cultivation levels. You may leave, but you must first examine your reflection in the true illusion mirror. HMPH, that's too much? A black-robed man accompanying Fang Xing snorted. The Nanhao sect didn't have this rule before. He, also a late giant and cultivator, spoke with more confidence. This rule has changed now. The Miao Jinden's Henren snorted, refusing to give in. After all, this was Nanli Island, with 3 Yuaning's engines in charge. Who is there to fear? Forget it, the black-robed figure sighed, removing his disguise to reveal a scholar. So it's fellow Taoist Miao Bishan. Immortal Miao suddenly realized, I heard that fellow Taoist had offended that old demon Longang by writing about strange and unusual events. So you're going to hide in the inner sea, ahem. How can a scholar's business be called hiding? I'm only traveling this time to visit a friend. Miao Bishan's face fell, and he replied awkwardly. Immortal Miao smiled but said nothing. Fang Xing recalled that he had read about this old demon Longang, a true lord of the demonic path, particularly fond of the art of gathering and replenishing energy. Looking at Miao Bishan again, a hint of sympathy appeared in his eyes. Even so, the process still needs to be followed. Miao Jinden cast a spell, and a brilliant light flashed from the true illusion mirror, enveloping Miao Bishan. As expected, its fellow Taoist. No disguise at all. At that moment, the late Foundation Establishment cultivator suddenly hurled a pitch-black lightning bead. A wisp of flame burned fiercely within the pitch-black lightning bead, and then it exploded with a bang. A terrifying volley of lightning and flames instantly engulfed the entire bronze hall. The late Foundation Establishment cultivator's mana surged, breaking through the core formation stage. He bit his tongue fiercely, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He simultaneously transformed into a streak of blood-red light, about to burst out of the hall and vanish without a trace. HMPH. Can you escape? The late core formation cultivator guarding the teleportation array snorted coldly. Countless restrictions intertwined within the bronze hall, resembling a massive cage. The streak of blood red light collided with the restrictions, and a muffled groan escaped. The sound was crisp and melodious, revealing a female cultivator. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.